Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our February 2025 salmon-focused meeting. Before we actually start on business, we're going to go into executive session for a moment. So if I could ask those of you in the room here to leave, it shouldn't take too long. And online, I guess you see the note that we'll be starting after executive session. Okay, thanks everyone, and welcome back again. That was a brief executive session. I'll talk about that in a moment. First wanted to clarify that. Well, actually, I'll start with the land acknowledgement, and then we'll proceed with business. So I'd like to respectfully acknowledge that the council regularly meets on Dena'ina lands, the traditional homelands of the Dena'ina, also known as Anchorage. The council and SSC honor the Dena'ina as well as indigenous peoples throughout Alaska who have stewarded these lands across generations and continue to do so. Shinan, thank you. I wanted to first clarify, I'll actually announce the results from the executive session first. We only had officer elections. Sherry Dressel, Ian Stewart, and Jason Gasper had been nominated for as co-chairs, and Ali Whitman had been nominated as vice chair. And they are willing and were confirmed to serve for a year in that capacity. And you may be wondering why you're seeing me here. I stepped down as co-chair in December, but Dr. Sherry Dressel had a family emergency, which is why I stepped in for this meeting as chair, because both Jason and Ian were assigned to major portions of the analysis to review that. With that, I think I'll turn it over to Diana Evans for some administrative announcements. Oh, actually, before I do that, sorry, can I did want to actually welcome new SSC members as well. So we have two new SSC members for this year, Dr. Sarah Weiss from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and Dr. Jennifer Burns. Dr. Burns wasn't able to join us for this meeting because he's doing field work, and she will be joining us in April. But I wanted to give Sarah an opportunity to briefly introduce herself to both us and the public, I guess.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Wise. I'm a social scientist at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. I've been there for the past 7 years. I live in Seattle and do a lot of my work in Western Alaska and northward. I'm trained in anthropology and a whole suite of methodologies, and I'm very excited to be here and listen and learn. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Thank you for serving and welcome to the SSC. And we will have a dinner tonight, the SSC dinner as well at 6:30 at Tequila 61. That's right across from the Hilton. And with that, I'll turn it over to Diana.
Good morning, everybody. Diana Evans, council staff. And I just have a couple of announcements here as we get the February meeting started. The first one, let me just click here. There we go. The first one we just talked about, which is the elections that you just did. Congratulations and thank you to those serving in leadership positions and also to all of you for returning to the SSC. We very much appreciate that. We're looking forward to our new membership as well. A couple of just general meeting announcements. We have distilled from our various handbooks kind of the essence of a code of conduct for council meetings. Wanted to highlight that for you, and we'll also have that posted around the meeting space from now in the future, but general principles that I know you're all aware of: to treat people with respect, to listen and understand for differing views and opinions. That's the essence of what we're doing here at these council meetings, representing information honestly and openly, refraining from using offensive, disrespectful, or derogatory language, and avoiding personal or organizational attacks or insults. And we have a policy procedures for so in support of those standards of conduct, but we ask all participants in the process for us all to hold each other accountable to those ground rules. And then just a reminder that this is a hybrid meeting. I actually don't think we have any SSC members participating remotely this meeting. We might have some testifiers, but the meeting is being recorded. So you have 2 agenda items on your docket for this meeting. This is a special meeting. It's a little bit different in format than we normally have for our council meetings. You'll see that you would see that more over at the council, where we're not doing agency reports or staff tasking. We're really focusing in on these 2 key issues of the Cook Inlet salmon harvest specifications and the chum salmon bycatch analysis. In terms of public testimony, particularly for this meeting, we wanted to highlight, we always highlight that the purpose of testimony to the SSC is to focus on your role, which is the scientific evaluation of an issue or analysis, and consistent with the role that you play advising the council. In general, our testimony time limit for the SSC for public testifiers is 5 minutes, but just understanding that it's most important to be able to accommodate all persons who want to testify in front of the SSC, while also being able to manage all that within our allotted meeting time. Once the chair has an idea, once the public sign-up sheet has closed on an agenda item, the chair may need to announce shorter time limits per person at the beginning of that public testimony item, if necessary. And then this is just a reminder for how to sign up for public testimony through our e-agenda. So final slide here, just a couple of announcements. One is that there will be boxed lunches available for the SSC for this meeting only. I know that's not something that we usually do. There will be available at a room down the hall. We'll direct you to at lunchtime, but we will have that for SSC members just to help you manage your meeting time during the course of the next 3 days. And then just highlighting for future meeting planning, we will have resume a normal meeting in April with a variety of agenda topics that you usually address. And there's a couple highlights of that up on the screen. It's also posted on our website, that preliminary agenda for April. It won't be finalized until after this meeting. And then looking ahead to the June council meeting, which will be occurring in Newport, Oregon. You'll be getting an email on that, hopefully today or next couple of days. We are asking that you book that travel as soon as possible. It's summer travel, and because of the location of Newport, it's about an hour and a half at least from the closest airport. So we're authorizing rental cars if that's something that you want to take advantage of. We'll have instructions in the email that comes out. But for that reason, as well as airfare, we're just asking that you book that sooner than you normally would for those reasons. So there'll be an email about that coming to you. I think that's all that I have to mention to you. And then Dr. Muter, pass this last slide back over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Diana at this point? Not seeing any. Thanks again. So we'll, I guess we'll do member associations first. I'll just go around the room for any associations with either of these salmon items, and then I'll go to Allie. Go ahead, Martin.
No associations?
No associations.
No associations. No associations.
Good morning. I am the 3rd or greater level supervisor for Dr. Lucas DeFilippo and Dr. Patrick Berry. First one on C1 and the second on C2.
No associations.
No associations.
Morning. No associations.
No associations.
No associations for me either.
I was involved early on with the alternative 5 of chum, so association with chum.
I was involved with the social impact assessment component of the EA that is referenced in the Cook Inlet salmon analysis.
No associations.
No associations.
No associations.
No associations.
I'm the second level supervisor of Lucas De Filippo and third level supervisor of Josh Russell on C1 and second level supervisor of Pat Barry and Lucas De Filippo on item C2. Thanks.
No associations.
Okay, thank you. That was one of the quickest rounds of no associations. I guess it helps to only have salmon on the plate. With that, I'll turn it over to Ali for just briefly reminding us of reporting and timelines.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. So I'll send out an email with the deadlines, our internal deadlines as normal. But we're gonna have a pretty tight turnaround for Cook Inlet, which we are taking up second, but the council will be taking up first. So for C1 Cook Inlet, we're gonna need our section into the main report by 6 p.m. Wednesday. Draft slides at any point that evening, but please don't forget them. We will have to close that for the full SSC review at 9 a.m. on Thursday morning in order to be able to provide it to the council that day. C2 chum salmon, we need the section into the main report and your draft slides by 1 p.m. on Thursday, and we'll close for the full SSC review at 9 a.m. Friday morning. So the report outline and the presentation outline are both already up in the meeting folder, along with a sections draft folder for you to keep early drafts of in there if you prefer to use Google Docs. I would note that the subheadings that I provided in the outlines for both of those is kind of just a starting point, and the leads should feel free to change those around as needed, or let me know and I can help with that as well. And as usual, if you have any questions or issues accessing the document or the presentation, just let me know. Thanks.
All right, thank you for that. That I think concludes sort of our administrative section here. Are there any questions on the agenda timeline or any other announcements at this point? Not seeing any. I think we can go into the C2 chum salmon bycatch analysis. I'll just do a very quick preview of the flow of things here in terms of our discussions and all that. So this is item C2, initial review draft, EIS, RIR, SIA for management measures with regards to chum salmon bycatch. We'll receive the staff report first, focusing on changes since the last draft. We'll have an opportunity to ask questions, and maybe I would ask you to kind of look for natural breaks to ask questions so we don't jump ahead to things they might be covering. We will then take public testimony on the item as a whole. And Diana already mentioned that we generally will accommodate 5-minute testimony, but if needed, we might reduce that. And then we will go into our discussions, and we had divided this up, so we have different leads to focus on different aspects of the revisions. And my current plan is to handle that by, sort of, we have a couple people assigned to help with characterizing public testimony because it's a influential scientific item. So we'll do that and then go through the different sections as we I mean, the overall decision here is obviously whether to release the document for final action or asking for additional review. And we'll probably table that overall discussion until the end of our discussions on the different sections because it's such a large item. But I plan on going through each of the major sections that we have leads for, finishing our discussion on that, and then going through those 3 sections, and then we can revisit sort of the overall document and the overall decision after that, if that works for everyone. And we may rethink that as we go along, depending on how things go. This was kind of a difficult item to kind of divide up. So I'm open to suggestions too. We can talk about what might work best. But with that, I think I'll turn it over to the analysts.
Thank you through the chair, Kate Hoppola with council staff. So as Dr. Muter just noted, today we'll be providing you with a presentation on the C2 agenda item, which is the revised analysis for the Bering Sea Chum Salmon Bycatch action. Today's presentation will primarily be provided by myself, Ms. Sarah Marinan, and Dr. Patrick Berry. Dr. Diana Stram with council staff is also available, and we have several contributors that are listed on your action memo that are available for questions and additional support to this analysis. As we get started this morning, we wanted to make you aware of several different pieces of information that are available to the SSC, and those include the preliminary draft environmental impact statement, or the DEIS. The National Marine Fisheries Service is the lead federal agency, and there are 3 cooperating agencies that have provided special expertise to this analysis. Those cooperating agencies are listed for you here. They include the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, and the Tanana Chiefs Conference. We also have a separate file that's been posted that contains appendices to the DEIS, the presentation, and of course the action memo, as well as an addendum that contains some small errors found in the analysis, as well as some new information. And one item of interest to the SSC is that the addendum contains the CV estimates for a limited number of areas that compose the 3 area indices for option 1 of alternative 3. And that's something that you had asked for in April. So with the Bering Sea Chum Salmon Bycatch action, the council is considering new management measures or alternatives to minimize chum salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery to the extent practicable, consistent with the Magnuson-Stevens Act, its national standards, and all other applicable law. The purpose of
just a sec, we have a question here, Chris.
Sorry about that, Kate. Just more of a comment early on, because it was hard for me, and I think for all of us, to just be considerate and conscientious about when we're talking about Western Alaskan chum, whether that's including Bristol Bay, whether it's including upper middle Yukon. I think it's used in kind of loose terms in some places, and then very specific terms in some places for the genetics, whether we're talking about specific stocks or not. So I just ask all of us to be conscientious when we say Western Alaska chum, that we are explicit about which definition we're trying to use. I think it's going to add confusion if we don't do that throughout the day. So thanks. Sorry about that, Kate.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that. Go ahead, Kate.
Okay, so the purpose of the proposed action is to reduce chum salmon bycatch with a particular focus on reducing Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. And the proposed action is being considered in light of the recent and ongoing declines in Western Alaska chum salmon abundance and the critical importance of chum salmon to Western and interior Alaska communities and ecosystems. And section 1.1 of the analysis contains the purpose and need statement for this action. So this slide is speaking to the primary role for the SSC at this meeting, which is to determine whether this iteration of the analysis is sufficient to inform the council's decision-making, to recommend the analysis be revised from this meeting for publication as the draft EIS, which will be brought back for final action. In response to that purpose, the analysts have focused the presentation on how we have addressed the SSC's comments and requests to improve the analysis that were contained within your April 2024 minutes. We are going to cover new methods that have been used in preparing this February version of the analysis. And we are also raising a new analytical issue for the SSC's consideration, and that the information that's expected to be available for abundance indices under alternative 3. And I'll cover that in the second part of the presentation. Okay, so at this meeting, This slide is covering for you the potential actions that the council could take, and it's meant to be a reference for the SSC because the way that this action and its future scheduling will move forward is ultimately going to depend on the decisions that the council makes here in February. So in February, the council may determine whether or not it would like to modify the current range of alternatives, and if so, how. But that being said, the council is not required to modify its current range of alternatives. The council may also request additional analytical review through another council meeting. And then they also may consider whether to recommend the analysis be released for publication by NPFMC as the draft EIS. The council can recommend publication of the draft EIS regardless of whether or not it modifies its alternatives. And so as I mentioned before, the subsequent action timeline depends on whether the council feels as though it's necessary to receive that additional review of a revised impact analysis. And the analyst would only expect that that would be needed if the alternatives were to be substantially revised. So this is just an outline for the remainder of our presentation this morning. The next section is going to walk through the alternatives, including new information on the Bethel test fishery as an available data source. Then we'll cover the methods and approach that have been used in the impact analysis. And with that, we'll cover some high-level points that are overarching in the response to SSC minutes. And then we'll walk through some specific requests, highlighting new changes to the analysis in the third part of our presentation. And then we'll move into the alternative 5 impact analysis. This is a new alternative that was added by the council in April 2024, which is why we're going to spend more time on that alternative with you today. And then we'll provide a summary overview of some of the key takeaways from the impact analysis. Okay, so this next portion of the presentation is just going to cover the alternatives at a pretty high level and get into the current issue with alternative 3. So there are 4 action alternatives being considered in addition to alternative 1, which is the no action alternative. Selection of alternative 1 would retain the existing regulations for chum salmon bycatch management in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. The 4 action alternatives, which represent different ways of modifying the existing regulations, include limits or caps on the number of chum salmon that may be caught in the pollock fishery and closure of all or part of the Bering Sea pollock fishery once the limit is reached. Alternatives 2 and 3 include hard caps that would close the fishery entirely for the remainder of the bee season if or when the cap is met. Alternative 3 is different from alternative 2 because a hard cap would only be in effect if certain areas had returns that fell below the indices thresholds. Alternative 4 would modify the existing regulations for salmon bycatch IPAs, and alternative 5 includes 3 different time area closures triggered by area-specific caps. All of these action alternatives, so 2 through 5, would only apply during the bee season pollock fishery, which has regulatory dates of June 10th to November 1st. And this is the season when the fleet encounters the majority of bycatch. Well, chum salmon bycatch, sorry about that. Okay, the next couple of slides are going to spend some more time on alternative 3. There are 2 different options for abundance indices that are being considered, and they are mutually exclusive. So only one index could be selected for implementation. Option 1 includes the 3 area index, and option 2 includes the Yukon area index. I'm not going to spend too much time focusing on the other components of the alternative because the main issue before the SSC is specific to the data that's available for informing the 3 area index under option 1. So this slide provides for you the existing data sources or the current data sources that are being used for each of the 3 areas encompassed within this index, and that's the Yukon, the Kuskokwim, and Norton Sound regions. On the right-hand side of the slide are the current thresholds for each area, and there are 2 values within that far right column of the table because this is an outstanding decision point for the council, and that's to pick one of these threshold amounts that would apply in regulation. The low numbers represent the 25th percentile of historical abundance based on data from 1992 to 2022, and the higher number represents the 50th percentile for historical abundance based on the same year set. The Yukon thresholds are based on run reconstructions for both the summer and fall chum salmon stocks. The Kuskokwim area threshold is based upon the cumulative CPUE from the Bethel test fishery, and the Norton Sound thresholds are based upon a standardized index of escapement for the Snake, Nome, El Dorado, Quinnipiac, and North Rivers, as well as total harvest in the region.
We have a question from Chris.
Kate, super quick clarifying question. The abundances there, does that mean run size, like number of returns, or does that mean something else?
Thanks for the question. So for the Yukon, those do mean abundance and run size because they are based off of the run reconstruction, which accounts for escapements and harvests in the region or in the river there. But for the Bethel test fishery and then Norton Sound, no, those are indices of abundance, but that's not total returns to those regions. Does that help?
Yes, and you're right. I was asking about the Yukon, but so if I understood your answer to this, that is the number of fish that returned in a given year. Estimates, given that there's harvest and escapement and we don't see all of it. Sorry. Okay.
Yep.
Question from Ian.
I'm just wondering, are you going to loop back and speak in more depth to the CVs that are available and how those should be interpreted in the analysis?
Thank you, Dr. Stewart, for the question. So I think our plan for this meeting was to just make the SSC aware that they are available for the Yukon summer and fall chum runs, as well as the Kuskokwim sonar. And the Kuskokwim sonar is something that I'll speak to on the next slide in terms of a different data source that's available for the Kuskokwim rather than the Bethel test fishery. And I think the SSC was interested in the CV estimates and trying to understand some of the uncertainty that could be surrounding the different data sources for use within these indices. But I think we've tried to figure out how that would be helpful for the SSC. And one of the things that I guess I would just highlight for you all is that the way that the indices are intended to be used or set is that these numbers, whatever the threshold is that the council picks, would be set in regulation. So it wouldn't be fluctuating every year, similar to the 3 river index for Chinook, which that threshold is 250,000 Chinook returning to the upper Yukon, Kuskokwim, and Unalakleet rivers. A number for each of these areas or for the Yukon summer and fall chum stock would be set and they wouldn't be fluctuating in the future. So it would really just be looking at those CV estimates for a limited number of areas and interpreting the level of uncertainty within that.
Go ahead.
So this slide is giving you an overview of a new issue that has come up in between the prior April meeting and this February meeting, which is that future funding to operate the Bethel test fishery is uncertain beginning in 2025. So the purpose of highlighting this is to bring forward the other options that could replace that data source if the council wishes to move forward with option 1 of alternative 3. And this data source was originally chosen for the Kuskokwim area because it was a reliable index of abundance for the river system, and it had an extended time series, and the test fishery is unaffected by weather patterns and changes in the river. Listed below here are several different options or alternative options that have been put forward by ADF&G with input from the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. Appendix 2 provides more information on the advantages and disadvantages of these sources, and I'll speak to that on the next slide. And then Appendix 7, provided by the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, provides additional information specific to the Kuskokwim sonar. So this slide provides you with a summary of the advantages and disadvantages of each alternative source that's identified in Appendix 2. And I'm certainly not going to read through all of this for you, but we pulled it up for ease of reference so that at least some of the content would be available for you within the presentation, so it's an easy reference. And in general, the advantages and disadvantages center on the length of the time series that's available, a sense of the future funding certainty, the data availability and accessibility to the public, and of course, the reliability of those data. And so if the SSC has additional questions on the specific sources, ADF&G and the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission staff are available to help answer those, whether that be an issue you want to take up now or later in the day.
Well, maybe if there are any questions on this, since we have people available to ask, I'll take those now. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, one of the things I've been struggling with for all of the index-based measures here is exactly what the timing is. So am I correct in understanding that all these are these same year or next or year lagged metrics? The intent with the Bethel test fishery was it was same year?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Anderson. Yes, that's correct. So similar to the way the 3 river index functions for Chinook, the way that this would be implemented is that ADF&G would send the National Marine Fisheries Service a letter by October 1st of each year for the measure of abundance in each of these areas or each of these indice sources. So if it's option 2, it would just be the Yukon summer and fall chum stocks based on the run reconstruction. And a determination would be made on whether or not the returns were above or below that threshold. And that would determine for the subsequent year whether a hard cap or a PSC limit in the pollock fishery is in place. So it's the same year for assessing the abundance threshold, but the cap applies in the following year.
Is there a place in, so I think what we're actually trying to measure with these indices is the number of chum salmon that are, so let's pin some years on this, okay? So for the 2025 B season pollock fishing, we're trying to figure out how many chum salmon are floating around in the ocean in 2025. And our proxy for this is how many returned in 2024. Or were observed at any of these metrics in 2024. Am I correct about this?
So whether or not a hard cap would be in place under alternative 3 in the 2025 B season fishery would depend on how many chum salmon return to their river systems and would be measured by these abundance indices in 2024.
Okay. Is there a place in the analysis where there's some assessment of whether or not those are good, that 2020 lagged metrics are a good proxy for the number of fish that are, the number of chum salmon that are in the ocean?
Thank you for the question there. No, I guess if I'm understanding you correctly, the indices are not meant to determine an abundance of chum salmon in the ocean that might be encountered by the pollock fishery. So if that's the question, no, the document doesn't address that. But I'm not sure if that's what you're asking.
That is what I'm asking. If that's not the purpose of the index, what is the purpose of the index?
So abundance is being measured here as the returns in river that would be contributing towards escapement or other goals within the management framework. That's what abundance means. It's not a measure of how many chum salmon might be in the Bering Sea in a given year and caught as bycatch. The indices are determining whether or not a hard cap is going to be in place the following year for the pollock fishery.
I understand that operationally, but the reason we would want a policy that would associate a last year's returns with next year's level of chum salmon avoidance would be that we thought they were correlated.
Sure. So, through the chair, I think that's a different question. That's the purpose of the adult equivalency analysis, and at least for the upper middle Yukon, the impact rate, which provides a sense, at least for status quo in 2011 to 2023, of the effect of bycatch occurring in the pollock fishery on abundance for certain populations. So in that sense, that is a measure of the relationship of these things, but I guess I feel like I don't know how to help, like, I don't know how to answer your question in a way that would be helpful right now. I don't know
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the SSC. So I am aligned with what Kate is saying here. I think the policy objective isn't related to the correlation with the likelihood of encounters in the ocean. I think that the council's policy objective in looking at this alternative is looking at abundance in river, and in years when chum salmon is in decline in these rivers, having a policy response for the Bering Sea pollock fleet to respond to that. I don't think it's linked to the likelihood of encounters in the ocean, whether they're correlated or not. I think it's linked to the objective of trying to be responsive in the pollock fleet when there are years where there's low runs in river.
I agree, and I think we can reframe this as being in river, in which case I'd reframe my question as, if there were low runs in 2024, how related is that to low runs in 2025? If they were uncorrelated, this would not be a useful policy metric.
Through the chair, Chris, I think the paper does highlight some of the challenges with the lag effect that happens here. And as the analysis walks through alternative 3, you can see some of the years when there's a year with low run return for those river systems, and there isn't in that year, because of the lag effect, there isn't an operational response, or there isn't a regulatory change for the pollock fleet. So that is an inherent challenge of alternative 3, is there's going to be that lag, and you can see through the years where the PSC limit would kick into effect, or for alternative 3 option 2, it could decrease to 75% of the PSC limit that was in the previous year, and that would happen the year after. So there is that inherent challenge with the lag effect.
Thanks for clarification. I think that's something that we can take that up in our discussions again, potentially, if there's more. And I would remind everyone that we did comment on that a lot in April 24, a little bit, in terms of, there's really no index available that would give us a heads up of what's coming down the pipe. But if there's any other questions that would help us later on to make comments on this particular issue, Curry and then Martin.
Yeah, in line with this discussion, given that all these indices are retrospective in nature, as you characterized, to describe whether or not the stock is or these stocks are in a depressed status or not, has there been any discussion about whether or not there's utility in using the surface trawl survey data that NIMS is collecting that does index juvenile chum salmon in the Eastern Bering Sea?
Thank you for the question through the chair. No, not really. No.
And Martin?
Yeah, I'm not a salmon expert, but these return over multiple years. So a single year class is going to return. I mean, they didn't do the analysis, but it'd be easy to, I mean, it's something that'd be sort of easy to look at, and you would expect some year-to-year correlation in run returns. So, I mean, that might be the short answer, that there is correlation there.
Okay, I guess there wasn't a question in there, right? We yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, so if we have, I think we should keep in mind if we have any specific suggestions at how that can be maybe better captured in the analysis, that would be good. Not seeing any more questions right now. Go ahead.
Okay, so the next part of our presentation is going to cover the approach that we've used in the impact analysis, much of which is the same that we used in April. So in the instances where the SSC did not have specific recommendations for methodological changes, we used the same approach. And because there continues to be that overlap in the methodologies that are used within this iteration, we wanted to start with an overview of the retrospective analysis that was prepared using available fisheries-dependent data. And in doing so, we're also going to address some of those high-level and overarching comments from the April 2024 minutes.
So to begin, Mr. Chair, one of the overarching comments that the SSC had in April was related to the treatment of uncertainty in the analysis, including under the status quo, and concerns about asymmetric treatment of uncertainty. There were comments in the SSC minutes related to bias of interpretation of the results towards large pollock industry impacts and no analogous estimate of an upper bound on potential benefits being provided. And so just as a general reminder here regarding uncertainty, NEPA regulations require the disclosure and assessment of uncertainty around potential impacts. And this is an EIS, which is different from an EA, which are common in the council's process. EAs are required to eventually make a determination about significance on impacts, and EISs don't have that step. But EISs and EAs are required to disclose all of the components of uncertainty throughout the analysis. And there's many factors that create uncertainty across categories considered in this analysis. And these are not mutually exclusive categories, but just to kind of summarize some of them, this analysis has uncertainty in the results related to the retrospective data, and I'm going to speak to that in just a minute. In thinking about the retrospective analysis and talking about future impacts. Secondly, there's uncertainty because of the availability of nuanced data in order to answer questions about the marginal impacts of the proposed actions. And third, there's a type of uncertainty related to how closely connected the resource categories or the human dimensions components are to the regulatory changes that we're considering under these alternatives. So what kind of intervening variables there are, and how does that affect our ability to make definitive statements and conclusions? The nature of the uncertainty varies widely, and so it's deliberately addressed differently across resource components. And this iteration of the analysis sought to more clearly identify and describe the uncertainty related to the methodology and the assumptions and the conclusions that are drawn throughout the analysis. So starting with the retrospective analysis, so this preliminary DEIS relies on the exact same methodology, underlying methodology for the quantitative pieces across the resource components for alternative 2, 3, and somewhat analyzed under alternative 4. This is the same methodology from April, and it's also similar methods that have been used in other salmon PSC actions throughout the council over time. This essentially looks at catch and bycatch data from 2011 to 2023 and compares the details of the PSC limits that are being considered and the apportionments to those catch and bycatch estimates, and looks at the week end date when the pollock sector hypothetically would have closed. So this is the same quantitative methods that's used across resource components, but what's different is how far you can take those numbers and what qualitative descriptions and assumptions we pair with them. The estimates are intended to be an anchor point for consideration of future impacts, not an expectation of future impacts inherently in themselves. They're inherently focused on the potential impacts for an overall limit or corridor being met, and that point when the limit is met, but important impacts are likely to occur prior to and regardless of whether a closure occurs. Operational changes and the potential impacts on those changes must be described qualitatively through the analysis. The magnitude and success of those changes depend on a lot of factors. They depend on the limit selected, the specific vessel characteristics, the way behavior changes, financial vulnerability of individual vessels, interannual environmental conditions, and a number of other things. So in considering potential future impacts, these estimates are meant to be considered along with other qualitative dynamics highlighted throughout the analysis. That includes the nature, magnitude, and direction of uncertainty and the impacts related to behavioral changes. So one of the things that the SSC asked us to think about in this iteration is the incentive structures that are created by the different alternatives. So we have figure 1.5 that's in the executive summary of the analysis, and it looks at categorizing some of the incentives that may be created by the different alternatives. So this is an abbreviated version of that figure, and essentially it shows that there are incentives that exist even under no action, under alternative 1. And considering an alternative like a PSC limit layers on additional incentives. In particular, harvesters would be incentivized to avoid all chum salmon to prevent a fishery closure, or having to take more severe measures in terms of fleet consolidation or other responses. And that the level of that incentive and is based off of a vessel or cooperative level assessment of risk and likelihood of hitting the limit. So that if that risk is low, then they're less incentivized. But if it's medium or high, then they're highly incentivized to avoid all chum salmon. And that level of that perception of risk can be dynamic. It can be different at the beginning of the season versus the end of the season. It's going to be different by sector and even by individual vessel. Under alternative 4, the incentives that are created by that alternative, these alternative 4, as Kate mentioned, that's the list of additional IPA measures that would be adopted. A lot of these measures have already been adopted by the different sectors into their IPAs, and these behaviors have already been taken into account. So some of the incentives would be similar to status quo. Essentially, all of those provisions would be codified in regulation under alternative 4. Under alternative 5, there's potentially incentives that align with similar to the PSC limits overall, but because these sectors have a different overall dependence on these areas, as we're going to get into more in our analysis of alternative 5, there can be a different consequence for an area closure by sector. So the level of incentive is going to vary based on the sector's consideration of both the likelihood of the closure, but also the consequence of the closure. And this alternative doesn't necessarily incentivize Western Alaska chum salmon avoidance, but it could provide it if it moves vessels out of areas that have had higher rates of Western Alaska chum.
We got a question, Kaylin?
Yeah, I have a couple questions on this slide. So the first thing, Sarah, is wondering if you could just clarify for me the treatment of alternative 1 versus alternative 4 in the report. And this is less about what's being analyzed and really about how it's being presented. And so I'm seeing on this slide, alternative 4, the incentives, and I know there's a statement about the costs. We should think alternative 1 and alternative 4 are likely similar, although there's this long run consideration. But then in some figures, I see the benefits of alternative 4 differing from alternative 1. And so I think my question would be just to understand, if you could, at a very high level, was there a decision that the folks who wrote this report made that would help me think through kind of how this is set up? And again, not to do different analyses, but just thinking about the readability and presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Dr. Kreutz, to answer your question, we did struggle with this. The reality is that the IPAs have made changes to incorporate measures that would mostly align with all of the proposed regulatory provisions under Alternative 4. So that means that for the cost component of the analysis, they are already incurring the avoidance costs or whatever those associations might be from 2022 to 2024. And that is somewhat different from the potential benefit that Alternative 4 provides in terms of chum salmon savings from any of those measures. And that's because if the provisions of Alternative 4 are not eventually codified in regulations, the IPAs could be amended at any point in time in the future such that less stringent avoidance actions would be taken. So we did end up treating Alternative 4 a little bit differently when we were trying to look at the costs and benefits of it, because I think they deserve to be kind of viewed in two different ways, if that makes sense.
Follow up.
This is really odd. I've never seen something like this where it's really hard to think about a status. You almost could estimate an entire baseline or status quo absent the Alternative 4 that's already been potentially sort of implemented. So then I guess my only other question on this is how to think about then the retrospective sort of analysis, in the sense that that's all done on the retrospective data that is using essentially alternative, that period where Alternative 4 is implemented. And if there's a figure, if there's something that is really clear in the report or anywhere you would send me, I've been kind of going through and trying to pull out the different pieces and think through how to think about, yeah, Kate, what you were describing, the where the costs and benefits might show up and would be written up. And then I think there's something else, which is about how does Alternative 4 essentially being implemented to a certain degree impact the analysis of the other alternatives, which are against or conceptually presented as against Alternative 1.
Through the chair, Kaylin, this is one of the comments that the SSC had in April too that we're going to raise as a response to, but yeah, Alternative 4 has that challenging aspect to it. I think ultimately the analysis is required to compare the marginal impacts of Alternative 4 relative to the regulatory changes that would happen from Alternative 4 to no action. So we're comparing it to current regulatory structure, which included the adopted IPA measures. Those are part of, they were possible under status quo, and they're part of status quo. So like Kate said, any avoidance costs or any operational changes that happen are part of, they happen under status quo regulations. And so then when we're looking at Alternative 4 and what might happen if the council recommends that those regulatory changes, that's the piece that we focus in on, is the possibility for regulatory change and what that will do. And essentially for Alternative 4, the regulatory change, if those are codified in regulations, we expect the costs to be similar to those previous years. But like Kate said, it sets in stone those IPA provisions that have changed in the IPAs, but it sets them into regulations. And so that's what we're focused around, is the marginal impact of the regulatory change.
All right, thank you. I think Bob's question.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and apologizing. I'm going back a slide. Sarah, on the retrospective discussion, I'm not sure if this is going to come up in more detail later, but could you just characterize, and using the years 2011 through 2023, in how the team considered the other factors that are affecting the catch and the bycatch, like escapement, variability in hatchery fish from the genetic data, et cetera. There's the years are not similar. if you would. So was there consideration for parsing out those years in the retrospective discussions and finding years of like escapement, like conditions in the ocean, like, hatchery genetic data, et cetera? Can you characterize that just in terms of how the retrospective was considered as opposed to just a time series from 11 through 23 that's consistent?
Yeah, through the chair, I think the way to address that would mostly be qualitatively and nuanced and specific by resource category that we're going through, because those types of factors would be specific. And if the SSC has specific recommendations for areas that we should call out relative to those that aren't included in the paper, I think that would be helpful. And quantitative to the extent that we have them too. If we know that there was a specific different regime shift during a certain period, I think that would be helpful to call out in the paper and highlight. I don't know that we would make any changes with how the retrospective analysis is laid out. Maybe we'd bound those years differently and demonstrate. We could think of different ways to demonstrate how they might be different, but I think there are some examples in the analysis for different resource components where we point to years, like, for example, operational behavior changed in 2022 for each of the fleets. The CP fleet adopted different IPA measures and the other fleets adopted them voluntarily. So we know that there was a difference from 2022 on, and we call that out qualitatively in the analysis when we're looking at chum salmon bycatch and the pollock sector impacts. And so that would be a way to pair the retrospective information with additional important context.
Thanks. Looks like we're good. Go ahead.
Okay, so through the chair, so moving on from the incentive slide, again, the assumption is that especially under a PSC limit or a corridor cap, to the extent that the industry perceives a risk, we expect that they would change their behavior to the extent that they can. And because of that, we tried to highlight these expectations and nuances more explicitly in this version of the analysis. And this table uses some of the language that the SSC had in the April minutes related to lower and upper bounds. And this is meant to qualify the retrospective data and how we might interpret it. And as the SSC pointed out in the minutes last time, the interpretations can be different by resource category. So for example, because of this expectation of behavioral changes for chum salmon estimates, when we're looking at the retrospective numbers, these are essentially a lower bound of chum salmon savings because we're looking at the point at which the fleet would have been closed. So the sector would have been closed. So fishing behavior changes in response to the limits could further reduce chum salmon PSC. So when you're looking at those numbers, that's additional context. So that's not necessarily the case for Western Alaska chum salmon. We say that it's those retrospective values are really not a lower or upper bound because although the fleet could change their behavior, there's interannual variability in the proportion of Western Alaska chum salmon in the total bycatch. And given the behavior changes that occur, that number could go up or down. And Kate's going to speak more to that, and also for Chinook and herring. So then I just want to also highlight for the pollock fishery, for instance, that impact analysis includes retrospective estimates associated with foregone gross revenue. And as highlighted in April and also emphasized further, I think in this iteration, those estimates are an upper bound of gross revenue impacts. So behavioral changes could prevent or delay a closure, resulting in lower impacts. However, there could also be avoidance costs associated with that and also broader implications. And those types of things are discussed qualitatively, but the retrospective estimates where they're used are understood to be an upper bound. So then just highlighting, further emphasizing, because this was part of the SSC's comments, that it still wasn't possible for us to provide an upper bound for potential benefits from decreasing Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch, because our anchor points, what we use in the retrospective analysis, are not necessarily upper or lower bounds for Western Alaska chum salmon savings.
Okay, question from Kaylin.
Yeah, question on the first line here, the chum salmon. So the retrospective estimates, these are based on closing down the fishery. So that would be an upper, what, can you explain to me why that's a lower? And I was a little confused because some of the figures too with the arrows, like sometimes it's like, is it good or better is up, but that upward arrow is lower bycatch. So am I turned around here too?
Through the chair, Kaylin, so those are chum salmon savings. The retrospective analysis looks at if you stop the sector at a certain point in time, how many chum salmon weren't caught. So it's a lower bound in terms of savings. More chum salmon could be saved if. So I noticed that in the SSC minutes last time too. There's a distinction between the estimates that we have are chum salmon savings, but if you're thinking of it in terms of additional chum salmon, then you might think of it as an upper bound. But based on the estimates we have, it's how many are not caught. Is that helpful? No?
Thank you. Yeah, there were a number of the points in the report where this is actually helpful that I need to think really, I need to look really carefully at, I guess, these many different types of reported numbers.
Chris, go ahead.
Am I right in interpreting these chum salmon savings as the savings of chum salmon in general or specifically Western Alaska chum salmon?
Mr. Chair, so thank you for the question. It varies. So we present the data in different ways, right? So we have total chum salmon savings, we have Western Alaska chum salmon savings, and then we also have the AEQ estimates on savings for alternatives 2 and 3 compared to status quo. So I'm in alignment with Sarah that when we think about total chum salmon savings, those numbers are based off of the date that a cap would have been met retrospectively, and that method ignores any of the likely future potential changes in fishing behavior. And so when we think about total chum salmon savings and we look at those retrospective numbers, in reality, if the fleet stays below that cap in the future, the total chum salmon savings would be greater than what that retrospective estimate is showing you. But that same logic doesn't inherently apply for Western Alaska chum salmon because the proportion varies each year and it's affected by many different things. So that's why we don't say Western Alaska chum salmon savings should be taken as a lower or upper bound because it would ultimately depend on the fleet's behavior and encounters within that year in the future.
I think we're good. Go ahead.
Okay, so this slide and the next are again just intended to be reference points for the SSC, and they provide a very high level overview of the different quantitative and qualitative methods that we use to evaluate each alternative. So as Sarah just mentioned, we're inherently doing a retrospective analysis throughout this document because we're relying on that fisheries dependent data. So the methods and approach that we used for each of these different categories and each alternative really did require some slightly different treatment. And those tables here are providing you some information on what we did. And it's just meant to pull it all together in one place. But as an example, for Chinook salmon, in addition to the potential estimates on reductions because of an early bee season closure, we emphasize the temporal dynamics more in this iteration of the analysis, and that's because Chinook salmon bycatch rates increase in September and October, so in the later aspects of the bee season. And this dynamic for Chinook is different from chum salmon, which tend to be encountered in higher numbers during the early and middle parts of the bee season. And then this slide is again just a reference point for you covering the methods that were used for alternatives 3 through 5. And as we have already discussed, alternative 4 is different from alternative 2, 3, and 5 in that it doesn't include a cap that could close all or part of the fishing grounds. So for alternative 4, we evaluated the IPA's proposed measures that are designed to respond to the regulatory changes. And alternative 5 is different from alternatives 2 and 3 because it includes the time area closures. So this means the fishery is not going to close if that area specific cap is met, because fishing can continue elsewhere on the fishing grounds if vessels and after September or on September 1st through the end of the bee season, if vessels would like to return to the corridor to continue fishing, they may choose to do so. So the displacement of catch and the subsequent PSC encounters in those areas are key determinants of future outcomes, and we'll cover that in a lot more depth once we get to the alternative 5 impact analysis and walk through some of those methods. Okay, so this next section of the presentation is going to walk through some additional and specific responses to the SSC minutes that reflect some of the larger shifts in the quantitative and qualitative components of the impact analysis. And so with that, we're going to start with the SSC's comments on unintended consequences. So the following section of the presentation is going to speak to the ways that we address the SSC's comments on the potential for the alternatives to create unintended consequences for other PSC species, which we understood to mean adverse effects on these other PSC species, depending upon the fleet's response to the new management alternatives being considered for chum. And in particular, the SSC's April minutes had highlighted Western Alaska chum, Chinook salmon, and herring. So that's what we're going to cover here. So beginning with the potential impacts on Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch, a global change that we made throughout the impact analysis related to Western Alaska chum and in response to the SSC's minutes is that we acknowledged and further emphasized that the potential outcomes for Western Alaska chum are uncertain. So depending on the alternative or option, as well as the fleet's behavior response, there's a wide range of potential impacts that could be realized. For each alternative and option, we considered the relevant and available retrospective genetic stock composition estimates, and we considered the incentive structure created by the alternative and the sector's likely responses to these measures, as Sarah has already spoken to. And in a specific example of how we address the potential for unintended outcomes for Western Alaska chum salmon is under alternative 2 and 3, which include hard caps that would close the pollock fishery if the cap is met. That alternative doesn't inherently provide an incentive for the fleet to reduce Western Alaska chum salmon, but rather total chum salmon. The analysis expects that pollock fishermen would target fishing grounds with the lowest chum salmon bycatch rates and also areas with high pollock CPUE. So they'd be looking to achieve high efficiency with a low risk of extending the bee season while also keeping their chum salmon bycatch low. And these areas that have low chum salmon bycatch rates and high pollock CPUE may or may not also have low proportions of Western Alaska chum. There's also variability in the estimated proportion and the estimated number of Western Alaska chum salmon that are caught as bycatch each year. And that's what we tried to capture for you in figure 317 from the analysis. And so it's the incentive structure and this kind of intervariability within the estimated proportion would make it challenging for alternatives 2 and 3 alone to inherently reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch.
Go ahead, Kaylin.
So if I'm looking at the summary tables and figures with the little arrows, based on what you just said, for alternative 2 and alternative 3, I should expect an arrow that is going side to side, indicating that for the Western Alaska, I'm sorry, Chris, I realized your comment, like to specify what, I don't actually know what I'm talking about. So I wish that you could have, I don't know if I've got it wrong or if anyone knows what I think I'm talking about, that would be helpful. But so I'm asking this because I wasn't always clear, because sometimes I thought with alternative 2, with the 100K cap, there was I thought I saw instances where the expectation actually was that the Western Alaska would decrease. And so I was trying to kind of figure out what supported that. But then I think for example, what you just said is, at least in my understanding, different from what I might have read in a few of those instances. So I'm wondering if you could just talk about that and clarify my thinking there.
Sure, that's a good question. So I think you're referring to table 1.5 in the executive summary and the upward arrow for 100,000 chum salmon, the PSC limit under alternative 2 and 3. And you are correct. So one of the inferences that we made in the analysis is that if the pollock fishery was able to achieve bycatch in the future at the lowest levels observed in our analyzed period, so 2012, 2013, and 2023, where your total chum PSC is very low, your estimated number of Western Alaska chum salmon would also be lower than the average of that period, but the proportion itself would still vary. So it's less of an emphasis on the proportion that's encountered because the total chum PSC is dropping down. But for this part of the presentation, we were really just trying to address how we dealt with the uncertainty in the outcome for Western Alaska chum. And Western Alaska chum, we are meaning the Coastal Western Alaska Reporting Group and the Upper Middle Yukon Reporting Group. And when those are combined, it's Western Alaska, and that includes all of the stocks from Kotzebue down through Bristol Bay. Okay, so next we're going to cover the potential impacts on Chinook salmon bycatch. So this is speaking to the way this iteration of the analysis addressed the SSC's request related to the possibility for the alternatives to create unintended and adverse effects on Chinook salmon. So one of the things that we emphasized with this iteration in February is that the potential impacts on Chinook could be expressed as or be realized as a range, which is to say they could be positive, meaning there is a decrease in bycatch, neutral, or adverse. The potential for positive impacts, so for Chinook salmon bycatch reductions as compared to status quo, would only be expected to result from an early bee season closure, in the sense that otherwise the alternatives that we're looking at for changing the chum salmon bycatch regulations don't inherently provide incentives for Chinook avoidance as they're focused on chum salmon. Second, the analysis presents retrospective data differently from the prior iterations. So we provided fleet-wide savings for each cap and year under alternative 2 in table 342 in the document, or table 342, excuse me. The third change is that the analysis provides more information on the potential interactions with Chinook salmon PSC in the later aspects of the bee season. And that's what we pulled forward for you here in the presentation, which is figure 329 from the analysis. And so it's comparing the weekly chum salmon bycatch rates, which are shown in the black bars, the average Chinook bycatch rates in gray, and then the pollock harvest in blue. The timing of Chinook and chum salmon bycatch in the bee season is dissimilar. So the analysis is more clear on the potential for the alternatives to have unintended consequences on Chinook PSC, and that the potential for these unintended outcomes to occur increases under alternatives and options that constrain the fishery to a degree where diverted pollock catch to these later aspects in the bee season becomes more likely.
Couple questions, Chris, and then Curry.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, you might get to it. I don't know. Do you have, or could you point me in the direction to what the Chinook bycatch was in the last couple of years when the new IPA regulations were in place, just to see what that has done to Chinook bycatch? Thanks.
Sure. Thank you for the question. My handy dandy binder here. So yes, we do provide that for you in the analysis of alternative 1 and the characterization of the baseline for Chinook, which is in chapter 3. And we have it's table 341 in the document. It provides you each sector's A season, B season, and the subtotal, as well as the interannual total. So in the recent years that the IPA measures have been in place, In 2022, there were 6,337 Chinook salmon caught as bycatch, and in 2023, 11,855 Chinook salmon caught as bycatch. That's fleet-wide, yeah.
Then Curry.
Yeah, thank you very much. With respect to this figure, I got a little confused going back and forth. I tend to think in day of year or calendar date. September 1st is which week of the year when we start thinking about impacts of alternative 5 potentially shifting effort later in bee season?
Thank you for the question. That's a good one. So I think so the statistical week that is aligned with that specific date varies each year. But for alternative 5, we were really looking at the closure window between the statistical week 24 and week 35. So really you'd be looking at September starting typically around statistical week 36.
Thank you.
Okay, question from Pat.
Thanks. Just to help me out here on this figure. So when I see the rate of salmon bycatch low for high pollock harvest and high for low pollock harvest, that would seem to me that it's strictly a result of the pollock harvest and not a result of anything associated with salmon. Is that correct? I mean, if the pollock harvest goes down, but the number of salmon that continues to be caught, but am I thinking of that correctly? You're saying that we're seeing it as a rate, right? So it's like, are we actually catching more salmon for less harvest? Is that what's happening in the later part of the year? And that's because there's more salmon out there or something like that? Is that's how I'm interpreting it, but is that correct?
Yes and no. So you are correct in the sense that when you see lower pollock catch and those high rates, yes, there is an increased number of chum in the catch for pollock, but that's not necessarily that there's more chum out there for these, like the black bars, I think is what you're focused on, right? So it also could just be the timing and the place of where they're fishing and different operational choices to prioritize Chinook, which is required by regulation for the later aspect of the bee season. So there's probably a variety of factors that are underlying that. But in principle, yes, that is what you're looking at.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Kate. Is there a graphic in the analysis or maybe one of the previous analyses that we can compare to this that shows a spatial component so that we can take this alongside with understanding where potential movement of the fleet is driving some of this trend?
Thank you, Dr. Foy, for the question. Yes, so I think what I would point you to is figure 330 in the document, and this is where we break it out by the in-season corridor, so you can start to see the rates and how they change, and I'll speak to that later in the presentation, but that gives you at least a partial spatial depiction of those data.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so the next slide is speaking to the revisions that we made related to herring bycatch. Similar to Chinook, the analysis more clearly expressed the potential impacts here as a range. However, the impact analysis for herring focuses more on the potential operational trade-offs that may present themselves under the proposed alternatives. So for herring, the analysis focuses on a spatial component for how the fleet interacts with both of these PSC species. Herring PSC is managed under time area closures that are triggered by a PSC limit, and the timing of the area closures coincides with when a fishery meets the limit. Herring encounters for the fleet are generally higher in the B season compared to the A season. And on the right-hand side of the slide here are the three different herring savings areas, the summer herring savings area 1, which is depicted in blue, summer herring savings area 2 depicted in green, and the winter savings area depicted in red. So all of those closure areas have dates that fall within the range of the pollock bee season, and there is a potential for unintended consequences to occur if the fleet, while responding to new measures for chum salmon avoidance, inadvertently caught more herring and triggered a closure. So, for instance, the winter herring savings area is shown, like I said, in the red square up in the northwest corner of the Bering Sea. And that winter savings area closes on September 1st. So if the PSC limit is met, which could have the unintended outcome of moving the CP fleet out of that area in September and October and further southwest where chum interactions may increase, we could expect an adverse outcome potentially for chum salmon. And I guess I would point you to table 346 in the document, which provides information on rates inside and outside of the different areas. And typically, the herring bycatch rates are lower inside the winter herring savings areas compared to outside. And so that was one of the pieces that you had asked for in your April minutes that we had tried to respond to when we were thinking about the interactions between herring and chum. Okay, so the next part of the presentation is going to speak to the quantitative and qualitative analyses prepared. And these requests were specific to exploring a way to develop a simplified AEQ model for chum salmon and looking at different ways for the analyst to scale bycatch under the status quo, as well as the potential reductions in bycatch due to the proposed alternatives. And then we'll also discuss the potential impacts to pollock industry. But we're going to do a staff change if you don't mind, so Dr. Berry can come up and present the AEQ.
Actually, because we have the turnover, we'll just take a quick, relatively short bathroom break, and you guys can get set up. So how about starting at 9:35? Okay, if you guys could take your seats, we'll get started again. Okay, I think we're ready for Dr. Berry's presentation.
Good morning, members of the SSC. My name is Patrick Berry. I'm a research geneticist at the Alaska Fishery Science Center. And today I'll be presenting some slides on the simplified chum salmon adult equivalent analysis that we performed. Okay. So because of SSC Council and a public request for a simplified chum salmon adult equivalent model, we undertook this analysis basically to estimate the number of chum salmon from Western Alaska specifically. And so that includes the summer coastal Western Alaska stocks from Kotzebue Sound south to the Nushagak, as well as the fall run Yukon stocks. And so we'll be specifically talking about those two genetic groups. So how many of those fish caught as bycatch would have returned to their natal streams had bycatch not occurred? And so this discounts the total B season bycatch by some amount of natural mortality that occurs, and then accounts for differences in the maturation schedule. So we know that fish of certain ages don't have the same probability of maturing as they're kind of cruising around the Bering Sea. This model was developed for Chinook salmon by Ian Ellie and Stram. And the SSC has seen reports on the Chinook salmon AEQ a couple of times. It most recently has been updated and is available in Appendix 5. It was also applied to chum salmon in the 2012 analysis of some chum salmon management measures. This was a simplified model of the Chinook salmon that was applied then. And so that forms kind of the basis for our analysis here. But there are some minor modifications that I'll try to highlight as we go through these slides. So we'll start with kind of a conceptual model of just chum salmon life history in the Bering Sea to highlight some of the parameters that go into this AEQ analysis. And so here we have kind of an immature population, and it's comprised of multiple different ages of chum salmon that all are kind of out in the Bering Sea feeding. And so we see ages 2 through 7. And each year, all of those ages, there's some probability of, say, age 2 fish that survive and in the next year become age 3 fish, and so on and so forth. Of those age 2 fish, some fish will die at sea.
Go ahead, question from Chris.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, you mentioned that these fish are swimming around the Bering Sea. Isn't there a lot of evidence that a lot of these fish in juvenile states are also further along in the Gulf and outside in the North Pacific as well? Or do you suggest that all of these fish are in the Bering Sea proper? Thanks.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, so this is kind of just a conceptual model. Obviously, depending on the time of year, a lot of these fish will migrate from the Bering Sea to the Gulf of Alaska to feed. So there's quite a bit of movement. This is mostly just to kind of illustrate a lot of the parameters that are underlying this model. That answer your question? Okay. Okay, so yeah, so each of these ages of fish from 2 to 7, some proportion of those fish will incur natural mortality. And sources of that natural mortality include diseases and parasites, just starvation from not being able to find enough prey items, or predation. And so the amount of natural mortality typically is highest for those younger ages. So the natural mortality of age 2 fish is much higher than, say, age 6 and 7 fish. In addition to that natural mortality, some proportion of the fish, ages 3 through 7, will mature. And so they'll kind of transition from this immature population to the mature population that is all of the fish that go back to the spawning grounds. And so the probability of maturing in the ocean also varies by age. So there are age-specific maturation probabilities. And again, the probability of maturing kind of at this lower, your younger age, is less than the older ages. And so there's a higher probability of maturing as you age. So in addition to that is our bycatch population. And so we know just from, having observers at sea monitor the pollock fishery, there are quite a few chum salmon that are caught as bycatch every year. And we observe ages 2 through 7 in the bycatch. And so we actually have really good estimates of the number of fish. We actually have a census because the fishery is completely monitored. All chum salmon are counted at sea. 1 in 30 of those are sampled for scales for aging and genetic tissue samples to estimate the stock composition estimates. But you can see that a lot of the kind of the demographic parameters that go into this immature population are shared with this bycatch population if they weren't caught. So all of these fish are dead, but if they weren't dead, they would have the same kind of demographic parameters underlying how they would mature and die at sea. And so if we were to just look at the proportion of fish of each age that matured and sum them over years, they would represent this adult equivalent estimate or population. So that's kind of the conceptual model. And so the parameters that underlie this that we need are the bycatch population estimate, so the catch at age for the bycatch, the natural mortality at age, and then the oceanic maturity schedule for these fish. And so the next couple of slides, we're going to kind of go through how we parameterize the model and kind of the assumptions that underline all of these parameters. So that is a conceptual model. This is the formal model for the AEQ. And you can see that it's comprised of 2 different terms. The first on the left is the current year's bycatch. And that's the number of fish at age that are expected to mature in that year. And so on the right-hand side, that is the prior year's bycatch that survived and is expected to mature at a given age. And so the second term on the right can lead to kind of a delayed effect of the AEQ, where fish that are caught in prior years are actually accumulating in the AEQ year that we're looking at. So in certain years, you can have an AEQ estimate that exceeds the B season bycatch because of this lagged effect.
Yeah, question from Ian.
I have a couple questions, actually, and if this isn't the right place, feel free to put them until later in the presentation. The first one is just with regard to relative fecundity. So numbers of AEQ and numbers is one way to think about this. Could you just talk us through the relative fecundity of a 4 versus a 7-year-old? And is that large enough that we should be thinking about these as slightly different, or is it really just fish and a fish? And I have one more follow-up too.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. We didn't look at relative fecundity, especially at age. And so we're talking about genetic groups that extend from Kotzebue Sound to the Nushagak. And I assume that, obviously there are a lot of, there's a lot of variability in all of these parameters for those stocks. And I'm not sure we have very good estimates for all of those different regions, nor do we have their relative abundances in the bycatch. Obviously, fecundity does differ by age. Larger fish have more eggs, but that's not something that we try to incorporate in this simplified AEQ. Yeah.
And unrelated question. If I understand it correctly, in the 2012 analysis and in the Chinook AEQ, the buildup of the analysis works through spatial strata. But I think in this analysis, you didn't use spatial strata. And could you comment? Maybe I've misinterpreted that, but could you comment on that and or why that change was made?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, so I will get to this a little bit, but I can just answer it now. So for the Chinook model, to estimate the proportion of each age, Dr. Iannelli and Stram used catch-at-length data by producing age length models or age length tables that are stratified in time, because we know that in the A season and the B season, the catch it or the length weight relationship for a certain age, or the length age relationship changes because length changes from the A to the B season. And so you have to stratify that by creating these length age tables. We don't do that in this analysis. So we're not trying to estimate the proportion of each age using lengths. And that's because for the most part, within the years that we consider, we don't have a lot more lengths than we have total ages. So going back in time before 2011, for Chinook salmon specifically, we had a ton more lengths. And so, and sampling of the bycatch wasn't systematically randomly sampled. And so that's why the stratification was used and lengths were used. Catch at length was used instead of just the age proportions.
And so the sampling rate is consistent across space, and so there's no need to use a stratified estimator to account for any differences in sampling rates?
Through the chair.
For the genetics?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for the question. So from 2011 through now, it is systematically random sampled. 1 in 30 chum salmon are sampled for both scales and genetics. Prior to that, it was not. And so there are certain years that go into this AEQ that were not weighted based on kind of the relative bycatch. But it's relatively small number of fish that are accumulating within the AEQ that are not systematically random sampled. Yeah.
Thanks.
Just a quick follow-up on that. So length in this model, length is not really used at all, right?
Through the chair. Yes, length is not used in this model to estimate the age proportions.
All right, go ahead.
So for estimating for parameterizing mortality, we borrowed the values from the prior analysis. There is a lot of uncertainty in age-specific mortality that there's large interannual variability. We know that, over this time period, there were large changes in the marine environment, particularly during the blob years, where we would assume that marine mortality was much lower than other years. And so we're talking about years 2014, 15, 19, where we would assume that natural mortality would be much lower. We do not try to account for that. We do not have very good estimates of marine mortality, specifically age-specific marine mortality for this time series. And so we just made the assumption that we would use values from the prior analyses as proxies with the understanding that there is this large interannual variability that we're not capturing.
Question from Curry?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Berry. In terms of the provenance of those mortality estimates in the original 2012 analysis, are these from another region, or how are those derived?
Thank you. Through the chair, Diana Stram, council staff. Thank you, Dr. Cunningham. We just used a conservative estimate. We didn't have a lot of data. We had 3 different scenarios. And like Dr. Berry said, we ended up recommending the scenario 2. It's a very conservative mortality by age. We didn't have any additional data. When we tried to look into it more for this, there's some very limited data from Asian hatchery fish, especially the higher mortality at the younger age near shore. But we decided to just be consistent with the previous, but I wouldn't say it was it was really just an assumption. And we did sensitivity analyses on it, on that, and in Chinook as well. The model was pretty insensitive, as I recall, to changes in that. But again, if we used a much higher mortality rate, we'd see, scaling lower levels.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good. Go ahead.
For the oceanic maturation schedule, we estimated that assuming the mortality and in-river age composition data, and those were compiled from 6 systems in Western Alaska, as well as 5 different years for the Yukon River fall. And so you can see that for these Western Alaska summer run, there is some variability among systems, particularly in the younger and older age classes. For some of the systems, there is a non-zero probability of maturing very early and some non-zero probabilities of maturing at older ages. Additionally, there's some variability within the fall run Yukon among years. And so we know that the age at maturity is both, there is a genetic as well as an environmental component to age at maturity. And so we didn't try to weight the systems for Western Alaska. We don't have very good estimates for the relative abundances of all of the systems. And so we just took an average value from both of those 2 data sets to parameterize this model.
Thanks, Pat. Question from Andrew.
Yeah, thanks. I did have a question. So the stocks that are used, the age comps for the stocks used for the Western Alaska group, that's a pretty large geographic area, but this looks like this is limited to sort of Kuskokwim Bay area. Were there other data that were available for the Yukon or anywhere else further north? Thanks.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the question, through the chair. Dr. Monroe, we knew that we were already, we had better data for the Kuskokwim. We obviously used the Yukon fall data because we did have that. We made a decision to use what was available for the Kuskokwim, understanding that it was going to represent the entire Western Alaska rather than try to average it across another river system. I guess we could have looked into the Yukon summer to see if we had equivalent information there. If you recall, when we did this for Chinook, where we had really good information as well as run sizes, we used a variety of rivers across Western Alaska, as well as other systems, and then we weighted the results of those average age comps across the river systems based on the relative run sizes. We didn't have equivalent information like that for this, so we just used, and actually I would say also for Chinook, both I believe in 2012 as well as the AEQ, the relative weighting ends up heavily favoring the Kuskokwim. So we just made the decision, understanding that we had a lot of uncertainties anyways, to just use the data that we had for the Kuskokwim, understanding that that's a caveat and using it to represent a really broad river system.
Bob.
So continuing that, thinking more from a temporal perspective, is there any data or do we have an understanding of the relative magnitude of interannual variability? I know temperature is not in here, but interannual variability and when you see more of those younger age classes in these river systems? No. Okay. I can read.
Through the chair, Dr. Boyd. Do you mean in the maturation rates by age? we didn't really look into that. We were just trying to get a reasonable estimate of over the most recent 5 years. We did also look at in all of these time sets, there's a table in the document that tells you kind of the caveats across those river systems, and that's why the years are different for them. Going through even just the data for those year sets, not all of the weirs were functional. There was a lot of caveats already on averaging across those years, and which ones were available. So then we also looked at the first part of the time series, which also has different years sets available to try to look at changes in maturity over time. But we just kind of felt like we were going a little bit too far out on a limb when we didn't have the greatest of data to begin with.
Okay, go ahead.
So here's a table of the age-specific, stock-specific values for both the Yukon fall and the Western Alaska summer run. And so the age ones are just there for completeness. We don't see any age one fish in the bycatch, to be clear. So for the oceanic mortality, we can see that oceanic maturation, as fish age, there is a higher probability of them becoming mature, with no age 2 fish maturing, and at least for the Yukon fall run, all age 6 fish mature. That's different from the Western Alaska summer run, where a smaller proportion of age 6 fish and all fish mature at age 6. And so that oceanic maturation schedule differs between stocks, but the survival, the age-specific survival, is shared between those two stocks. So just to be clear of what groups we are talking about, and how we have changed the arrangement of our genetic baseline. So because we are trying to estimate the Western Alaska summer and fall run Yukon stocks, which are of how ADF&G and U.S. Fish and Wildlife manage this region, we had to reanalyze a lot of the age-specific genetic data that we have, because typically in our genetic reports, we report on the coastal Western Alaska and upper middle Yukon groups. And so that upper middle Yukon group isn't exactly the fall run stock. There are 5 different populations in that upper middle Yukon that are classified as summer run, and they're listed here. And so originally, when they developed the genetic baseline, we used genetic similarities among the populations to minimize bias in our estimates. And so that is how we typically analyze these data. For management considerations, where there is a specific management application, we instead use the coastal Western Alaska summer and fall Yukon groups. This leads to a very minor change. And so in the DEIS, when we're talking about all the other genetic analyses, those 5 individual populations are grouped in the upper middle Yukon, okay? And so we now have the age-specific maturation, age-specific mortality. What we need now is the annual bycatch at age. And so, as I said, for the total bycatch, we have a census from observers at sea. And a portion of those, 1 in 30, are sampled for both scales and genetics. And from those scales, we can estimate the overall proportion of each age class. And so from 2005 to 22, over those 18 years, there were 27,518 chum salmon successfully aged. And you can see the proportion of each age class here on the left. The majority of fish through time are age 4, with about, I think, 58%. The next most common age class is age 3. And then age 5. You can see the age 3s, the proportion generally increases through time, whereas the age 5s decrease. And then age 2, 6, and 7 typically represent less than 2% of the bycatch. And so using just these estimated proportions and the known total bycatch, we can arrive at a catch at age table. So the total number of fish at each age through time. We then need to estimate the stock specific catch at age. And to do there is the uncertainty age estimation. And so when we're estimating all of these ages, there is uncertainty that is not captured. So very skilled age readers use these scale patterns as fish grow. They accumulate these rings on their scales called circuli, and the pattern in those circuli indicates summer and winter growth. And so skilled age readers, not I, can look at these and distinguish the age of a fish. Occasionally, however, and this is something that we're starting to kind of get into now, is that there are examples of scales where multiple scale age readers will look at it, and there will be enough ambiguity where there's not a consensus age given. And so this is an example of one of those ambiguous scale patterns where this fish was aged as a 4, 5, and 6-year-old by 6 different age readers. And so there are areas where it's either an actual check or false growth. There's some age reabsorption along the edge. There's also the fact that these are scales that are collected from fish from a bycatch trawl. And so often these fish are squished and lacking scales completely. Often observers have to peel back a fin and sample from a protected area. So they are not preferred scales, to be clear. Additionally, occasionally we get some pollock scales involved in the sampling.
Whoop,
I think we had a question here from Chris.
yeah, thanks. Could you go back one slide for me, Pat? Just remind me, are these numbers of bycatch, is this Western Alaska bycatch or is this total bycatch in the fishery? Thanks.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. This is just the annual bycatch at age, not breaking it into each of the different reporting groups yet. That's next.
So this includes Asian chum, all of that stuff is here. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Correct. This is, so if you sum across the ages, that will sum to the total bycatch that was encountered in the B season specifically.
And then just to follow up, I assume we don't have any good estimates of maturity and mortality and things of Asian fish. Is that true? Thanks.
Through the chair. So this AEQ is specific to the coastal Western Alaska summer run and the fall Yukon. We're not going to touch on any of the other reporting groups because this is total bycatch. We're not breaking it into the reporting groups yet. Yeah.
Chris.
Is there a reason to think that we are more likely to bycatch maturing fish than non-maturing fish?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. So the probability of maturing at age is given here with these gamma sub A's. So the probability of maturing as a age 5-year-old fish is much higher than a age 3-year-old fish. And so we know that the majority of the bycatch is going to be 3s and 4s from this table. So 3s and 4s are the most common. So 4-year-olds are this line up here. The proportion of the bycatch is 4s, proportion of the bycatch 3s, and then proportion of the bycatch 5. And so are we catching more mature fish? Some proportion of the age 4s will mature, but we're not catching like a lot of. Does that answer your question? I don't want to continue just rambling.
I'm only partially formed on this, but consider you have 4-year-olds who are maturing and 4-year-olds who are not, right? And 4-year-olds who are maturing at this point in whatever migration pattern they're engaging to, because they're maturing, they're heading back to the river, whereas the others are not, right? Is there a reason to think that we'd be more likely to encounter one who was on their heading back to the river path than a fish of the same brood year that was not maturing and not heading back to the river?
Thanks for the question. I don't think that's something that I can pull from these data. We don't know the final location of a fish that was caught in the bycatch, where it was on its way to, because these fish spend the summer in the Bering Sea and then spend winters often in the Gulf of Alaska. So they're transitioning from those two ecosystems, annually. We see that in the bycatch, obviously, because we don't catch, well, they do not catch many chum salmon in the A season. And so they're obviously not overlapping with a pollock fishery at that point. And so I'm not sure if we can identify fish that are just transitioning between those two ecosystems versus fish that are following a migration pathway to their spawning grounds.
Okay, if I can follow up on that, just to get that clear. So you estimated these maturation rate based on the looking at the age compositions in the bycatch versus age composition in the river, or?
Through the chair, no, this is based on the age composition in the river. So that's what we use for the maturation estimates, is the age comp that is in the river. We don't have anything that, as Dr. Berry was saying, that would give us an idea of the maturation rates of the ones that are caught in the ocean.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I think we're good.
Additionally, I think before 2011, observers did try to estimate maturation rates within the bycatch, but I think they were really unreliable, and so they stopped trying to do that.
Okay, go ahead.
So now we're going to get at the annual bycatch at age by stock group. And again, specifically talking about the Western Alaska summer and Yukon fall group. And so to look at the stock specific catch, we first have to estimate the proportion of each age that is of a certain genetic group. And so how we do that is we perform genetic stock identification on the most abundant age classes, the age 3, age 4, and age 5 fish. We do not have the ability to estimate the stock composition of age 2 fish because they are so infrequent, nor can we do age 6 or 7. And so we use the most similar age class as a proxy. And so in the left-hand graphs, you can see the stock proportions of each age by year. So 2005 on the left to 2022 on the right. And you can see that there's quite a bit of variation in the stock proportion of these groups through time. So in each year, you can have variability in the proportion of age 3 fish that are of Western Alaska or Yukon fall origin. Additionally, there's substantial variation of the proportion of each reporting group among ages, specifically kind of highlighting the really high proportion of Eastern Gulf of Alaska, Pacific Northwest for age 3s versus age 5s. And so to estimate the catch at age by stock group, we take these proportions and then multiply them by that catch at age table that is the total B season bycatch. And so here on the right-hand side is the estimated number of chum salmon by age by stock group. So we have Western Alaska summer and Yukon fall. And this is the time series from 2006 through 2022 with each age graphed separately. And so this is just the number of fish of each age with its uncertainty. And so to be clear, the Western Alaska stock group is much more abundant. And so the scale of this is much higher than the scale for the Yukon fall run. So the upper bound here is 60,000, whereas for the fall run Yukon, it's about a quarter of that, or 15,000. Additionally, you can see that in certain years for certain age classes, there is substantial uncertainty around those estimates. So for 2018, or sorry, 2017, for age 4 fall Yukon fish, the estimate spans from about 7,500 up to just over 15,000 fish. So there is uncertainty around these. With that, we have the age-specific mortality, the maturation schedule, and the stock-specific catch at age. So we can just use that formal equation for the AEQ to compute the adult equivalent by year. And so here I have graphed the B season bycatch estimate in blue and the adult equivalent estimate in red for both the Western Alaska summer run and fall Yukon run. And again, the scales on these graphs are different.
Actually, I have a question on that. This really surprised me, and I want to make sure I understand that though. So these are the estimated the fish that might have made it back, right? Given the maturity schedules and the assumed mortalities, I would have expected those numbers to be considerably lower, especially if you look at like Yukon Fall, where they, on average, shouldn't they be substantially lower than the B season bycatch?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. The survival, I think, is probably much. I mean, it's a pretty conservative estimate for survival, I think. The survival in that table is, I think, relatively high considering. For the Western Alaska summer run, obviously, in I think the majority of years, there is the AEQ estimate is substantially less than the B season bycatch. For the Yukon fall, however, it's I think 7 out of the 12 years. The AEQ estimate was lower. And so this is just based on the mean estimate. We've also tried to incorporate some uncertainty on a lot of these parameter estimates. So that's the stochastic model that is outlined in the end of the Appendix 4. And so it accounts for uncertainty in all of the age stock composition estimates and maturity. And the large kind of difference between the two is that the uncertainty around the AEQ overlaps much more with just the B season bycatch estimate. But yeah, the AEQ is not that much smaller than each B season estimate. It's definitely much smaller for the Western Alaska summer run, but at the same time, that's a much larger proportion of the bycatch overall.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take your word for it. Terry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, is it fair to say that this is because there is not a large difference between the age composition of the fish that are caught as bycatch and the age structure of the return, and the fact that additional marine mortality is not being applied between those two sort of steps in the process?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, I think that's part of it. Again, the assumed mortality is also very low, so survival is very high. So any fish that does decide to delay maturation has a high probability of accumulating in the AEQ in future years. And you can see that that's the case often when you have kind of a reduction in overall bycatch, say the Western Alaska summer run from 2011 to 2013. The B season bycatch drops drastically, but the AEQ lags it. It's because you're accumulating fish that were caught as bycatch in prior years that delayed maturity, didn't incur natural mortality, and then accumulate in that next year.
Curry, follow up, and then Pat.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, sort of thinking back to the original equation structure and the order of operation. So if we're thinking about Western Alaska summer chum, and we're thinking about bee season bycatch, if an individual is returning at that age, we're assuming that they are, does the timeline work out such that they would be able to either be encountered as bycatch and or be part of the return, the summer chum return?
Through the chair. Yeah, so we don't try to stratify by time within the season. Obviously, the bee season extends from 10 June until 1 November. And so a fish that's caught at the later stages, closer to October, November, is most likely not going to be a fish that's returning to spawn. We do not make that distinction within this model.
Thank you.
And then Pat.
Great, thanks. And thanks for the presentation. So let me ask a naive question here. So can we then from this graph suggest that the bee season bycatch could be a good proxy for the adult equivalent?
Through the chair, I think that the stock specific estimates for the Western Alaska summer run and the fall Yukon run are relatively good proxies when trying to kind of estimate the overall adult equivalence given the underlying assumptions of this model. And so if you have deviations from either that oceanic mortality, or sorry, the age-specific mortality or the oceanic maturity schedule, then this relationship could change.
I could do a follow-up.
But
So thanks. I want to preface this by saying I really appreciate the theory behind this, the mechanistic follow through and all of the work that's gone into this. I'm curious if any other like simple regressions have been done with regard to chum in 1 year relative to chum in the other, chum relative to bycatch of chum, and chum in this relative to the pollock or the other directed catches to see the level of uncertainty that's there as opposed to trying to do it all mechanistically, like just statistical relationships to see if there's anything here that would be useful for saying what's going to happen back at the streams.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the question that I can address in it. Have we done any correlations between the total bycatch encountered and the pollock harvested? Is that the question?
Like what's happening in the streams relative to what's happening in the ocean. So for example, chum that are coming back in the streams relative to chum that were caught, or relative to pollock that were caught, or relative to the rate, or any of those kinds of things.
Through the chair, I think that actually goes towards this next slide, which is the impact rate, which compares the effect, the overall effect of bycatch relative to the total stock size.
But that's assuming the AEQ is correct. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Curry, go ahead.
And forgive me if I'm going around in circles. I'm just trying to wrap my head around whether or not the timing works out to suggest that fish that are encountered as bycatch in bee season may have been returning that year. So have you looked at all at the timing of fall chum past like paddle station sonar in the lower Yukon to think about whether or not a fish that's available to the bycatch fleet could actually be the same fish, assuming it escaped, right? Actually be the same fish that embarks on its return migration. My sense is that the timing makes it such that no fish that was available to be harvested as bycatch or caught as bycatch, excuse me, not harvested, could actually be the same fish that arrived upriver, given that they're co-occurring, and therefore at least one bout of wintertime mortality has to occur before they might have returned as an adult equivalent. I mean, I'm just sort of wondering your thoughts on that sort of timing question.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I have looked at the relative timing of both the summer run and fall Yukon through Pilot Station to get a good sense of, the delay between the two different reporting groups. And often they're returning within, I would say, 2 weeks of one another. However, the fall run Yukon have to migrate so much further upriver. And so despite the fact that they have relatively similar river entrance times, those fall run fish take so much longer to get up to their spawning grounds and spawn in the fall. Fish that are encountered in the bycatch in September on are unlikely to be fish that are going to be returning to, at least they're unlikely to be successful spawners if they were to go up the river. But it is unlikely that they probably are going to return to the Yukon River in that year. And in this simplified model, we do not account for that, no. Perhaps one could stratify the AEQ by season and apply different maturation schedules so that you could account for an additional bout of oceanic mortality. But again, those estimates that we used are relatively high. So we would assume that the decrement to the overall AEQ by doing that would be relatively small. And so a lot of kind of the more complex models that would do those types of things were not investigated for the simplified approach.
Thank you.
Thanks. I think good.
So to kind of understand the scale of the bycatch relative to the total stock size, we performed kind of a computation of the impact rate, which, to be clear, is just the ratio of the AEQ in a given year for the stock relative to the total run size in addition to the AEQ. And this comes from run reconstructions, of which we only have available data for the fall run in the Yukon. So we cannot do this for the coastal Western Alaska summer run. And so in this upper plot, we have the run reconstruction for that the fall Yukon run from 2006 to 2022. And you can see that from about 2006 to 2019, there is some variability in the run reconstruction, but it averages just over 1 million fish. After 2019, there is a dramatic drop in the run reconstruction. And from 2020 to 2022, the average run reconstruction, I believe, is just under 180,000. And so obviously, we can look at the relative impact of this bycatch by calculating the impact rate. And so the impact rate is on the lower plot. Sorry, I keep using the cursor and it pops up, sorry. So in the lower plot is the impact rate graphed from 2011 until 2022. And you can see that between 2011 and 2019, typically the impact rate was relatively low, less than 1%. But it starts to increase in 2020, corresponding to that drop in the run reconstruction. It spikes in 2021 at just under 5%, and then returns to about 1%.
Kaylin.
I don't know, Ian, if you're right on topic. Mine is the basic.
Yeah, go ahead. Ian, then.
Yeah, my question was, so you propagated the uncertainty in the AEQ calculation, and the addendum provides the uncertainty in the run reconstruction. I'm wondering why you didn't put those two together to provide an uncertainty in the impact rate as well. Was there something that precluded that?
Through the chair, that's a good question. I assume that we did, but it may have just been an omission. Yeah. The stochastic model was done after a lot of the original analysis was performed just so that we could make sure to include some estimate of the simplified AEQ model. And then using that as a base, we slowly added additional uncertainty, trying to encompass some of that. But yeah, it may just be an omission for kind of characterizing the uncertainty and the impact rate.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I don't know who actually did the analysis, but I see that Lucas is online if we need to draw on, or anyway, if you need any clarify that was anybody, we can go ahead and do that. But Kaylin had a question too.
Yeah, I think this is a basic one. So all of the graphs, they're presented as time series, but I guess I should be thinking about this just as the literal actual fish. So there's nothing related to like descendants of this fish that might make it back, or like no growth taken into account or anything like that. And I guess let me say this, I'm a social scientist, so I'm just thinking, I mean, usually you would think, oh, let's leave some additional fish in the water to then generate benefits, 5 or 10 years from now. And as I was looking through the report, if I understood this right, this seems like a very short run kind of, look, here's these fish and I'm comparing them to, I guess, the current run. But I'm just noting as you were describing how you put together the AEQ, there you're sort of keeping track of different year classes and kind of what's going on in the ocean. But I just want to verify then there's no kind of equivalent keeping track of what would happen over time if there are more fish and then growth happens over time. Or if anyone else can clarify this.
Maybe just to clarify, are you asking like from a population perspective, if those fish then contribute to the growth of the population down the line?
Yeah. And so yeah.
Different question, yeah.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Yeah, so all of these bycatch fish die, obviously. And so this impact rate is specific to kind of contextualizing those removals relative to the total stock size. We do not try to estimate if those fish had returned, what is the potential increase in relative stock size to a bunch of different streams within Western Alaska. And so we did not try to do that at all. That being said, they do try to incorporate this model into some of the analyses looking at chum salmon savings when looking at particular cap levels. So if they had hit a cap and there were fish that were left in the water, what would the additional fish going back have been? So what's the increase in relative fish going back if a cap had been met and there was an additional potential escapement in the system? So that is one way of trying to look at, I guess, the effect on population dynamics, but it doesn't like forecast like recruits from those additional spawners into the future.
Actually, yeah, I think what you just said there is really helpful. So there's nothing in this analysis, if I kind of keep looking, or something that I'm missing where I would be able to understand a little bit what the long run kind of impacts on the salmon stocks would be from what you just said. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I believe there's some, I think we'll may hear a little more about that. I believe there's some like qualitative discussion at least on the conservation benefits in the long run, but no formal analysis. No. I think Pat and then Chris and Martin.
Sorry, thanks. So just to get a sense, following up on Ian's question with regard to the impact rate and the uncertainty, can we get like an idea whether there's a difference between years or between anything here and zero? I mean, is there a significant difference between anything?
through the chair. So your question is, would the distribution of values for the impact rate, if we were to use the uncertainty in the AEQ, overlap 0?
Yes, or anything else? Yep.
Yeah. Trying to do that really quickly. I mean, for that to, I don't want to say anything that's incorrect. So I mean, that's something that we can look at. It's obviously something that will probably add the uncertainty around the impact rate in any future iteration of this. Yeah.
Chris.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to ask here, I know this is in the AEQ, but this might be more towards Kate or Sarah. Do you guys present, I mean, we asked in April about some context, and I see a 1 to 5% impact rate. And I'm just curious if we overlay subsistence and commercial harvest, if there are those removals here, where that scales us in the grand scheme of things. And it might not be appropriate to the AEQ discussion proper, but I think for the broader context of our understanding. Thanks.
Thanks. Yep, that's what we're going to move into next, is just how we did that with the different reporting groups with what we have available.
And Martin had a question, I think, and then looks like Brad too.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just wondering if there's any speculation about what happened in 2021. It didn't look like the actual AEQ in that year was on the previous slide it's up a little bit, but I mean, obviously it had a much larger impact because the run reconstruction was so much smaller. And is there do we trust that number, or are there some errors that we're not thinking about there?
So through the chair, thanks for the question. So here is the AEQ for the fall run Yukon on the right. And you can see that for 2021, there is a pretty substantial increase from the prior year and then a decrease after. And I think it's nearly double the AEQ from the change from 2020 to 2021 is double. And you have that combined with the fact that there is an overall reduction in the total run reconstruction. And that's nearly, again, half as much fish that in the run reconstruction, which leads to that drastic increase in the impact rate for that year.
Okay, just to follow up, but I mean, this is really striking because you get for both the run reconstruction and the bycatch, the previous graph, you did have a pretty large peak in the 2017 period, but then, I mean, there was something else happened in that 2021. I mean, you were saying it's a real thing, but somehow the sort of biology or the impact of the pollock fishery on that particular year was much larger than it was in any previous year, and something had to be different. I mean, it's not a question about whether it's a reasonable result. It's what was different in the water that caused that to occur, and are there any sort of thoughts about what might have happened in that year?
Actually, can you maybe clarify that question? Are you asking about what led to the drastic decline in the abundance over that time period?
Why was there such a large impact in that year and not in any other year? I mean,
well, that's a combination of having a really low abundance. So the impact rate, so the impact rate is just, yeah.
Yeah, I know what happened, but why, if the stock was at so low abundance, was the impact so large? You would have thought it would have, the the impact would have gone down as well. I mean, I would have.
I'm confused.
Yeah, I know.
It's a ratio, right?
Is that
Yeah, well,
It's a
oh,
ratio.
sorry.
So
Yeah, I understand what it is. It's just that it's saying that for that particular year, the pollock fishery had a much larger impact than in any other year. And you wouldn't have thought that because the actual return was so low in that year. You would think that yeah, anyway.
let's take other questions for Pat at this point. Chris?
Yeah, Martin, thank you for for raising that. I had sort of the same question. Like often when I look at when my grad students bring me graphs that look like this, there's a typo in the data somewhere or something. So I guess my question is, how is this just an artifact of being a ratio, or somewhere is there, how many underlying actual pieces of data fed calculating this number for 2021? And is this all traceable to one tow by one boat or something like that, where they encountered a huge number of Western Alaska salmon in a case where they were not common? Or is this impact rate represented in a lot of the underlying data in that year? Because that's going to affect how we think about this result, which shows up really throughout the analysis, that like 2021 is the poster child for how little we know about what's happening here. So I guess, Martin, I hope that this is a helpful refinement or a complement to your question, that like, how much data is that based on?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. It was my intent in most of these slides to be very explicit on all of the data that were being fed into this model. And so we start with the oceanic maturity schedule and those assumptions, then the natural mortality at age and those assumptions, and the large uncertainty we have in both of those. And then the total number of by-caught fish, so the catch, the annual catch. There is no real uncertainty in those estimates. From that, we have scale ages, where we estimate the age proportions to disaggregate the total bycatch into each of the different ages from 2 to 7. And so there's some uncertainty in those age proportions. We then disaggregate those catch at age to stock-specific catches at age. And so the data underlying those are the genetic stock proportions for the most common age groups, 3s, 4s, and 5s. Okay? And so those are derived from fish that were subsampled from the total bycatch at a rate of 1 in 30 fish. And so those are representative of the total bycatch in both space and time. So it's systematically randomly sampled, 1 in 30. And so the representation of the fishery within those samples that's used to estimate the stock proportions shouldn't just be coming from an individual tow or a particular area. So it should be representative of the BCs and bycatch overall. And so using that, we then use the pretty simple AEQ equation to estimate the AEQ for each year by stock. And then for the impact rate, it's just the ratio of the AEQ over the AEQ and the run reconstruction. And so the run reconstruction takes account of escapement and in-river harvest for the Yukon River fall.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I think that helps hopefully. Again, that's why it would be nice to, try to characterize the uncertainty in the graphs as best as possible. And I apologize, I skipped over Brad earlier.
Thanks, Franz. Really appreciate the work you guys have done here, Patrick, given the information you had to work with, and in particular, there's the clarity presented in the document and as well as in Appendix 5. As you can tell, this uncertainty information is something we're really keen on getting our hands on. And so my main question, I guess, going forward, as we think about where this action is, it sounded like the information that's available in Table 1 in the addendum that has the CVs is in hand. So my question for you is, what would be the workload to put some confidence bounds on these plots so that at a minimum, as we have this conversation, we have a feel for just how much credence we should give that spike in the point estimate for impact rates, number one. And then two, it seems that going forward, as we start to think about the different action or alternatives and options, being able to give the council a sense for whether or not a 1.5% change looking retrospectively would have been detectable, for example, in the run reconstruction. How might that relate to a change in an escapement that would lead to additional harvest opportunities? So to Chris's opening points about this whole action, while we know we can come up with these thresholds, we need to advise the council as to the utility of those as they think about these different policy options, because they're trying to produce outcomes. So as you said, the motivation of this whole section is to come up with a sense of what would have returned to these natal systems. So how much work would it be to at least present those uncertainty estimates in the graphical form and potentially address additional sort of requests that we might have?
Through the chair. I think that's a reasonable request, and it's obviously it's just an omission on my part, and I apologize for that. I think we could probably have it done by the end of the meeting. All the simulations have been done, and we can easily add it as an addendum to whatever.
What?
I mean,
Pat, you're under no obligation to do that by the end of the meeting.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're just trying to get a sense that it sounds like that's the information that's basically there to get some reasonable bounds on it. I think we had Rob first and then Andrew.
Yeah, Pat, thanks for all this. Back to the impact rate. One thing I was trying to sort out is just why is 2022 not similar to 2021? And is it, if you go back to slide 37, it shows that age 4 increased in 2021 compared to 2020 and 22. Is it that simple, or is there more to it than that?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, so if you look at the above graph, the run reconstruction, you'll notice that from 2020 to 2021, it appears that it's a relatively minor drop, but that's because of the scale. So from 2006 until 2019, we're averaging around 1 million fish, but then you have a huge reduction. And so the difference between 2020, 2021, and 22 appears on this graph as relatively small, but they are quite large. It's a reduction of over half going from 2020 to 2021. In addition to that, you have an increase in the relative AEQ between those years. And so you have a dropping run reconstruction and an increasing AEQ that leads to that spike.
And then back on slide 37, so 2 back, you show that in 2021, there was an increase in the bycatch of age 4 fish compared to those previous 2 years.
An increase in the relative proportion of age 3 fish in 2020.
I think 4.
It's a pretty cluttered graph with all of the.
Yeah. I was trying to, yeah. It looks like 4 increases in 21, right? For Yukon Fall. Am I getting the colors right?
Yeah, that is correct. It is age 4 that increases in 2021. So yeah, there's a higher proportion of age 4 fish. And so those fish would have a higher probability of maturing in that year.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's partly the reason why on the following graph, the AEQ tracks the B season so closely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Andrew.
Yeah, thanks, Pat, for this presentation. Just kind of jumping on this, since folks have focused on this, the uncertainty and the importance of it. One thing I noticed wanted to ask about with the stochastic AEQ, that assumption of normality for the age-specific stock composition and specifically for Yukon Fall being that small proportion. Just thinking about other posterior distributions of stock comps for stocks that make up a small component, they're usually not normally distributed, heavily skewed, and using the mean and a normal assumption. Did you look into the alternatives, understanding this was a simplified approach? Thanks.
Yes, thank you for the question through the chair. I had considered going back and actually drawing from the posterior distribution from the actual analysis, but in doing all of these, I failed to save all those posteriors, and so obviously I compared the mean and the median for all of the stock compositions, and so if they didn't deviate terribly, I thought that the normality assumption might be relatively okay to use, and that's what we went with for the simplified approach. But obviously, yeah, there are ways to improve incorporating uncertainty for those, especially like you said, for like relatively minor contributors to the overall bycatch analysis.
Okay, a couple more questions here. Pat, and then Chris.
So thanks. While we're talking about it, in this figure, these are confidence intervals, not plus or minus 1 standard error, for example.
Through the chair. So for the B season estimate, we have the 95% credible interval from the Bayesian analysis of the genetic stock composition for the B season bycatch.
Yeah, so I would just note that, like, if we're looking at 2021 relative to the adjacent ones, they're not, it doesn't look to be significantly different, even though you're saying it's double, for example. Just noting that, would that be fair?
Yes, that is fair. So for the B season bycatch for the Yukon Fall group from 2020 to 2021, those 95% credible intervals overlap. Really, they overlap from really what appears to be 2020 to 2022.
Right, and it's not the overlap of the intervals, it's the overlap of the intervals with the other means.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Chris.
All right, could we please flip back to 4.8? I'm going to represent a question of the confused economists.
I'm sorry, flip back to
4.8.
Do you have the slide number? 39.
39.
Thank you. Sorry.
All right, so I'm still trying to understand what's happening in 2021 here. And the thing that seems to be really big and where 2021 is an outlier is that there's a lot of chum bycatch, right? And
through the chair, yes, that is correct. I believe in 2021, it was the second largest bycatch of the entire time period, 540 some thousand.
Okay, so I think I'm just trying to understand what your answer to my previous question. So you said you've got a bunch of, so you're going to take that large chum bycatch and apportion it among all the different stocks. And I think my question boils down to, are you doing that based on some sort of moving average of apportionment, or is it based on the genetics of 2021? Because this suggests to me that there aren't a lot of Western Alaska fish out in the ocean, and if you use the genetics from only 2021, we might get a very different ratio.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So if we go back to this figure on the right is the total bycatch with the catch at age by year. And so you can see in 2021, the total bycatch is 545,902 chum salmon, right? And so we estimate the total catch at age for 2s through 7s using those scale sample proportions. And you can see that, for age 4-year-old fish, there are 350,000. So we're not incorporating any genetic information yet. We then disaggregate these by incorporating the age-specific stock composition estimates by year. And so for 2021, here, we have estimates for the age 3s, 4s, and 5s. So we have an estimate, and sorry, I'm over the years again. So in 2021, the proportion of age 5s that were of Western Alaska summer run origin were much smaller than the proportion of age 4s and 3s. And so to get the estimate for the stock-specific catch at age, we take those proportions and we multiply by the estimated number of fish of each age. And so we are using the annual stock-specific estimates that are derived from those age-specific analyses.
So looking at this, the 3-year-olds are, ooh. Wait. We're looking at some really narrow bands there for Western Alaska, aren't we?
Yes, typically Western Alaska overall, if you just look at the B-season bycatch, typically comprises like 18% of the overall bycatch, and that's just the total bycatch. But that fluctuates, 18% down to about 10%. And so they are narrow bands.
So that means that there's 2,700 roughly Western Alaska fish on average in that group, in the that are genetically sampled, because you said about 27,000 are sampled.
27,000 were sampled. Well, those were just the scales used to estimate the proportions.
Okay.
So we estimate the age-specific stock comps using by sorting each individual age and then estimating the relative proportion of each age group. And so you'll have different sample sizes by age by year, depending on the fluctuation in the overall age proportion and the overall bycatch. So if it's a really big bycatch year, we would be sampling at a similar rate, 1 in 30, so we'd have more fish from which we could estimate these stock proportions. And so using more fish will generally tighten those credible intervals around the estimates as well. And so a lot of the uncertainty in these genetic estimates arises because the mixtures are relatively small compared to the total B-season bycatch.
Okay.
Well, while you think about that, can go to Curry? Okay, Curry, go ahead.
I wonder if it might be helpful for our discussions. Do you have a general sense of the coefficient of variation for the run reconstruction for fall run chum salmon on the Yukon River? Like just to give a general sense as we start parsing this out.
Through the chair. Oh.
So the CVs are in the addendum for the Yukon Fall Chum Run. And yeah, we have them here. Thanks, Stream. So those vary between 0. Well, so I mean, they're fairly low. We don't have an average, but I guess in the more recent years, so if we look from 2011 to 2023, when we are,
What's a table number or?
yeah, it's
Okay.
addendum AD1, AD-1. So just in the 2011 to 2023 for Yukon Fall Chum, it's 0.11 down to 0.25. Looks like it would be your range, with 0.25 being 2020.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think this is actually, I don't want to keep going till lunch. So if there's more questions for Pat, we can take those now, but then we'll take a short break and then we'll see how far we go to lunch or beyond. Any more questions for Pat, Martin?
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I have to go there. It's basically, the question is there any reason to think that the impact rate increases as the run size decreases? I mean, we have 1 point that might suggest that, but why, is there any reason to think that would be the case?
Yes, I think that's exactly the point that we're trying to make. As the bycatch stays level and the run size goes down, the impact rate is going to go up. We see the same thing in Chinook, and especially for fall, for Upper Yukon Chinook, if you look at that one too. If the bycatch rate continues to go down at the same ratio as the run size, then it would be level.
Okay, other questions for Pat? This was your last slide, right? Or yeah. Okay, Brad.
Thanks, Franz. Yeah, Dr. Berry, I apologize. I should probably know this, but in those run reconstructions, all the directed fisheries, subsistence, and other forms of mortality are accounted for. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. Do you have a sense for us, just what the proportion of the total run is typically attributed to subsistence fishing?
We don't provide that specifically in the document in terms of comparing subsistence harvest of Yukon Fall Chum to the run size, but you could do that with the information that's available. But I guess for coastal Western Alaska, that reporting group where we don't have a there's no composite run size estimate. We do the comparison of total removals, but that's different from what we do with the upper middle Yukon reporting group where there was an impact rate versus status quo.
So if I understand correctly, for at least one worked example, you could potentially produce that. But where I'm going is that if the rates are down at or below 1%, that's the total run. To get a sense of what the potential impact might be on the proportion that ultimately ends up going towards subsistence, that would be something we could at least get a reasonable estimate for this particular system.
Thank you for the question. We could, I think, I guess the council with this action is considering the potential benefits that would be derived from bycatch reductions. So I think if we were going to suggest a different approach to scaling the benefits in terms of comparing an impact, it would be an impact rate reduction under alternatives 2 and 3, rather than trying to put subsistence harvests as a proportion of total run size. But if that's something that the SSC wanted to recommend, we can do that. But I think that might be different from, yeah.
Okay, not seeing any more questions right now, so let's take a break until 11:15. Be generous. And then we'll continue. Thanks. See you in a bit. Okay, if we could come back together, take your seats, please. Okay, thanks for coming back together. We'll continue on the next section of this document or presentation, I should say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so the next part of the presentation is going to cover the remaining topics in the SSC's April 2024 minutes as they relate to requests that are specific to quantitative and qualitative analyses. So specifically from here forward, we're going to talk about different ways that we scaled bycatch under the status quo, as well as potential reductions in bycatch due to the proposed alternatives. And so I think it was mentioned before that was a consideration of the potential conservation benefits. And we'll walk through the evaluation of alternative 4 at a pretty high level and changes to the analysis in terms of the potential impacts to the pollock industry. Okay, so this slide is going to be the start of walking through how we considered scaling the bycatch occurring under status quo for the CWAC reporting group or the Coastal Western Alaska reporting group. And in April, the SSC requested that we look at different ways to try and do this. And for this February iteration of the analysis, we did consider all of the SSC's prior requests, but we did so within the context that we now have the AEQ estimates that Pat just provided. So a challenge with the Coastal Western Alaska reporting group, which is encompassed here and shown in the distribution of these yellow dots, which represent various populations that are represented within that genetic baseline, is that there's no composite run size. And so with that, we cannot do a impact rate in the same way that we could for upper middle Yukon or for Yukon fall chum salmon. So instead, and also in line with the SSC's April 2024 minutes, the analysis aimed to contextualize the bycatch removals of adult equivalent coastal Western Alaska fish by comparing those estimates to other sources of total removals. And to do this, we looked at commercial and subsistence chum salmon harvests from the management areas that are aligned with the reporting group. And those are shown here on the right. So they include the Arctic and Kotzebue region, Norton Sound, Port Clarence, Yukon, Kuskokwim, and Bristol Bay. And this is, of course, an imperfect approach in that harvest amounts can be influenced by external factors. So for instance, commercial fisheries numbers may not reflect the fact that a processor wasn't available in that year or in-river management decisions. So this is only a partial measure for what may be happening in river, and it's not intended to be representative of drainage-wide abundance. This slide is showing you figure 316 from the analysis, which portrays the results from the scaling exercise that we did for this reporting group under status quo. And it's comparing those estimated adult equivalent numbers to subsistence and commercial harvests. And then we have the AEQ estimate as a proportion of total removals plotted as well. So commercial fisheries are represented by the dark blue portion, which accounts for the largest proportion of total removals across the period. And AEQ bycatch as a proportion of total removals fluctuated annually during the analyzed period of 2011 to 2022, averaging 2.5%, but representing a larger proportion in recent years during periods of decline.
Oh, question from Chris.
Yeah. Thanks. Just to be clear, does this include any removals of the Area M fishery? Thanks.
Thank you. No, it does not include Area M fisheries, and that's for a couple of reasons. One is that the genetic stock composition estimates for Area M are not available in all of the years, and also for the limited years that they would be available, it was our understanding that there's not comparable adult equivalency estimates for those. So we wouldn't be comparing the same thing. So that's why they're not here.
Oops, Brett. Thanks, Franz. Apologies if I didn't see this. Is there somewhere in the document, perhaps in a table, where the subsistence and direct commercial harvests are also presented as a proportion?
Thank you for the question. No, we don't have a table that shows those harvests as a proportion. All of those individual data are available in the document, but not compiled in one place. If that's something that you'd like to see in the future, that'd be super easy to add, and we could definitely accommodate that.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good. Go ahead.
So then in a related sense, but in the human dimensions component of the analysis, we also attempted to respond to some SSC comments from April by considering additional context for understanding conservation benefits. So the SSC comment was, in order to understand potential benefits and the flow of benefits to in-river communities, have a description of the state of regulations related to the prioritization of subsistence, commercial, and sport fisheries, and any possible characterization of potential impacted rivers. So section 4.3 and the corresponding subsections describe the salmon fisheries management framework and prioritization of subsistence, followed by other consumptive uses. The Yukon River has specific management thresholds that are highlighted for the fall and summer runs, and they're illustrated here in these figures. Not all river systems have specific management thresholds for chum, and the decisions around if and when fisheries may open are dynamic. They're often considered in season with other factors. So for instance, concerns for Chinook may prevent a chum salmon fishing opportunity in a given year. These factors are considered together. So as you can see in the figures for the Yukon River Fall Chum Salmon Management Plan thresholds, there's a consideration of whether the drainage-wide run size is above 300,000 fish, and if so, subsistence opportunities may be provided. And then there's another threshold consideration for whether drainage-wide run size is above 550,000 fish. And then if so, personal use, commercial, or sport fishing opportunities may be provided. And then for the Yukon summer run, there's a drainage-wide threshold for consideration of 500,000 fish. And if that is met, subsistence opportunities may be provided for, considering other factors. And if a drainage-wide run size above 650,000 fish is met, there's a consideration for other consumptive fishing opportunities. So with that additional context, from this management description, section 4421 of the document addresses the flow of benefits and intervening variables under alternative 2 and 3 with the AEQ savings estimates. So table 438 and 439 are provided in that section that are intended to provide a frame of reference for possible Western Alaska chum salmon savings. So I think this gets to a point that Brad was highlighting earlier, focus around the question of would bycatch reductions have made a difference for escapement or directed fishing opportunities. So again, this is based off of retrospective numbers, which are neither an upper or lower bound. They consider the uncertainty that Pat described in terms of marine mortality and age of bycatch. But these numbers can be then compared to the Yukon Fall runs, and then we also consider the upper middle AEQ numbers, or the coastal Western Alaska numbers. So Yukon Fall run aligns with the upper middle AEQ estimates. So therefore, potential AEQ chum salmon savings from the retrospective analysis are compared to the run reconstructions in that river system. That's more of an apples to apples comparison. The coastal Western Alaska AEQ salmon estimates don't align with Yukon summer, but they cover a much broader range from Bristol Bay to Kotzebue Sound. So because of that, we still tried to put them in the context with the run reconstruction that we have, but the coastal Western Alaska AEQ chum salmon savings are reduced from 100% in considering in the table 75, 55, and 25%. So that's just an exercise to acknowledge that this is not an apples to apples comparison, but if we expect, which is an unrealistic expectation, that all of the coastal Western Alaska AEQ adult equivalent chum salmon that is not caught as bycatch because of the PSC limits go back to the Yukon summer run, then it would be 100%. You'd look at that number. But we expect it's some proportion less than that, so you could also consider the numbers lower. The analysis shows that when we compare the retrospective estimates to the run size, the management measures would have resulted in more fish in the river system and potentially improved abundance, but not necessarily be expected to improve directed fishing opportunities in a given year. That being said, the analysis also acknowledges how these estimates might not fully capture the importance of a small number of returning fish due to bycatch reductions on the ecosystem and community well-being. So again, these numbers are meant for a frame of reference to put into context with run sizes that occurred in those years, not an upper or lower bound, and there's a number of caveats and assumptions that need to be considered and qualitative context that need to be considered along with them.
Oops, I have a quick question on that. These, the 25, 50, 75, I mean, that was just to sort of bracket the universal possibilities.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have really no way to otherwise consider what percentage might go back to Yukon summer. So they were just a way to bracket those numbers and demonstrate further that it's not an apples to apples comparison.
Thanks. I think we're good. Oops, sorry, there's a question from Kaylin.
Yeah, Sarah, so the last bullet, maybe you can just elaborate a little bit on that these calculations might not fully capture the importance of a small number of returning fish. Can you just talk through that a little bit more and I guess what you're thinking about in relation to the numbers that you put up here?
Through the chair, Kaylin, I think this comment has to do with a previous question that you asked the staff related to recruitment impacts and long-term future impacts. And this is discussed as a concept and qualitatively in the document. And this goes into my next slide too. We really don't have a way to more precisely estimate future long-term impacts in a quantitative way. So this is highlighted throughout the document, also highlighted by the cooperating agencies in the TCC and CRITFIC appendices about the importance of long-term considerations of impacts. We don't have a quantitative way to address that, but it's qualitatively highlighted.
So if I'm understanding these tables right, we could say, well, I guess the short-term view is it's not like we have examples where you're just under the threshold sort of to say open a subsistence fishery or not. And so I guess that's what those tables are capturing here. But then there are some of these instances where these fisheries are not open in some of these regions. And over the longer run, if populations were able to recover more, they could potentially be opened up. Is that
through the chair? I think that would be a fair characterization. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, and I guess I'm just trying to still sort out the kind of short run where there's the retrospective kind of quantitative piece, and then thinking about kind of what falls into that longer run category. So thanks.
Okay, go ahead.
So this slide is on a similar point. The SSC had a comment from April about no quantitative work related to potential impacts to salmon-dependent communities being provided. The high uncertainty in estimating returns on their own does not mean that an upper bound couldn't still be useful within this broader context. And so this relates to the previous comment about asymmetric treatment of costs and benefits. The analysts agree that, you know, the ability to provide an upper bound could be a useful anchor point. However, we still do not have the genetic data to be able to further disaggregate coastal Western Alaska reporting group in order to determine where Western Alaska chum salmon that were avoided and saved through these actions might return to. So we're still not able to predict in a quantitative way, beyond the scaling exercise and what we've provided, which communities or directed fisheries might benefit. I will note, though, that in section 4453 of this iteration of the analysis and 4331, and also some context in the SIA from April, there's a broad understanding. You can get a sense for a broad understanding of potential impacts, considering communities that have been directly engaged in subsistence and commercial fishing over time. And we do have extensive information on subsistence and commercial harvest data. And so that is provided in the document. The cooperating agencies also provide quite a bit of context, both qualitative and quantitative, on the impacts of recent chum salmon declines within communities and regions. And that all of that context can help provide a broad sense for where impacts may be realized. We just can't get to a point in the analysis where we can quantitatively disaggregate potential chum salmon returns and where they would increase from this specific action based on the retrospective data. But there is quite a bit of context provided throughout the document to highlight a broad understanding of potential impacts. So relative to some more of the SSC comments from April, the SSC had 3 comments relative to the analysis of pollock sector impacts. The first comment is related to the SSC's concern that simultaneously focusing on decreased revenue and increased cost is unrealistic. This comment is addressed with further emphasis on the expectations of pollock fishery behavioral adjustments in response to a new PSC limit. So figure 410 in the analysis describes the expected relationship between avoidance costs and potentially foregone revenue. As stated in the April analysis and further emphasized in this draft, chum salmon avoidance and associated costs might prevent a bee season closure. So that would result in $0 of foregone revenue at the sector level. Hence, these foregone revenues are considered a maximum amount or an upper bound. However, if unsuccessful, both avoidance costs and foregone revenues could be possible. The analysis can't quantify the magnitude of avoidance costs, but describes the types of costs that could occur qualitatively. Another SSC comment was related to discussing a lower bound on potential revenue changes. Low revenue impacts for some fleets would be consistent with prior years where the fleet would not close to the cap. The analysis, this iteration of the analysis presents the foregone revenue data differently from the April version. We included minimum values and figures that showed the interannual variability and possible closures. And the tables titled the foregone revenue estimates as upper bound, as requested in the SSC minutes. And then the third point is the SSC expressed concern about using 2022 as a part of the status quo alternative 1 because at this point the CP sector had already amended their IPA and changed fishing behavior. This is a point we spoke to a little bit earlier, but just to reiterate, the impact analysis is required to compare proposed action relative to status quo regulations. So although the IPAs have been modified by the sectors, these changes were possible under alternative 1. And while new measures may have resulted in some level of avoidance costs or decreased efficiency, these costs would be considered under alternative 1.
Okay, so the next 2 slides are going to just walk through the evaluation of alternative 4. So alternative 4 would modify the existing regulations for the incentive plan agreements or the IPAs. And in April, the council did modify the alternative by adding the 6 provisions. So if you recall, prior to the April meeting, IPA representatives had submitted proposals for alternative 4, and so the council had modified and finalized that sum in April. The provisions would be set in federal regulations, and they're the substance of what the IPAs would be designed to create measures and respond to. And the SSC had some specific requests, including putting alternative 4 into context with the other alternatives and how they could work together. And the analysis does this in Chapter 5, where the alternatives are discussed in combination with each other. And Sarah and I will also cover that in the back part of our presentation in terms of some of the implications when we consider a combination of alternatives. Another SSC comment was to consider the recent IPA changes and how the sectors may be doing or responding differently. And we did do that to the extent practicable during the individual evaluation of the provisions. And then a final comment was for further analysis to the extent practicable on the predictability of PSC and pollock catch encounters. And I would say that was a global change where we tried to provide more information on pollock catch in terms of both the spatial and temporal distribution of that, bycatch rates, and Western Alaska chum proportions across the alternatives. So a comment raised specific to alternative 4, but I think addressed more broadly. So this slide just provides you a very high-level assessment of each provision under alternative 4, and then sort of like the summary takeaway of the assessment that was done. And so as I mentioned, we did walk through each of the provisions in the analysis in section 3243. And basically what we were doing there is to look at each of these individual provisions and the measures that the IPAs had identified that they would use to respond to them, and to try and evaluate their potential for reducing total chum or Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. And then because the IPAs have been largely operating under these measures in recent years, we compared the total chum salmon bycatch in recent years to the 2021 bee season. And what we can see is that since 2021, each subsequent bee season, the total bycatch has been less. And there are likely several factors that are driving recent years bycatch reductions, but it is important for the analysis to note that those reductions have coincided with these recent IPA changes. Okay.
Okay, got a couple questions here. Let's see who went first, but I'll start with Ian.
I'm not sure if this question is best asked under alternative 4, but noting that the work that BBSRI has been doing and the fact that the majority of the bycatch comes from the inshore sector, it seems like the potential to have weekly genetics updates on the proportion of Western Alaska chum could dramatically change the landscape in terms of the information available and also the tools for the at least the inshore sector to deal with that. And I'm wondering, did that come out, or is that information just too late to be included in this analysis? Or could you discuss kind of how that dovetails in here? Because it seems like perhaps very important development coming next year.
Sure. So thank you for the question. The reason that the analysis doesn't consider it is, first, that information isn't available to us at this time. And then second is that that's not how the IPAs have said that they will respond. So their proposals don't explicitly include the in-season genetic estimates. That being said, the regulatory provision and what it would require is an assessment of areas to describe the use of historical genetic information for avoidance areas. And what the IPAs have thus far indicated that they would use to respond to that regulatory provision is an evaluation of whether or not a hotspot closure area is more likely to have higher proportions of Western Alaska chum salmon. So the way that that would play out today could be different from what the IPAs would do in the future. So if those in-season genetic estimates prove to be useful and informative for in-season management decisions, the IPAs have the flexibility to do that. But the analysis doesn't consider it because it's not information that's available, nor was it identified as their response.
Okay, I think we're good. Actually, Kaylin, you had a question, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about alternative four versus the baseline, and then the earlier conversation about when there are noted benefits of alternative four without potentially any associated costs. And so am I right first to think about alternative for these provisions as basically what's been going on within the last couple years? Okay. And then, so from there, under the baseline kind of status quo alternative, and I think one trick here is that most of the analysis is retrospective, but we should be thinking forward-looking. So under the baseline, there's some probability that these measures could be removed from the IPA. And so then I should be thinking about alternative four as addressing thinking about this probability that they be removed versus not, and alternative four essentially ensures that they are not removed, and therefore the fleet continues to incur costs, the costs associated with these set of 6 provisions, and then the benefits associated with the 6 provisions would continue into the future. Is that reasonable?
Yep, I think that's a fair characterization.
Pat?
May I just ask a clarifying question here? I mean, I fully understand why one might want to look at it in a retrospective to give context relative to what has happened in the past. Is there any motivation to just do a straight simulation to control all of these other factors, or would that be too much to ask?
I think that's too much to ask.
All right, thank you.
Jason?
Yeah, just following on Kaylin's comment regarding the IPAs in regulation or expansion of the IPAs in regulation versus not. Currently, can you remind me that if the council can receive those reports from industry and make requests that industry, is that correct? They could request the industry put additional information in if desired, so desired. I guess I'm trying to sort of understand a little better maybe how additional information gets in now without regulation.
Sure, that's a really good question. And I think it kind of gets at the flexibility of the IPAs and just sort of the broader framework of how they work. So the IPAs do bring back reports each year. I think the regulations say they're required to be submitted in March, and then it's typical that the council would receive those reports from IPA representatives at their April meeting. The reason why the IPAs were amended or modified beginning in 2022 is because in June 2022 at that Sitka meeting, the council had requested that the industry take immediate actions to try and reduce bycatch in the 2022 bee season, and that followed the 2021 high bycatch year. So that was in response, and the sectors did that differently. So the CPs did implement measures, and they formally amended their IPA prior to that bee season. The CVs took a different approach where they had developed some measures that they would put into place, but they didn't formally amend their contract until this year prior to the 2024 bee season. So the measures have all been operating in their own respective way, but one was through a formal amendment, the other was not.
All right, thank you. I think we're good. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is the final section of the presentation that is in response to the April minutes. And we'll just cover the social impact assessment. And I apologize, I suppose I should have mentioned this at the start of the presentation, but hopefully it's become clear at this point that in April we had brought forward the preliminary DEIS as well as the social impact assessment. And in response to substantial requests that we synthesize those documents, we've now compiled the main content of that SIA and the impact analysis within this preliminary draft EIS. And much of it has been synthesized and is incorporated by reference. So I just want to be clear that we haven't lost that. Okay, so this slide is just a summary of the different headings and the SSC comments, and then specific analytical sections where we address these requests. And we were able to address all of the SSC comments to the extent practicable related to the SIA. And so this is really intended to just provide you with a reference point and where you can find the information that's available to you. The only comment from your April minutes that we were not able to address directly was a suggestion to reorder the document where commercial chum salmon fisheries would be discussed prior to subsistence. And we had kept the original ordering and flow of the document where basically we're following the management framework. So the priority is for conservation, and then subsistence uses have priority over all other consumptive uses of a stock. And these comments were related to providing more information on shore-based processor impacts, especially the volatility of markets and shifts in participation and dependence in recent years, as well as CDQ connections within and across the fishery in terms of AFA ownership or revenue dependence, and then data display and accessibility, as well as a better description of the flow of benefits to Western and Interior Alaska, among some other topics. So some of those we've touched on, and others we're just raising for your awareness that they were addressed.
Okay, Mike.
Yeah, thanks. Just a follow-up question, and just to put this in context, I agree with you. You've covered everything we ask you to do. My question relates to one, and I guess it originated with Table 4-2 in the current DEIS, page 327 or 237. And in that table, there is text to the effect that, in contrast to other avoidance costs, slower or intermittent deliveries that result in crew members spending more time in port could have some level of positive benefits to the community, sports sector businesses within it, and so on, and give some examples of that. My question is this. One of our suggestions was that you look for the pollock-dependent communities, pollock substantially engaged or substantially dependent communities, look at the we didn't use these terms, resilience or vulnerability of the communities has changed. Words we used was looking at conditions evolving with the closure of major crab fisheries, declines in Pacific cod, downturns in the halibut and sablefish fisheries, all of which create uncertainties for processing entities and communities. We've seen processors change hands. We've seen a major processor go out of business in one of the pollock-dependent communities or pollock-engaged communities. And the question relates to, in one of our comments, we were asking you to explore some more sector and community context conditions and the potential of those recent changes to influence what the impacts of these proposed actions would be. Do you have the data? Do you have the ability to more closely characterize the potential impacts of these proposed alternatives on communities as a result of pollock becoming in recent years relatively more important in community and processor portfolios in terms especially of the support service sector? Is that possible for you to do?
Thank you for the question through the chair. We don't have, I guess, readily available data for support sector services like spending by crew or vessels in communities. We have the fisheries related or fisheries dependent tax revenue data, but that's separate from what I think you're asking. We do have some revenue data for shore-based processors within those communities, and we group them though for confidentiality. So to some extent, I think it's hard to see an individual processor's dependence on BCs and pollock, but we we can get at that and sort of the qualitative narrative that accompanies it. But I'm not sure how much further we could go with being specific. But if there's specific, if the SSC has some suggestions for what that would look like, we can certainly look into it.
Yeah, and I guess, as I say, my question was stimulated by that particular table, observing that, maybe there would be more crew spending if, vessels were in town more often because the fishery was slow. And it seems to me, based on work that's been done earlier about characterizing support services in the communities, crew spending in a bad season, when they're in port because things are slow, I think would be dwarfed by losses to fuel sales and taxes and longshoring jobs and stevedoring and shipping, other shipping related, cold storage, so on. And I don't see sort of that type of information, reflected in a way that it may be able to be done. And my question is, I guess, can you delve into that a bit more? And it seems striking what's happening in the communities based on these other fisheries in decline, changing the relative importance of the pollock fishery, affecting support service businesses in those communities, and better qualitatively capturing that. Is that possible to do?
Sure, thank you for that. I think I understand a little bit better now. So yes, we could be more clear that the intention of including that is not to imply that that would somehow offset all of the other potential adverse effects or what else is going on in these communities. I think the inclusion of that is more so in the spirit of trying to look at the full range of potential impacts and disclosing possibilities. So if you'd like us to try and revisit and reframe and think about that more in terms of caveating, then yes, we can certainly do that.
Okay, and one last question. Reading through this and looking at the changes from the earlier document that we reviewed, one thing that's striking is, well, first, the job you did on synthesizing the findings of the SIA into the main body of the document, but also in terms of the incorporation of LKTK and LKTKS information into the main body of the EIS is apparent, as is the provision of LKTK and subsistence information into new appendices to this analysis. And my question for you is this: does this, in your opinion, it's striking in that it's different than what we've seen before in analyses like this. Does this represent concrete progress in the larger effort of routinely providing these types of information for consideration and use in council decision-making processes? Was this part of an effort to follow the LKTKS protocol and to incorporate this information? Or is this more of a one-off, or can we look forward to seeing more of this in the future?
Thank you for that question. So I think, yes, I think the preparation of the document and the process that has been undertaken in order to put it together is certainly a reflection of that protocol. And I think having cooperating agencies who are tribal entities with clear expertise have provided a substantial amount of benefit from the start of preparing these two preliminary DEIS documents. And I guess what I'm trying to clarify there is that the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission was a cooperating agency prior to the April iteration. Tanana Chiefs Conference became a cooperating agency in between April and this meeting. So in that sense, yes, I think this is this is a new document and structure, but your question was also whether or not this is something that we could expect into the future. And I have to be honest, I think the council, when it adopted the protocol, was interested in really focusing on actions that have a connection to there's a clear connection to federal fisheries management. And I think there is we are benefiting in this document and in this process from engagement from cooperating agencies, a substantial amount of social science, LK and TK literature that's on this topic. And what I would caution against is expecting that every analysis would somehow look like this. So my answer is yes, but with a caveat that I don't want to set the expectation that this would be the norm, if that's fair.
Thank you for that clarification. I think we're good. Go ahead.
Okay, so this next section is going to walk through the impact analysis that was prepared for alternative 5. And in this section, I'll just describe the alternative at a high level and then walk through the different approaches that were used to analyze the alternative. That being said, and as I'll discuss shortly, there were several challenges to creating a model that could be used to predict potential future impacts by using this kind of approach. So I'll be walking through what we did in light of that as well. And I guess I would just note that there are several NPFMC analysts who worked closely with us, and ultimately we're building the model and preparing runs who are available for questions. So alternative 5 was added by the council in April of 2024. It includes 3 mutually exclusive time area closures, which are also referred to throughout the document as in-season corridors. The corridors are shown on the bottom of the slide here in gray shading, and the CVOA, or the catcher vessel operational area, is shown in purple. The importance of the CVOA in relation to this action is that catcher processors are prohibited from fishing AFA pollock inside this area during the bee season. And these corridors would only be in place during the bee season pollock fishery and triggered by area-specific PSC limits. The cap amounts across the corridors range from 50,000 to 200,000 chum salmon, and the orange text in the top right corner of each of those figures is indicating the cap range for each respective corridor. Chum salmon that are caught between June 10th and August 31st would count towards the cap. And if the cap is met at any point in that window, NPFMC would close the area until September 1st. However, fishing may continue outside of the corridor in that time period. So because alternative 5 includes these time area closures where pollock fishing can continue outside if or when the corridor closes, we developed a fleet movement model to estimate the potential impacts of displacing pollock catch to outside areas when a cap was met. And at the outset of model development earlier this summer, the analysts considered the SSC's prior feedback on the Bristol Bay red king crab analysis that also included time area closures. So that analysis had used different approaches to redistribute effort, one based on areas where the lowest PSC rates were encountered outside in order to move effort, and another that was based on redistributing to outside areas based on CPUE. So this slide is giving an overview of the 2 alternative model approaches that were considered but not used in light of the concerns outlined here and expressed by the SSC in its review of that action. And the analysts, we instead move forward with a proportional approach, in part to address the SSC's feedback from the prior models on the Bristol Bay red king crab analysis, and because of some data limitations with these other approaches. So this slide speaks to the model approach that was used, the data and the design. So the proportional approach redistributes pollock catch Chum PSC and Chinook PSC from a corridor that closed to a sector to all stat areas outside that had catch and in proportion to the catch that occurred in those outside areas. The model is relying on data from the catch accounting system for both Pollock and PSC, and there are some additional details of the model, including outliers and assumptions, which are described in detail in the document, starting on page 129. And then I'll walk through the model design steps here in greater detail on the next slide. So in this figure, the pre-closure catch outside of a corridor is shown in blue. The pre-closure catch inside of the corridor is shown in yellow, and the average weekly bycatch rates are shown as the red diamonds, and new catch is green, so a blend of that inside and outside catch. So the first step in the model was to determine the weekly Pollock catch and PSC rate for each stat area. And the second step was to identify the weeks when a closure would have occurred in that corridor under a given cap, and then determine the proportion of catch outside the corridor and add the catch that occurred inside in proportion to the catch that occurred outside in those stat areas. And then lastly, the model multiplies the PSC rates that occurred outside of the corridor by the new catch, so existing catch plus displaced, to determine the new PSC amounts. However, after we started to run the model and to review some results, there were several cases or weeks where the model had nowhere to move vessels to outside of these corridors. So that's what table 33 on the right-hand side of this slide is showing you. It demonstrates the proportion of weeks for each cluster and sector where no fishing occurred outside of the corridor. So hyphens denote instances when no closure occurred for a given corridor, sector, and year. 0% indicates that a closure did occur, but there was fishing inside and outside of the corridor. Percentages that are greater than 0 indicate the proportion of weeks where closure did occur and the weeks where no fishing occurred outside of the corridor. So this was not an issue for cluster 2. It was a fairly large issue for cluster 1 and somewhat of an issue for UNIMAC, a larger issue for the inshore sector, and occasionally for the mothership sector. So given this information, it was, yeah.
Questions, Bob?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for seeing that, Kate. And sorry to interrupt. Just real quickly, the reason that there would not be an opportunity outside the corridor has to only do with adjacent cells, with adjacent areas.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Foyt. No, it's not just the adjacent cells. That is what the figure shows, but it's that there was essentially a sector had no fishing outside of the corridor in any stat area across the fishing grounds.
So to clarify, so in the retrospective information, there wasn't any fishing, so there was no presumption that there would be. Understood. Thank you.
Curry, go ahead.
Yeah, in recognition that in a few of those years, like 2016, where there was no fishing outside for particular gear groups, you just don't know where you would place them, right? Did you look at across years what spatial variation there was as a way to potentially come up with a reasonable estimate of how they might have reallocated based on behavior in surrounding years?
So I think maybe there's a couple of ways that we could answer this. So this table, obviously a couple down in the presentation, is getting at each sector's dependence on the different corridor areas. And so for at least the inshore sector so the inshore sector has a high degree of dependence on cluster 1 and UNIMAC, and the mothership sector to a lesser degree, but more variable. So that was an indication that in terms of differences spatially and what might be going on, there is a pretty clear pattern within an area of where these sectors are fishing. And so in that sense, it's not really an issue of looking across years and how different that is, also because the model's running on a weekly basis from the date that a closure was hit or would have occurred until September 1st. And so in that window, within the individual stat areas, there can be a lot of variation. And so in that sense, I guess I'm kind of depicting a hard story in the sense that you can have within these sub areas of a larger corridor quite a bit of variation or movement. But when we take a bigger look at where these sectors are fishing, it's pretty consistent.
All right, I think we're good.
Okay. And so I think what we were just discussing here in this last question is the second part of our challenge, which was oftentimes, even if there was a stat area outside to move the sectors to, it might only be 1 or 2 areas. And so in that case, you could easily be artificially inflating PSC if there was a higher rate for that particular stat area. And so given these kinds of challenges, we didn't move forward with presenting the fleet movement model results within the document, but instead, after walking through the different considerations and caveats there, we decided to move forward with some other approaches. And that's what I'm going to walk through here for you now. And what we considered is just listed, and I'll kind of walk through the mix of data that we used in order to draw inferences on what might happen when a corridor closed. So this table, which we were just speaking to, is 336 from the document, and it shows each sector's relative dependence on the fishing grounds inside the corridor during the closure window. So we can see, again, the inshore sector is heavily reliant on cluster 1 and to a slightly lesser degree, the UNIMAC grounds. And the UNIMAC fishing grounds, it's important to note, are entirely encompassed within that cluster 1 area. So there is a high degree of overlap among them. Similar trends are observed in the mothership sector, although their fishing history is more variable. The CDQ and CP sectors are more reliant on cluster 2 compared to the other corridors, but in most years, these vessels are fishing further northwest beyond cluster 2. This is showing you table 338 from the document. So the next step was to look at chum, salmon, bycatch numbers and pollock catch occurring inside each corridor and by different monthly periods. And so that's what this table is showing you here, along with the chum, salmon, bycatch rate in each one of those years, areas, and periods for the most recent 5 years for which fisheries-dependent data were available. And what we can see is that there are typically high amounts of pollock catch that are harvested in cluster 1 compared to other corridors. But we also see that chum, salmon, bycatch numbers can be higher in cluster 1 followed by UNIMAC, but the bycatch rates are much higher usually in cluster 2.
Okay, just a sec. I'm just trying to, well, actually, there's a question from Curry first, and then I'm kind of contemplating a good point to break for lunch. Curry, go ahead.
Yeah, and thank you very much. Please feel free to say if this is addressed later, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around our best expectation for sector-specific behavioral responses. You have redistribution in space. You also have delaying until September 1st when you can come back and fish wherever you want. Obviously, that has serious implications for Chinook salmon, potential PSC. I mean, I'm just curious your general sense on particularly for the inshore fleet. Would their response be spatial or temporal in the event that the cap was exceeded?
Thank you for the question. So I think it's both for the inshore sector. It's spatial within that corridor window, but it could also be temporal. And basically what we're trying to do now as we walk through the other approach is to build for you all of the different pieces of data that we considered to try to get at these movement scenarios. So the next part of that is taking a look at how much pollock catch would have been moved. And so in this table, well, on the slide, on the table on the left, we're looking at the cluster 1 amounts and the cluster 2 amounts on the right-hand side. But in certain years with a cap of 50,000, we can see that the inshore sector, we would have been moving 202,000 to 217,000 metric tons of pollock in 2019 out of that corridor. So to assume that Chinook wouldn't be adversely affected later in the B season, the inshore sector would have had to make up that amount of catch whether that's realistic or not is not my call.
I don't see a obvious break point ahead here, so why don't we take a lunch break now? And since lunch is being so for SSC members, you can go out that door, and then it's the last door on the right. And since we don't necessarily have to leave the premises, I think if we just reconvene at 1 o'clock, is that okay? Still gives you time to grab a coffee if you need to. I don't know, wherever we want. Okay, see you at 1 o'clock. Okay, I think we've got everybody back here. Welcome back from lunch. So we can proceed with the presentation. If you're ready, when you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just again, Kate Hopla with council staff. So before we broke for lunch, we were talking about the other approaches used to analyze alternative 5, and that includes 3 different time area closures or in-season corridors. And so I'm trying to walk us back through where we left off, and that is 2 slides back. The relative dependence or the historical dependence of each sector within these corridor areas. So this was a way for us to try to think about where vessels within these sectors are fishing, and the relative strength of an incentive to avoid bycatch within these areas. We also covered before the break the different spatial and temporal distribution of PSC and pollock catch. And then one of the final points that I was speaking to is this, which on the left-hand side is the table for cluster 1, and on the right is the table for cluster 2. So this part of the analysis is now looking at the amount of pollock catch that would have been displaced because a sector hit their amount of the cap based on a certain apportionment and cap limit. So cluster 1, you have 50,000 and 200,000. Cluster 2, you have 50,000 and 100,000. So those are the low and high ends of the respective ranges. And what we can see is that in some years, when sectors would not have met a cap, no pollock catch would have been moved. So in those instances, the potential impacts would be expected to be neutral or best approximated by the status quo. In other years, like 2019 and 2021, the amounts of displaced pollock catch are quite high for the inshore sector and the mothership sector as well, ranging, between 149,000 metric tons for the inshore sector in 2021, and then in 2019, upwards of 200,000 metric tons. So this is figure 322 from the analysis, and it compares the weekly average chum PSC rate on top, the Western Alaska chum PSC rate in the middle, and the pollock catch for each sector across the weeks in the B season from 2019 to 2023. Each sector's Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch rate was calculated by multiplying the estimated proportion of Western Alaska chum in a corridor in either the early or late period by the sector's weekly chum salmon bycatch inside the corridor. So for reference, the early period would be around statistical weeks 24 to 31, so June 10th to the middle of August or so, and then statistical weeks 32 to the end of the B season. So looking at middle August to break that up. The rectangles that you're looking at on this figure bracket the closure window and are provided as a point of reference. So if a sector were to close within this window, we would be looking at where vessels would move and the subsequent consequences of that. So starting on the left, we see the CP-CDQ sector had higher pollock catches in cluster 2, represented by that orange line compared to other corridors. And conversely, the CV sector's pollock catch is higher in cluster 1, represented by the blue line, followed by Unimac in gray. We can see for all of the sectors that chum and Western Alaska chum bycatch rates tend to be higher in cluster 2. And so what this is trying to get us to think about is the scenarios where we would be concerned. So absent a fleet movement model, doing a kind of conceptual exercise with these kinds of data to figure out what might happen depending on where the fleet would go and from where they were moved. So what we would be concerned about is a scenario where a substantial amount of pollock catch got moved out of cluster 1 or Unimac and then into cluster 2, because this would likely create a worse outcome for chum and Western Alaska chum bycatch compared to status quo. And with that, you have to keep in mind that Western Alaska chum salmon are typically encountered in higher proportions eastern towards the Alaska Peninsula on the fishing ground. So in cluster 1 and Unimac, compared to cluster 2, but the bycatch rates in cluster 2 are substantially higher. So the potential unintended consequence, to use the SSC's language from April, or the adverse effect, could could be that you move the inshore sector out of these areas closer to the peninsula where high amount of pollock catch has been caught, and you move them to cluster 2. And we'll talk about some of the movement scenarios and the points that we considered here in terms of what would constrain their movement. So that's what we have listed for you here on this slide. In section 324413, we kind of walk through the different elements that would constrain vessels in their movement. And here we really try to outline that there are different regulatory and environmental considerations that would play a role in where vessels could move to. So for instance, CPs and motherships, to a lesser degree, they have greater flexibility to move northwest. Inshore CVs are tethered to their shoreside processors. They have a 48-hour delivery requirement that limits how far they can travel from their port of delivery and make it back. There's also several other existing regulatory closures that prohibit how far vessels can travel east and then where they might fish around the Pribilof Islands. And certainly the pollock vessels are not fishing off of the shelf edge where there's a continental break. So these are all the factors that we're thinking about that might determine where vessels go if a corridor were to close to them. And then another piece of this puzzle was to use those data to create different movement scenarios for each sector, and then to try and qualitatively describe the potential impacts. So this slide is meant to summarize some of the conclusions made in the impact analysis, summarizing pages 140 to 143 of the document, where the analysis emphasized different scenarios that could occur both prior to and after a closure. And the analysis expects that the strategies that would be used would reflect how dependent the sector is on those fishing grounds and where good pollock aggregations are within that year that can sustain fishing, as well as other PSC encounters.
Chris Scott.
So I thought this analysis did a nice job of sort of identifying the differential impact across sectors and illustrating that this is really a very big deal for the inshore sector. I'm wondering, just before lunch, we put up a slide that had the bycatch rates by area, and yes, this one. I'm looking at 22 and 23, which were under the IPAs, and I'm trying to figure out if behavior is different then. And this is across all sectors, right? Is there any insight to just looking at the adaptive strategies of the inshore sector in 22 and 23?
Thanks for the question. I think I'm struggling a little bit to how to answer that because their adaptive strategies would be embedded within these data. And so I'm not sure how we would parse that out in terms of what they might have been responding to under the hotspot program. But we do have information not specific within this section of the analysis, but rather under status quo, where we did take a much deeper look this iteration of the document at the number of closures, their location, the size in terms of square miles, whether or not more than one was implemented in a week. So to some extent that might be there, but these numbers reflect their movement and their use of that hotspot system. So I'm not sure if there's something else more specific that you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fundamental question would be, if our goal is to move vessels off chum hotspots, one way to do that is to close large areas. And another way to do that is to incentivize them to stay away from small areas as they get information, right? And the real unintended consequence would be if we were closing them out of these areas where they had opportunity to avoid chum at low cost and put them into areas where they kick them out of these areas where they're less regulated about what regions to catch. So I guess my fundamental question is about what are the opportunities to avoid chum within these corridors when you find them? And it might be that I just need to look more closely at the analysis of the hotspots under the status quo. I don't think that's where that was not the question in my mind when I was looking at that.
Through the chair, hopefully this helps us, but I apologize if it doesn't. So the rolling hotspot system would continue to operate at least as far as we understand in conversations with industry, because that's set in the IPAs. So the rolling hotspot system would continue to operate whether alternative 2, 3, in this case 5 were implemented. And so in that sense, the hotspot system as it is today, or with the additional measures that reflect the alternative 4 provisions, would be used within these corridors. But what I think you're also talking about is the trade-off between the different management measures. So alternative 5 is looking at static time area closures, and you're talking about fixed boundaries that close when a cap is met versus a hotspot system where it is meant to identify more discrete areas and move vessels away from them. So it's possible that both would be, I mean, we would expect that if the council were to move forward and this were to be implemented, that both would work together, but how that plays out each season would be different, just fundamentally on how the hotspot program is designed.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this slide is really trying to just summarize at a pretty high level some of the implications that are drawn in the analysis in terms of looking at these corridors. And again, we really focused on comparing the 3 against each other because they're mutually exclusive, so only one could be recommended for implementation at final action. So the logic to some of these conclusions is provided on the left, and the table on the right is a summary of the different benefit or the potential risk or unintended consequence scenarios. So overall chum salmon and Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch tend to be higher in cluster 1 or UNIMAC. And if vessels continue to fish in these areas and are able to successfully minimize bycatch, there could be a substantial reduction in chum and Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch compared to status quo. This scenario could have high potential benefits for bycatch reductions, but there's also a high risk that those benefits will not be realized, and an increase in chum salmon bycatch if vessels are incentivized or required to move into cluster 2. And this is something that in the document we call out as being more likely or more of a constraint for the inshore sector, and then to a lesser degree motherships. And so when the corridor areas are compared to one another, the analysis indicates that implementing a cluster 2 corridor poses the least risk to creating adverse outcomes for chum and Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. And I'll just pause before we move on to other PSC species to see if there's questions from the SSC.
Not seeing any questions right now, so go ahead.
So the approach used to analyze the potential impacts to Chinook bycatch under alternative 5 was the same as that which was used for chum salmon PSC, and really just built on that work. And this is table 344 from the analysis, and it compares pollock harvest, Chinook salmon bycatch, and Chinook bycatch rates during the same monthly breakouts that we looked at for chum, so June and July, August and September through November 1, in each of the corridors for the most recent 5 years. As shown in this table, Chinook bycatch and rates were highest in all corridors during the later aspects of the bee season, so September to November 1, compared to earlier periods. And this aligns with the prior bycatch analyses, and it tells us that whether the bee season is being evaluated using grounds-wide data or if we're looking at smaller spatial scales like these corridors, Chinook PSC increases later in the bee season. And I think that's also touching on some of the questions that we had earlier from members of the SSC with respect to some of that temporal and spatial variation when we were going through unintended consequences and the overarching comments from the SSC minutes. So this is figure 330 from the analysis, and it shows the average weekly chum and Chinook salmon bycatch rates, again, compared to the weekly pollock catch. So this is very similar to the figure that was just shown for chum and Western Alaska chum. And similarly, the rectangles are meant to indicate the corridor closure windows. So Chinook salmon bycatch rates are shown in that middle row. And we can see that for each sector and each corridor, those Chinook salmon bycatch rates are very low, typically below 0.02 Chinook per metric ton of pollock. But we also can see that the Chinook bycatch rates increase during that latter portion of the bee season after the corridor window in all of those areas. The red arrows are just meant to be a visual tool to envision the effect of moving a sector out of the corridor where equally good pollock catch rates cannot be realized, because this would be a scenario that increases the likelihood that catch would be diverted to later weeks in the bee season with potential for adverse effects on Chinook. Since the highest amount of pollock catch moved out of the corridors would come from closing cluster 1 or Unimac to the CV sectors, the analysis indicates that prioritizing chum avoidance in these corridors could be more likely to result in adverse effects to Chinook salmon bycatch. And then this will just walk through the same alternative now just for herring and a focus there. So the impact analysis for herring under alternative 5 does use similar methodologies to chum and Chinook, but here we focused more on building qualitative fleet movement scenarios to better understand some of the potential operational trade-offs that this management measure could pose for the fleet. So shown here on the left is the spatiotemporal distribution of chum salmon bycatch rates during June and July, August, and then again September through November 1. And on the right-hand side is herring PSC over the same monthly breakouts. And then you can see the cluster or the corridors are shown, cluster 1 in red, cluster 2 blue, and then Unimac in that yellow color. There are spatial and temporal differences in chum and herring PSC encounters within a bee season. And so if an in-season corridor was set in regulation, the fleet would be responding to that, and the operational choices that would be made on a season-by-season basis create a high degree of uncertainty in the potential outcomes that we would expect for herring. So for instance, in some years, when we walk through the different movement scenarios, moving the CVs out of Unimac where herring encounters are higher in June and July typically, that may decrease herring bycatch, but if the CVs move into cluster 2 and then further northwest, that could have adverse effects on chum. And then you can think about the same scenario in reverse, where if the CVs are responding to a cluster 2 corridor and they move into cluster 1 and Unimac, that might pose worse outcomes for herring, but could have a positive effect by reducing chum salmon PSC as those vessels move to areas with lower rates. So the main point is really trying to highlight the potential for operational trade-offs that could be presented for the fleet as they are working to avoid multiple species under these kinds of in-season corridor caps.
So I just have 2 slides here related to the potential human dimensions impacts related to alternative 5, since this is a new part of the analysis. So I wanted to present on the approach that's used for each of these sections, as well as some of the high-level conclusions. So to begin, related to impacts on the pollock industry, the pollock sectors are expected to weigh the risk of the corridor caps, but also, as talked about, the consequences, because these sectors have had a different reliance on the corridors. And so the first step of the approach was to evaluate the historical reliance of each sector on each area, as well as operational constraints in attempting to fish elsewhere. So just in terms of some high-level conclusions, as Kate indicated as well, the inshore and mothership sectors have had a high reliance on cluster 1 and Unimac. And also the inshore sector has less flexibility in how far from port they can travel. Generally, there's a 48-hour delivery standard, after which Pollock is caught, that it's expected they would deliver that product to the plant, the shoreside plant. So in particular, smaller inshore CVs with lower capacity could be disproportionately impacted in where they can travel and whether they can make the trip economical with a cluster 1 or UNIMAC closure. The CPs and CDQ sector has more of a reliance on cluster 2 than the other areas, and usually the other sectors as well in cluster 2. The second step of the approach was to qualitatively describe impacts that could be realized prior to corridor closures being met and impacts if the corridor closures were met. So if the closures represented a high consequence for the sectors, it's expected that that fleet would attempt to change its behavior to the extent that they could prior to the closure. So that could look like trying to encourage vessels to fish outside of the area because any chum PSC they caught outside that area wouldn't accrue to the limit, or fishing in the area, but fishing carefully and monitoring that bycatch at a different level with potentially different techniques. Also, depending on the cap, it's likely the case for the, depending on the cap, this is likely the case for the inshore and mothership sectors in cluster 1 and UNIMAC, that it's likely that depending on what the cap would be set at, that would have a high degree of consequence for that sector. Changes in fishing prior to or after a corridor closure could impact harvesting efficiency, product quality, fish size. It could increase fuel and travel costs and impact shoreside plants with potential interrupted or inefficient pace of deliveries. And then the third step of this approach is estimating what we called revenue at risk associated with potentially unharvested pollock. This is a term coined by Scott Miller in a different PSC analysis, but it's really the same methodology as the foregone revenue analysis, but intended to further emphasize that this is a upper bound, an unlikely upper bound, especially in this case, for the likelihood of closures and the magnitude of revenue impacts. It was identified in the analysis that unharvested pollock might be possible for the inshore sector with a cluster 1 or UNIMAC cap, depending on the cap, given the fact that some of these vessels have more limitations in where they can travel and whether they'd be able to make up that amount of pollock harvest. Yep, I'll stop.
Okay. Question from Kaylin.
Yeah, my recollection is last time everything was presented as revenue at risk, and now there's the revenue at risk and foregone, I think foregone revenue is, and I think you just started to touch on it, but is there a reason that different terminology would be used across the alternative 2, 3? I think it's, I see alternative 2, 3, and then now 5.
Through the chair, Kaylin, I didn't use that term in the April analysis. I'm using it just to indicate because these are area closures. It doesn't close the fishery, so they still have a possibility of moving outside and continuing to fish. The analysis is done the same way, and both of them are upper bounds, but this is just to further emphasize that it doesn't close fishing, so they could continue to fish, and it's even more of an unlikely upper bound because of that possibility. These are terms that have been used in other RIRs in the past, but I included both of them in this case because there's this new alternative that has a time area closure associated with it.
Mike?
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. I may have misheard this, but under your point number 1, you mentioned that smaller inshore CVs may be disproportionately impacted. Is it among CVs, the smaller CVs, or are you saying CVs being smaller than CPs, they would be disproportionately?
Through the chair, Mike, I'm just trying to make the point that there's a lot of diversity in the I'm speaking specifically to the inshore CV sector. And within that sector, there's a lot of diversity in vessel characteristics. And there's some analysis and discussion of that in the impact section. So table 426, for example, on page 258, shows a breakout of vessel length. So vessel size is one consideration, but also vessel capacity in terms of storage, how much product they can accommodate, and fuel and horsepower capacity. There's a lot of diversity within the fleet and those considerations, those characteristics. And it's been expressed through public testimony and highlighted from industry that there are certain vessels that and looking at spatial dynamics too, there are vessels, inshore CVs that have traveled quite a bit further, and some CVs that haven't. And there's some of those vessel characteristics related to their ability to do that.
Okay, everybody in the room probably knows my next question, and that is, do those differences in vessel sizes map differentially on different communities? So that are the vessels that would be disadvantaged, small vessels come from smaller communities, or is there anything there?
So thank you for the question. I did think that was where you were going to go. We didn't take the analysis that far. However, that being said, the majority of mothership CVs and inshore CVs have registered ownership addresses in Seattle MSA. So I think without looking at that, given the very high percentage of those vessels that have that community as a tie to the fishery, I think we would expect that there would be some overlap there. But if you would want us to look into that, that's something that we could certainly do.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, well, thank you for that.
Kaylin, a question?
Yeah, just one other clarifying question. And so this again goes to this idea of the extent to which these analyses are somewhat similar, or at least to the extent that it's possible to take a somewhat similar approach that was taken. And I guess thinking a little bit past this, the comparability of some of these numbers that are coming back from these different analyses. So here you said something like, well, this is a very unlikely upper bound. I think the foregone revenue analyses there, that was also characterized as an upper bound of some sort, most likely. So I guess I'm just wondering if you can talk for a moment about so here, this is not quite a fleet movement model. There was sort of some exploration of that, but then it didn't work out for alternative 5. And now there's more of a qualitative characterization of how sort of the fleet might respond spatially and temporally. And is that would be difficult to do, or that wasn't done for alternative 2 and 3 sort of in parallel. And so here we're thinking spatially mainly. And so would it be more difficult to think through across time how effort might be reallocated in response to the alternative 2 and 3 caps and structure there?
Thanks. I'll take a go and then see if Sarah wants to add on. So alternative 2 and 3 would implement hard caps. And so the incentive structure to avoid chum salmon under a hard cap is different from the time area closure. While obviously there's a goal of staying under both caps, it doesn't matter, so to speak, where those chum are caught under alternative 2 and 3 compared to where it does for alternative 5. So under alternative 2 and 3, what the analysis conveys is that we would expect the fleet to go to the areas with the lowest chum salmon bycatch rates. And so what we spoke to before, just backing up with the purpose and need for the action, thinking about Western Alaska chum, those areas with low total chum bycatch rates may not also have low proportions. So when we think about spatial analysis for alternative 2 and 3, it's not the same moving them out of areas based on a closure. We would look at that from where bycatch rates have historically been high. And that is also what we're doing with this analysis under alternative 5, which is typically cluster 2.
Do you have a follow-up, Kellen, or are you good?
Yeah, let me just make sure I understand this. So they're obviously two different management approaches. And so here, there was an effort to think about how the fleet might respond, in this case, across space under alternative 5. And then under alternative 2 and 3, that management measure is a cap on total chum. And so there's been some effort to think about how effort might adjust to avoid the high bycatch areas. And that's where some of the, I guess I think I saw a little bit less of that, but I see now the kind of equivalence between the two. So that's helpful. But yeah, Sarah.
I'm just, through the chair, maybe asking a clarification question. Are you asking us if perhaps more could have been done under alternative 2 and 3 to think about changes across space, across effort redistribution within alternative 2? Because we considered that in alternative 5, because we have these corridor caps. We have distinct large areas that we're thinking about the fleet moving from here to here. But under alternative 2, we don't do that at as a fine scale. Is that what you're asking?
It was very helpful to hear a response about how these are similar, even though the management actions are slightly different. But yeah, Sarah, I think it is kind of, could more have been done under alternative 2 or 3 sort of feasibly to get something. So it could be spatially and or temporally, I would think, to unpack a little bit more in terms of the kind of potential impacts, especially the unintended impacts, because this 5 seems very rich along those lines in terms of levels of uncertainty relative to, I think, alternative 2 and 3.
Yeah, through the chair, Kalen, I think, we were able to do that with alternative 4 because we had these specific corridor areas specified. So we had an easier way to provide that comparison, I think. In order to do that under alternative 2 and 3, I think it would require like a comprehensive fleet movement spatial dynamic modeling exercise. And we have retrospective information on the rolling hotspot program that's presented in their IPA reports and where those closures happened. And there's narrative in those reports along with how those closures took place. But it would essentially, in order to do that for alternative 2 and 3, because they can move anywhere in order to achieve that objective of having lower chum bycatch, we would need to find a way to predictively model the rolling hotspot program into the future. We haven't found a way to do that, but open to SSC suggestions.
Thanks. That's helpful.
I guess Mike first and then Chris.
Yeah, I've been pondering my earlier question a little bit and deciding whether it's worth doing anything with. And just wanted clarification back to table 426 and the whole discussion about distance from port and size of vessel and so on. Does that just include, those data just include vessels delivered inshore or vessels delivered offshore as well?
Through the chair, Mike, those are supposed to just be inshore CVs.
Okay. Thank you.
Chris.
In thinking about the community impact of this, I think a difference with alternative 5 from alternatives 2 and 3 is there's an explicit spatial element. Is there a chance that closing a fairly large area would displace landings from one community to another? Or is that not likely to happen under the cooperative arrangements in the inshore sector?
Through the chair, Chris, I think your latter point, I think because of the cooperative arrangements and the processors that are part of those cooperatives and the availability of processors, that would likely be the answer.
Not seeing any other questions. Go ahead.
Okay, through the chair. So moving on to my second slide, this is related to potential impacts from Alternative 5 on Western Alaska chum salmon communities and those dependent on chum salmon. And this is really an extension of the impact analysis for impacts to Western Alaska chum salmon. So Alternative 5 could have varied outcomes for those dependent on Western Alaska chum salmon. And the way this impact analysis is set up, because we're just focused on presenting on Alternative 5 today, the potential benefits to Western Alaska chum salmon communities, it's a two-part approach. First, it focuses on what we can say about the magnitude and likelihood of benefits around the specific alternatives and the nuances for the specific alternatives. And then we have a section that describes more broadly that if returns are able to increase from any of the alternatives, the types of benefits that might be realized more broadly across communities. So this analysis highlights the likelihood for positive impacts and the risks of potential adverse impacts. So similar to what Kate went over for chum impacts. Again, this depends on the corridor, the cap amount, and the apportionment selected, as well as the pollock fleet's response to that corridor closure. So Cluster 1 and Unimac, again, to summarize Kate's point, there's a possibility of high benefits there if the fleet stays in those areas and change their fishing behavior and works to reduce chum salmon in those areas. But there's also a high risk for adverse effects if the response from the fleet is to move outside of Cluster 1 or Unimac and fish more intensively in Cluster 2, where there has been higher rates of chum bycatch in past years. For Cluster 2, possibility of low-medium benefits, but also lower risk of adverse effects if fishing happens outside of Cluster 2. We also considered potential impacts to Chinook salmon PSC, as Kate went over, another species of critical importance to Western and Interior Alaska tribes and communities. And what was noted there is that if corridor caps result in longer seasons due to increased chum salmon avoidance techniques, it could increase chum salmon or Chinook salmon bycatch later in the season. And then to highlight some of the points that are in the analysis on the potential broader impacts, if Western Alaska chum salmon savings are realized under the corridor caps or other alternatives, there could be much broader implications and benefits. And this is highlighted in section 445. It describes passive use benefits, directed use opportunities, community benefits, and other additional benefits to mixed economies and cultural identities. So this section highlights that any amount of increased Western Alaska chum salmon returns could result in passive use or ecosystem benefits, including what we spoke to about cumulative and longer-term impacts. There could be directed use opportunities for subsistence and commercial fishing and associated communities, and that would be based on meeting escapement goals and dynamic in-season management. However, if there is an opportunity for subsistence or commercial fishing, even a few hundred fish could have a positive impact. And then if bycatch reduction efforts contribute to longer-term viability of the stock, the analysis and also in the cooperating agency documentation, they describe the profoundly positive effect on human salmon, ecosystem relationships, indigenous values and culture, food security, food sovereignty, and the resilience of communities in Western and Interior Alaska.
Yeah, I have a question on that. I found that discussion of the passive use benefits kind of interesting, and I was just wondering, I mean, it was kind of characterized as well established in economic theory, and I was wondering if there is actually a good example of using the theory in a practical decision-making context. I'm just trying to sort of figure out how that might be done or implemented.
Mr. Chair, I don't have an example to give you off the top of my head, but I do know these kinds of techniques have been used in other types of even EISs. They've been used in litigation. Sometimes they've been used with different economic methods to quantify what those passive use of benefits might be, using things like contingent valuation to demonstrate willingness to pay or the other values. So that has been used before. In this document, we're just highlighting it more as a concept. So conceptually highlighting how even if we're not looking at amounts that reach a certain threshold that definitively would open a subsistence fishery, there could still be intrinsic value there associated with bequest value or some other type of value somebody places on having additional chum salmon returned. I could get you some examples and references, but I don't have any off the top of my head.
Yeah, thanks for that. That helps. Mike, has follow-up?
Yeah, I lost the plot here for a second. Are you saying the benefits would be higher under alternative 5? We're talking about alternative 5 now, right? Are you saying that the savings would be greater under alternative 5 than anything else? Therefore, there's a higher likelihood that indirect benefits of return for subsistence use is greater under this alternative? And is that because there's different intervening variables, or what's the foundation of that?
Through the chair, Mike, I didn't mean to imply that if I said that. Part of what I spoke to on this slide had to do with the potential for broader implications for benefits. That section really applies to any of the alternatives. It's more of a concept that, and this again gets back to one of my original points in this presentation about the different pieces of uncertainty here, and what can be directly impacted are the regulations. And we're looking at potential in-river benefits. There's, potential intervening variables. But if we get to a place where Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch reductions help the long-term viability of the resource, if those intervening variables align, so that happens, there's a broader suite of benefits that open up, and that would be across all of the alternatives, any of the alternatives that result in that outcome. So it's a section that's meant to be considered more broadly. The rest of that section focuses more specifically on the alternatives and the nuances that we can say about them, but that section is meant to be read more broadly, not specific to alternative 5.
Yeah, I guess I would suggest then if you're going to use this presentation elsewhere, I got thrown off by the title of the slide and the title of the heading, just below the main heading of the slide. That just a suggestion.
Go ahead. I think we're good.
Okay, so no, that's okay. This is our final section of the presentation. And so we kind of recognized coming into the meeting that we were going to cover a wide range of topics for the SSC, covering both new alternative and impact analysis, as well as response to comments, and in doing so, touch on all of the alternatives. But we wanted to take this final section and provide for you just a conversation on some of the high-level takeaways or kind of a summary overview of some of the different topics that we covered today with respect to the alternatives.
So this is a figure that looks similar to one of the other figures we showed today, describing the incentive structure, but this is looking at a combination of the alternatives. So alternative 2 or 3 are mutually exclusive, but the other alternatives can be adopted in combination with each other. So if the alternatives are in some cases, it may change the incentive structure provided by the combination of the alternatives. So in general, adding the 6 provisions of alternative 4 to the adoption of an overall limit or a corridor cap is not expected to change the incentive structure established by alternative 2, 3, or 5. The provisions under alternative 4 are aimed at being more responsive to chum salmon PSC rates, like, for example, biweekly closures. And that would be expected to complement industry efforts under alternative 2, 3, or 5. Adopting an overall limit in combination with a corridor cap, so that would be alternative 2 or 3 in combination with alternative 5, could potentially shift incentives. The consequences of the caps could be felt differently across sectors. The overall caps are more similar of a consequence because it would shut down the sector for the rest of the bee season. The measures with the greatest consequence and likelihood of occurring are most likely to drive behavior. So this could be different by sector and time frame of season. Even stronger incentive to minimize chum salmon with the combination of alternatives, again, not inherently Western Alaska chum salmon, but all chum salmon in the corridor and outside of the corridor. So essentially, it creates more complex in-season decision-making for the sectors.
Okay.
We got a question here from Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Sarah. Could you go back a slide? So the middle point on the right-hand side, tools under alternative 4 could be used to respond to the restrictions under alternative 5. Did you have specific examples that you could talk through? Because the take-home message for me with much of alternative 5 was focused on the unknown in terms of how these sectors, when they move into a different cluster, would how that behavior would change bycatch. So it's not clear to me that what I've seen in alternative 4, that any of the options there would provide more information or would provide a way for that sector to respond to either increasing bycatch in cluster 2 or just overall magnitude of catch in cluster 1.
Thanks through the chair, Dr. Foy, for the question. So if it's okay, so you're asking what under alternative 4 might be used to respond to alternative 5, and I think the second provision under alternative 4 is the biweekly evaluation of rolling hotspot closures. And so that in particular, the way that measure is designed to work is that right now the hotspot system evaluates data on Thursday for a Friday to Friday closure. And the way that the IPAs have been modified is that data is evaluated on Thursday for Friday to closure, but now also on Monday for Tuesday to Friday closure. So the data is being evaluated more frequently, which reduces the risk that bycatch rates would be increasing without industry responding to those increases, whether that's by implementing a closure or whether that's by being advised to stay or to move out of those areas. So that's an example of where an alternative 4 provision could still work and be a benefit to staying below the corridor caps in alternative 5, or if they were displaced, that would continue to operate in the background of wherever they're moving to. So it might mitigate some of that uncertainty. But at the same time, what we do know from the retrospective data and from the historical data on PSC encounters is where rates have historically been high. So that's the challenge of trying to be able to make some sort of predictive outcome about the future, but also knowing that there are new tools that are going to be in place that might change some of that for the fleet.
Thank you for that.
Jason.
Yeah, this question about under alternative 5, thinking about it in terms of the rolling hotspot overlaid on that. And is there a potential, I just don't see it on the slide, that's why I'm asking, is there a potential maladaptive situation there where the hotspot closure is actually constrained due to the alternative 5 closure kicking in? And I don't know, I'm not asking this very well, but sort of reducing the effective of the hotspot closure, the industry's hotspot closure under 4, or status quo, I guess.
Okay, I think Sarah and I are in alignment on this one, so through the chair. I think the way we've thought about this is that alternative 5 or alternative 2 and 3 would not inherently for chum cause an issue with the rolling hotspot system for chum salmon avoidance. Where this could get tricky is that there is a hotspot program and other measures and incentives for Chinook. And so as the fleet is doing more to avoid chum salmon in response to these measures that include caps or different movement scenarios or would pose different movement scenarios, there could be an interaction with the IPA and the incentives that are designed for Chinook. But the way that we have thought about the alternative 4 provisions, and I guess there might be people sitting behind me who are going to provide public comment to the opposite, but the hotspot program is designed to identify discrete areas with high bycatch rates for short periods in time and move the fleet away from that. And so there is a benefit to that continuing to operate regardless of whether or not we're talking about a time area closure under alternative 5 or a hard cap with abundance indices under 2 and 3. So in that sense, we don't see a conflict with alternative 4 with these other alternatives, but that is specific to chum.
Actually, I kind of follow up on that, and I'm not sure if it is in the document or not. Obviously, you know, you kind of characterize these here as combining the different alternatives that can be combined in various combinations. Is there sort of an explicit discussion of sort of the you know, the added benefit of combining different alternatives? If you can point me to that, if it's in the document.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would point you to Chapter 5, and then that's what I'm going to start to speak to next. So in April, the SSC was interested in this exactly. So trying to have a better understanding of how the alternatives could work in combination with one another, both for potential benefits as well as the costs. So this is speaking specifically to the benefits. So when we're thinking about chum salmon bycatch reductions here, and then Sarah will talk about the costs in combination, and then we'll kind of circle back to some of the potential PSC trade-offs. So alternative 5 can be selected in conjunction or implemented in conjunction with alternatives 2 or 3. And this scenario would require the pollock industry to operate under 2 PSC limits for chum, one that could halt fishing immediately if the cap is met, and the other that would require vessels to move to new fishing grounds for a period of time. In implementing alternatives 2 or 3 plus 5, a hard cap and a corridor cap would be expected to reduce bycatch compared to status quo, but the magnitude of those reductions would depend on the cap amounts, the apportionments, and the degree to which fishermen are able to change their behavior and stay below those caps in a given year. And implementing the 2 chum caps together could also decrease some of the uncertainty that's associated with the risk that in-season corridors would create unintended and adverse effects on chum salmon. A hard cap would effectively put a ceiling on the number of chum salmon that could be caught anywhere on the fishing grounds, right? So you're now putting an additional constraint on the fleet that if they move to new areas where encounters are high, you have another measure that's layered on over the top of that. The council can select alternative 4 in combination with any other alternative. And the IPA measures designed to respond to the regulatory provisions, as we spoke to before, could be used as tools to reduce bycatch under alternatives 2, 3, or 5. And we already spoke to the biweekly evaluation of hotspot closures, but another measure that has been outlined within the IPA proposals and would respond to the provisions is closing stat areas with very high bycatch rates. Those thresholds are defined differently within the IPAs, but what we analyzed in the document is the CP sector IPA, which defines a very high rate as one which a very high bycatch rate in a single stat area is a stat area that has a bycatch rate greater than 5 chum per metric ton of pollock. And so that area would close in addition to whatever other rolling hotspots and closure areas are identified within that week. So those are ways that they could work together in thinking about potential benefits.
in consideration of the costs of combined alternatives, these are potentially mostly costs to the Pollock industry and associated communities. So for the adoption of alternative 2 or 3 in combination with alternative 5, if the sector didn't experience a high consequence from the corridor that was chosen, so for example, if it's the CP fleet and we're talking about a UNIMAC corridor, the overall cap would drive their behavior and avoidance costs. So the impacts would be expected to be about the same as the standalone provision, the standalone adoption of alternative 2. But if the corridor closure does pose a high consequence for a sector, so for instance, the inshore sector or the mothership sector for a UNIMAC or a cluster 1 corridor, they're likely to have increased operational costs associated with avoidance, possibly more movement, slower fishing, more test tows, things like that. So the layering on of the alternatives could create higher costs. Lower amounts for an overall PSC limit and corridor combined are likely to result in broader adverse economic impacts, which could extend out throughout the Pollock fishery, could impact CDQ groups and communities, and even potentially beyond the Pollock fishery, depending on whether closures occurred. The adoption of an overall chum salmon PSC limit and corridor cap, especially cluster 1 or UNIMAC cap, along with the existing Chinook and herring PSC limits, would drive more complex in-season decision-making for the fleet. And we're going to talk about that next. And then for a combination of alternative 2 or 3 with the addition of 4 and or potentially 5, generally, these avoidance techniques may aid the industry attempts to remain under the overall PSC limits or corridor-specific caps. So adding on alternative 4 is unlikely to increase the costs relative to the standalone alternative, the adoption of alternative 4 on its own. We have a question.
Galen.
Sorry, my question is actually on the slide before on the benefits, and I was trying to think this through, and then we moved on to costs. So I'm struggling a little even with the framing here, talking about potential benefits, because I think sort of benefits along what dimension, and I'm thinking back to all the work on the unintended consequences. So I guess I'm wondering if you can talk through maybe a little bit more slowly how, when, for example, I look at table 1.5, and then I think just going through the discussion around some of the alternatives a minute ago, certainly some of the, a couple of the corridors were expected to have, if I'm reading this, I think I was following your presentation, then I'm looking at table 1.5. They're expected to have negative impacts on, for example, Western Alaska chum. And so when I'm thinking of benefits, I'm thinking of what I think was the sort of statement of task at the beginning, which is very Western Alaska focused. And so when some of these alternatives on their own could potentially have negative impacts, why are we calling this potential benefits? It almost feels like it should be potential impact. And are we taking ourselves out of a range where our expected impact is actually negative in terms of our target goals? Or and then if you could just explain this interaction a little bit more, that would be really helpful.
Sure, through the chair. So one way to think about this, and I think, so first of all, for alternatives 2 and 3 or 2 and 3 plus 5, it would really depend on the cap amounts that are selected, right? So if you had a cluster 1 corridor cap of 50,000 chum and you had an overall hard cap of 100,000 chum, which is the low end of the range for alternative 2 and alternative 3 option 2, if the corridor were to close to a sector and they were displaced outside, with the overall cap on top, there is effectively another ceiling in place for how many chum could be caught. And so this is where the combination of alternatives creates a different scenario than one of the alternatives being considered in isolation. This is only talking about the benefits, which is not addressing the costs, which is what Sarah was speaking to, right? So I guess I just want to be clear that as you layer on more constraints, the costs will also increase, as will the difficulty of the operational trade-offs and the choices that need to be made. But we're kind of working through that in sequence through the presentation with benefits, costs, and then different operational and PSC trade-offs. So I think you also referenced back to Western Alaska chum. There's still uncertainty in terms of how the alternatives will work together, and whether or not that would definitively reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch compared to status quo. And I think we will always be somewhat limited in our ability to predict that outcome with this set of alternatives and just the reality of historical data that's available to us. But we did also talk at the start of the presentation where there is, if you were to think about alternative 2 and 3 in isolation, and if total chum salmon PSC could be reduced from status quo to the lowest amounts observed in the analyzed time period, that would also reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch as well. And so in that sense, the interannual variability in the proportion may matter less compared to the total amount of chum salmon that's caught. But we don't know the tipping points of where that becomes unsustainable or too costly for vessels and their avoidance behavior.
So you said at low aggregate chum salmon total, so the 100K, for example. So that's based on the retrospective look. If assuming the season, well, assuming there was a closure, that then under that modeling assumption, with that cap, there would be a decrease in the Western Alaska chum. Or is there anything else that helps differentiate why we wouldn't have a question about the Western Alaska chum outcomes if we're looking at, say, a 100K versus a 200K cap?
Through the chair, Kaylin, this is a really challenging part of the analysis, is the difference, the distinction we're making between overall chum and the expected impacts on overall chum bycatch versus Western Alaska chum bycatch. And I think figure 317 on page 118 is what I keep coming back to when I think about this, because like, for instance, just the difference between the black bar and the blue bar in that bar graph, you're trying to control the blue bar, really, and you get to a cap that's a low cap, you're very likely to lower that blue bar too, but it might not be that that blue bar would have actually hit the cap. And so we're kind of making inferences there that under these years with overall low chum bycatch, in most years you also have low Western Alaska chum bycatch, but because the proportion varies so much year after year, it's really hard to make those statements definitively. And it could be, and there are examples of years that show this, where chum bycatch overall drops quite a bit and Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch does not. And so that distinction is important, and it's a challenging part of the overall impact analysis, and including when you layer on combination of alternatives. But I think what we're saying here is that the potential benefits of the combination of alternatives really depend on what your caps are. If you have a high overall cap and then a low corridor cap, if it's Unimac or cluster 1, you still have that potential for adverse impacts where vessels are moving outside of cluster 1, they're moving into cluster 2, higher rates, and you still have the dynamic that we're highlighting under alternative 5, where there could be that potential for an increase in chum bycatch. But if you have lower caps for both of them, that might mitigate some of that adverse impact. But it is a challenging part of the impact analysis, I think, because of the variation in interannual rates.
So this slide here, when you're talking about potential benefits, then we should be thinking about it as in terms of chum in aggregate, as a sort of indirect indicator of what we think would be the the objective, which is reducing Western Alaska? Or I guess within the context of this slide, maybe what is the benefit?
Thanks, Kaylin. I think the benefit is both, but the management measures themselves are only able to control or layer on for total chum. So I think this is like the inherent tension of the analysis and trying to achieve I don't know how else to I think this is the challenge of the analysis, trying to characterize what might achieve total benefits, total all chum salmon, not accounting for genetic stock composition estimates and variation, and looking specifically at Western Alaska chum salmon, and hard caps and time area closures and moving the fleet. And then you have the hotspot system. So 3 of the 4 alternatives are very different from alternative 4, and they can all work together, but there is inherently uncertainty in what the outcome will be for Western Alaska chum salmon. And we can make some more clear inferences on what would happen to total chum, but Western Alaska chum salmon it poses a different level of uncertainty for us to be able to commit to one possible outcome. And I think Sarah was speaking to figure 316 or 317, but I think too, just looking at table 312 in the analysis, which is a pretty regular, I guess it comes before the SSC and the council pretty regularly, and this is the estimated mean proportion and number of chum salmon caught as bycatch from each genetic stock reporting group. And you can see even here, when you look at the total B-season chum salmon bycatch, and then you look at the Western Alaska combined, the proportions, they vary substantially. The highest is 25.1% in 2011, and the lowest is 9.1% in 2020. And you have very different total PSC numbers across that set of years. And so when you go through and you then look at the interannual variability, this is the challenge where, and we circle back to, it depends on what your cap amounts are, and then it depends on what the proportion is in that year, and it depends on where the fleet's fishing, and it depends on what the environmental conditions are. And so to some extent, to just try to predict what Western Alaska chum salmon savings could be based off of the alternative itself, we are inherently reducing a lot of the other factors that will play into that in the future.
So none of this would, in my mind, relate to the analysis, but more the language used and how things are presented, and back to one of the prior SSC comments about how to talk through unintended outcomes. And so did you think about different language than potential benefits, or language that would be broader in an example like this to also capture a potential outcome that could be negative in terms of Western Alaska chum?
Thank you, through the chair. I think we do that extensively in the document, including in Chapter 5 and Section 3.5 and the sections covering Chinook, herring, and Western Alaska chum, where we talk about the potential for different PSC trade-offs and unintended consequences. So I think we're getting hung up on the title of this slide, and I can certainly change that moving forward, but I don't think we, in the entirety of what we have been discussing or the document, are I guess unclear on the range of outcomes that could be expected.
Pat, go ahead.
If I may just to ask a sort of summary question. I don't know between 2 and 3, which is more flexible. Let's say it's 3. If I chose 3 and 4 and or 5, let's say 3, 4, and 5, as a council member, I could choose anything. So I could choose something that's effectively 3, or something that's effectively 5, or something that's effectively 3 and 4 and 5. So is that right?
Through the chair, that's correct. The only ones that you cannot put together are 2 and 3.
Right. So in some sense, these questions are sort of open and would be, the council would have to decide themselves what the consequences would be at any particular inflection point in terms of the choices. Thanks.
Not seeing any questions. Oh, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I waited for you to turn your head that way and then I raised my hand. Sorry, it's for this slide, the one on cost. So just real quickly, I'm returning to kind of a question that I had before about combining 5 and 4. When you were thinking about costs associated with 5 and 4, if you go over a cap in one of your areas, so you end up moving the fleet into another area. I understand the idea that you could be considering rolling hotspots, but did you consider the ability of the fleet to then catch the pollock quotas should there be a higher bycatch rate, acknowledging that they can't go back to that other cluster area? So there's a potential cost associated with thinking that 5 and 4 could be linked subsequent to hitting the cap. I understand what you said about prior to hitting the cap. That makes sense to me, but am I missing something about there being any value to combining them after the cap is hit?
Through the chair, I'm trying to think through that additional impact that might come from alternative 4. The analysis does cover potential impacts under alternative 5 if the cap is hit, and especially under the if for instance the inshore CV sector isn't able to harvest all of its TAC, if there's a cluster 1 cap, and that's like a significant amount of pollock fishing effort that would then move outside of that area, and if it wasn't able to harvest that TAC, so those potential costs are covered under alternative 5. So I'm trying to think through the addition of the 6 provisions in alternative 4 in that scenario. They would be adding on the different actions that have been taken by mostly the actions that have been taken by the industry into their IPAs to address that. So it would potentially increased movement if with biweekly closures, for example. But I guess, was there something specific with the addition of alternative 4 and 5 if there's a corridor closure that you think that alternative 5 would be missing on its own?
Yeah, through the chair. You're getting at exactly my point, is I think that that's a cost that we should be accounting for or communicating, that there would be a cost associated in foregone harvest if you just assumed that you could address some of the Area 5 actions with activities from with alternative 4. And I'm sorry if I'm not saying that very well. I'm coming at this from alternative 5 first. So first you're closing an area, and then to suggest that there's some tools within alternative 4 that would be of benefit. I think that we're forgetting the inability of the fleet to then hit the TAC. So the question is then whether or not you agree, or whether or not that was something you thought about, or is it just not enough information to address?
Through the chair, it's definitely something I could think about more. Under alternative 4, and really under status quo, since a lot of these provisions have been adopted, there is a potential that biweekly closures and the other things that were considered under those provisions decrease efficiency in allowing pollock fishermen to fish where they would most prefer if it's moving them more often. So there could be a cost associated with that, and some of that cost could be happening under status quo. So I could definitely give some more thought to if the layering on of those provisions in addition to alternative 2 creates a different type of dynamic that's not already captured under the potential impacts of alternative 5.
Okay, question from Chris.
Real quick, as I think about the 4 and/or 5, I guess we know that the industry views the IPAs and the rolling hotspot closures as a way that they believe in and know how to use to manage bycatch, right? Because they're doing that now, seemingly to good effect. If a cap were imposed under 2 or 3 and 5, wouldn't I expect the industry to use the tools at their disposal, the best tools at their disposal, to ensure they did not hit the cap in the corridor or throughout the entire Bering Sea? And that makes me think I'm really unsure what the purpose of codifying the terms under 4 would be, other than sort of tying their hands to do the thing that is the best tool that they think they have. Yeah, I'm not sure when that becomes binding once you've implemented these other caps. Am I missing something?
Through the chair, Chris. Yeah, I think that might be more of a policy question around the purpose of codifying those. I mean, we do, as highlighted in this incentive slide, we also think that these tools that have been designed could help the sector mitigate bycatch in a way that could also potentially help them stay under limits. I guess it could be in the future, and depending on what the limits are, if it isn't perceived that there's a risk that they might hit those limits, there might still be a good reason to have those provisions codified in regulations. But we can also see some alignment in how those tools might complement what the industry might do to try to stay under a PSC limit.
Pat?
If you don't mind, I'm gonna re-ask the question I asked earlier. I think I didn't ask it specifically enough, but I think the answer is clear to me now, but I just want to ask it anyway. So if the council chose options 3, 4, and 5, it's not like they could turn off 5 in a subsequent year or something like that. They would have to go with all 3 all the time. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Pat, yes. These would be set in regulations. I will note that alternative 3, since it's triggered by abundance index, the limit may not be in effect in a certain year, but all of these alternatives would be adopted within federal regulations. So in order to turn them off, we would do this process again.
Right, thanks. I think this was related to the codify part. It kind of clarified for me what was going on. So it's not like we have a bunch of options that we can work with. We kind of have to invest basically in any particular one. Okay, very good. Thank you. That helps me a lot.
Okay, not seeing any questions. Go ahead.
So this is really just trying to pull together some of the different PSC and policy trade-offs that we've talked about throughout the presentation, and then also, of course, within the document. So we've really focused on chum for obvious reasons, given the purpose of the action, but also Chinook and herring, because there are existing PSC limits for these species that pose constraints for the fleet. So alternatives 2, 3, and 5 all include different caps for chum, and there is a scenario where the fleet could be operating under the Chinook salmon hard caps, the herring PSC limit and triggered time area closures, as well as the chum salmon hard cap or Chinook hard cap, herring time area closure plus PSC limit, and the time area closures for chum, or all 4 together. And so the analysis had a difficult job of trying to understand the impacts of layering on 1 or 2 additional alternatives for chum salmon bycatch management and how vessels might respond to the hard cap or the in-season corridor caps by a variety of different techniques. And some of those we've tried to list for you here, which is that vessels could move to new areas where they think that lower bycatch rates could be realized. They might use more frequent test tows. They could slow the pace of fishing to account for each haul or offload. And it could be the case as well that a cooperative may issue a stand down for a period of time as they closely monitor their chum PSC against either a hard cap or an in-season corridor cap. All of these have associated costs that may limit fishermen's ability to stay below the chum salmon PSC limits. But there is also the potential for these behavior changes that would be implemented in response to the chum salmon bycatch management measures that are being considered to have adverse outcomes for these other PSC species that have constraints on the fleet as well. So the timing of chum and Chinook encounters during the bee season is dissimilar, and we covered that in the presentation earlier as we talked about the potential outcomes for Chinook, where those bycatch rates increase in September and October. So should the strategies to avoid chum salmon from June to August divert pollock catch to later months, that the analysis expects that there would be an increased likelihood for Chinook bycatch to increase. And the outcomes for other PSC species would depend on the fleet's ability to respond, and that could be influenced by different market or environmental conditions within a year. And so there's a high degree of uncertainty in what could be expected. And so the figure on the right is really just meant to be kind of a simple illustration of how we've conceptualized as a PSC limit or a cap for chum becomes more constraining, you have a greater need for the fleet to respond in season with more complicated in-season management decision-making. And we don't make any claim on what decisions would be made. We're just highlighting that there is an increased level of uncertainty and risk as they try to balance their operations against all of these different caps. And this is just meant to be a reference table for the SSC. It's a high-level summary of the potential for each alternative to result in potentially positive outcomes for chum, Western Alaska chum, Chinook, or herring, as well as the potential for negative outcomes compared to status quo. And again, I'm not going to read through and walk through all of this. It's really a summary of all of the content that we've talked through today, and it's here for you as you guys consider and your deliberations.
Thank you very much. And appreciate the summary slide too, and maybe we should kind of take a little bit of time to digest that. And I'm happy to take immediate questions now, but I think we might want to take a break too and still have you guys available for any overall questions. But maybe take a break first and people can look at that table and think about it and then clarify any remaining questions that we might have about the analysis overall. And I'm sure we'll have more later, but if that sounds all right, let's just meet back at 2:40. Okay.
You're looking at me like I have some bearing on that.
2:40. Okay, if you could take your seats again, please, we'll get started. Okay, so we will, while we have the analyst here in the room, I'll open it up for any more questions overall on the document if you wanted to follow up on anything, and if not, that's fine too. Go ahead, Brad.
So the analysts are available to answer our questions?
Are you available to answer our questions?
We're available.
All right. Thank you, guys. This has been really helpful. I'm going to ask a question about slide number 45. All right, here we are. Hopefully this is pretty straightforward. My main question is when we see the ANS number, which is the amount of fish sufficient to open a subsistence fishery, and it either question mark or no, no or yes, that's referencing the actual outcomes in that particular year, not what would have happened if a certain amount of AEQ fish were added.
Through the chair, that's correct.
So then the interpretation would be to look at the values in the table, add them to whatever's listed there as the run size, and then determine for ourselves if that would have moved us over the threshold.
So that would be a more appropriate exercise to do for the upper middle Yukon reporting group because you have alignment there with the AEQ estimates and that being the run size and run reconstruction depicting that run size. For the CWAC reporting group, functionally, yes, with the huge caveat that those are not actually just Yukon summer chums. So it is really conceptual in trying to make a inference about adding the AEQ and
Sure.
really just comparing the run size. Don't add it because they're not summer chums. Does that make sense?
So I guess I should have clarified, this is the example tables. I was specifically looking at like 4-38, which is one of the CWAC examples. Just trying to figure out, I thought I understood it until you got to the presentation, and then I didn't anymore. And I think Ian thought he didn't understand it and then now thinks he does. So between the two of us, we realized maybe while you're here, you could help us unpack that a little bit. So if we took one of the CWAC examples, the actual values that go along with, like, say, full savings versus 75th percentile on down the line, we would need to take the number where it says run size at the bottom of the table. If it says no, there wasn't subsistence fishery open, then you would add the value that goes along with one of those AEQ outcomes to see if it would have bumped you above the threshold or no. Or maybe we can put one of those tables up if that's easier. But
Okay. So through the chair, so Brad, I think this is fine because this is it's the same table. It's just a limited number of years that you're showing. So for the CWAC AEQ savings estimates, we are making a comparison to the Yukon summer chum run reconstruction and then markers of in-river management for Yukon summer chum. But we know that not all of those CWAC fish are in fact Yukon summer chum. So that's why we made those adjustments, and we could have picked any range or interval to do that at. We just picked those quartiles. So the run reconstruction accounts for escapements and harvests, So conceptually, yes, you would logically think towards like in-river management and what those thresholds are in terms of did we meet the lower bound of the escapement goal? What would be required in order for subsistence opportunities to be provided? The commercial threshold for other uses beyond subsistence accounts for that ANS range, so it's additive. But I guess the one caveat, and I might be unnecessarily complicating things here, is that those numbers don't just automatically go to escapement, right? So that's kind of the key point that I would say, and yeah, I'll just stop there.
Perhaps Dr. Stewart has a follow-up question.
Maybe just to clarify another part of the same topic, I think, that presumably the thresholds that, like, for example, that ANS threshold has actually changed over time as well, has it not? That's why we could have, in that table, you can have a large run that didn't meet the threshold and a smaller run that did?
Okay, thank you through the chair for the question. So yes, ANS amounts can change over time. So the board official make a determination to review those numbers or the range that's set. But sometimes ANS may not be met, not because subsistence opportunities weren't available, but harvests just fall below in that year for any number of reasons, including the 2017 example that we spoke to in the document. In that year, there were conservation efforts for Chinook, and so that had limitations on the opportunities that could be provided for chum because of the overlap in the run timing. There could be other instances where harvests are falling below what was historically set for the ANS range based off of what was harvested in prior years for just changes in use, household needs, and things like that as well. And we try to address that qualitatively and separately within the subsistence and commercial fishing sections of Chapter 4.
Go ahead.
Last clarification. So the way I think I understand it is that, for example, if you looked at the question, would subsistence have been allowed in this year? I don't think you can, even doing the math that Brad suggested, I don't think you can actually infer whether it would have happened or not, even if you allocated all of this to escapement. All the savings went to escapement, still isn't a guarantee that that would be the case. So there's really no way to draw this sort of back of the envelope. How would this have affected the binary management decisions? Is that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That helps a lot.
Follow-up, Kaylin.
Yeah, I have another kind of thought process to run by you. So I'm thinking again about the treatment of unintended consequences within the report. And I'm thinking back to a couple comments you made. One is that there is going to be some uncertainty no matter what. There's a lot of variability year to year in terms of Western Alaska as a proportion of total chum. But then I think one of the other things that came up and we were talking about a little while ago was that to a certain extent, lower chum probably results in lower Western Alaska chum, or there's this idea that closer to the, say, 100K cap, we might expect lower Western Alaska in addition to obviously meeting that cap in total. And so I just want to run, I guess, a couple calculations by you really quick. So using the numbers from table 3.12, so I look there and I can see the Western Alaska the maximum mean proportion of Western Alaska chum in the chum bycatch is about 25%. And so if I thought about that 100K cap, I could think, okay, well, worst case scenario, if the fleet is picking up 25% of their chum as Western Alaska, then that would be 25,000 Western Alaska. But then if I wanted to think about this sort of hypothetical case where we want to do equal or better to all the past years, the lowest year I see in terms of Western Alaska chum is about 5,000 or 4,700. And so if I think again of applying that 25% sort of worst case rate, then I could back out another sort of cap where I might think over this past period with a cap of 20,000, I would always have done at least as well, would have done better, equal or better in terms of total Western Alaska chum. Is that reasonable? And then, I mean, those are very low numbers, but then that helps kind of contextualize some of the uncertainty. And then the arrows that are demonstrating we're not really sure the direction that things would go once we start to go up into these higher caps, like the 500K or so. Does that make sense? Is that sort of a valid back of the envelope calculation to think about?
Through the chair, I think that follows the logic of some points in the paper. Just being clear though that 20,000 is not a cap that's within the range and is not on the table. But yes, I think what we were pointing out is that if you think about the cap as a ceiling in terms of the number of chum salmon that could be caught, that is one way that you could look at Western Alaska chum salmon, the estimated number that could be caught in a year, and we point out that the proportion would still vary. But I'm not sure if you're looking for more than that.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, Chris?
I'm just checking. I have a genetics kind of clarifying question. Can we go that far? Is that fine at this point? Thank you.
Since we have that.
Dr. Rary, thank you. Just as I was going through this on, I think it's page 300 of the report, I'm trying to get a feel for the fact that Kotzebue is not separated out in your analyses, but in the WASP data, Kotzebue is separated out, and it has a clarifying phrase in here that it was removed, basically defined by stakeholder interest, genetic structure, adequate representation of individuals and populations. And I just was trying to, is there a genetic component to Kotzebue that's explicit? And if so, why or why haven't you separated that out in your analysis? Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So originally, when we started these analyses in 2011 through, I think, 2019, we relied on a microsatellite-based baseline, which was developed by DFO. And so we did not have the statistical power to pull out the Kotzebue Sound reporting group. However, when we transitioned to the SNP panel that we currently use, we do have that ability. And so I think over the last 2 years or 3 years, we have produced estimates for Kotzebue Sound itself. If you read this year's genetic report that's posted on the council website, there is a section devoted to Kotzebue Sound. What we see this current year in 2024 is that it is a very small amount. And so we try not to estimate reporting groups that are less than, around 5%. We make some exceptions. But going forward, we'll keep an eye on Kotzebue Sound, maybe not report it in every single tech memo, but it is something that we're keeping track of. There was an increase in, an index of abundance, so catch per number of permits, and we did see an increase in the relative proportion of Kotzebue Sound in that year, but since it's fallen off. So it seems to be, it does fluctuate in relative abundance, but it does seem to track with the index of abundance that we have.
So just to be clear, in this report, though, it's not included, it's lumped together with coastal Western Alaska.
To be clear, because we're using the time series of 2011 to 2022 for the AEQ, we need to use that microsatellite baseline.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
And so, yes, it is lumped.
Perfect.
Okay, follow up from Ian.
Yeah, it's a genetics question, but not exactly on the same angle. Written public comments and the appendices raise a concern about potential for erosion of fine scale structure within these larger systems. And I'm wondering, is there evidence of fine scale stock structure within these river systems? And then secondarily, could you comment on whether there's been any detailed analysis of like clustering within bycatch events? So when they catch a school of fish, are they all from the same place or are they mixed? Thank you.
Yep, through the chair. Thanks for the question. So one of the difficulties we have right now in breaking apart this large coastal Western Alaska summer run is that we don't have a lot of fine scale, like strong genetic structure that we can identify with our current marker panel. And so that's one of the reasons that we produce these estimates for such a large geographic scale. Can you remind me what your second part of your question was? Sorry.
Whether there's clustering in the bycatch events as well. So if you were to analyze on a smaller event scale than just.
Yeah, so in terms of things like individual hauls, occasionally we have the ability to analyze individual hauls that come in, and it may be from the shoreside sector where you might have a mixture of hauls that occurred but are in one delivery as well. I think in 2018, there were a few scientific cruises that were evaluating excluder devices. So we had really high sample sizes for those excluder tows. And consistently what we see is that generally individual hauls are representative of much larger aggregations in both space and time on the scale of hundreds of kilometers and multiple weeks. And so we don't typically see individual hauls that are comprised of a single reporting group.
Thanks for that. Other questions for any analysts? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for the detailed presentation and answering all our questions so far. Appreciate it. I think we're ready for public testimony. I think we have 13 people signed up, so we'll leave it at our usual 5 minutes, and we will be starting off with Frank Kelty in the room here, and then we go to Corey Lesher, who is remote. So if he could be promoted.
Good afternoon, members of the SSC and Mr. Chairman. It's nice to be back before you. My name is Frank Kelty. I'm representing the city of Unalaska today. I'm their fisheries person, and Mayor Tudikoff was supposed to be here, but naturally the Unalaska weather didn't cooperate yesterday, so he's not going to make it today. We're here on C2, and the pollock fishery is the economic engine for Unalaska, as you guys are well aware, and other fishery-dependent communities in the Bering Sea region. A closed or reduced pollock bee season would have a dramatic negative impact on all of our harvesters, seafood processors, fisheries support businesses, and the residents of Unalaska and other communities. When you look at Section 4 of the Economic and Social Assessment on page 196, you'll see the large dependence Unalaska has on revenues from the pollock bee season. Looking at annual years, fish tax dollars, we have a 2% local landing tax, and then the state shared taxes are 1.5% shared half. It's 3% half shared back to Unalaska. That's another 1.5% for the resource landing and the Alaska Fisheries business. They bring in on a pollock bee season around $7 or $8 million, about 23% of our annual budgets, which is in the mid $35 million range in a general year for Unalaska. So that shows the importance of it. In a full year, the revenues from fish tax revenues are around 40% for A and B season. And it really shows our dependence on the fisheries. You know, the only industry we have in Unalaska is the fishing industry, basically. And so any impacts to it are felt all through the community, including the clinic, schools, the longshoremen, everywhere. The pollock bee season, naturally, as you know, has the largest part of the allocation. It's the largest fishing year from June 15th, usually till early October. And it is critically important, the pollock fishery, because of the
almost total collapse of the Bering Sea crab fisheries. Unalaska, besides being the largest groundfish port in the nation and in the state of Alaska, we were also used to be the well, I think we still are #1 on crab again. The Kodiak tanner crab fishery got reduced, it looks like. So, but crab has been an important part of our community, and pollock. Those are the 3 top things we do: pollock, cod, and crab at the local shore plants. And then we also are the support base for the offshore groundfish fleets. Really, Dr. Downs was talking about these impacts, and he's right. And I'll give you an example, just to, how much time do I have? Well, 2 minutes. Okay. But in the old days, we'd have a dedicated crab crew during the A season, pollock, doing snow crab and things like that. Those days are gone because we don't have, with the crab resource gone, you might have a separate cod crew that'll work a 10 or 12-hour day, and then they'll take the pollock people to come back to work overtime after they've done their 12-hour shift to help out with a crab delivery. And that'll work, then the night shift will get off and they'll come back and work a few hours to help on crab or a cod delivery. So we've consolidated a lot of employment impacts. And it's also the same thing in the support sector businesses. Unalaska has a wide range of support sector businesses, from shipyard, machine shops, everything else. And they have also seen cutbacks because of the loss of revenue from crab and cod deliveries. Moving on, the pollock BC, well, the analysis points out the high degree of vulnerability for Unalaska, and I think I've spoken to that. Points out the pollock B season, and it also for other communities in the region are heavily impacted. I mentioned the revenues that are coming in. The Port of Dutch Harbor is the major shipping port for the offshore and onshore fleet in Unalaska. We ship over hundreds of millions of pounds out of the region with Matson, CMA, Linden, Coastal Transportation, all have operations and terminals in Unalaska. We have around 350 plus longshoremen that work in our community, and they would be tremendously impacted if we had a reduced or shut down pollock B season. We're supporting Alternative 4. We think that's the best way to go. We like the 6 new IPA provisions that are being proposed. Originally, I'm not quite sure about Alternative 5 yet, how that would work. But Alternative 4, I think, is the safest way for us to support that we have a viable pollock fishery for our community. And to wrap up, like I said, we don't do not object to looking at some of Alternative 5 going in, but we're going to keep an open mind on that. And one of the things that I want to point out is I think when you look at the reduced amount from 2021, there was 500,000 bycatch. Anyway, we've gone from 500,000 down to 29,000 in 2024. I think the cooperatives have done a great job. Plus, there must be also something to do with less hatchery fish in the water. And I think that wraps me up. Well, I can keep going.
Thank you. You're at the beep, I guess.
Okay.
Thanks very much for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Kelty? Not seeing it. Oh, Corey, go ahead.
Yeah, you said with respect to Alternative 5, you're not quite sure how that would work.
Well,
sorry.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. It's the old mayor and me coming if I could interrupt anybody. So
no worries.
Which I'm really good at. You can ask Stephanie. You know,
is that mostly from just an operational perspective, or kind of understanding how practically it would be implemented from the top down?
Well, you know, Unalaska really depends a lot on all the pollock fleet, but you know, our biggest landings are coming from the CV fleet. So anytime you might reduce or close them off, and those, if the CV fleet had to go, you know, halfway to St. Matthew Island, we wouldn't be doing very many fillets by the time they got back down low. It'd be mostly a surimi operation. So that's my main concern. If we get closed off, or an area close to Unalaska, home base is closed off, what's going to happen? Where are they going to have to go fish? And what are going to be the bycatch implications if there's Chinook in the area, or herring in the area, or sablefish? So I quite haven't wrapped my arms around. I have to talk to my industry friends to figure out what I really think about Alternative 5.
All right,
Thank you.
Chris.
Thanks, Frank. Earlier, Mike asked a question of the analysts about what happens sort of in plants and the stability of plants, and you mentioned sort of how the shifts were coordinating as pollock has sort of become the stable product as we've dealt with changes in crab and cod and other things. Does that ring true to you that pollock is an important stable source of stability there?
It certainly is. It's it's our bread and butter now. We're seeing a little bit of an upturn possibly on crab. We don't know if it's the long-term upturn, but crab is, this red king crab, we had 2.3 million pounds. We had an Opelio opening that's underway now at 4.7 million pounds. Golden king crab is really stable. So crab is, we live and die on what the pollock fishery is producing. It's the revenue generator for the community, for the harvesters, processors, and everyone. But so I think that I don't know much more I can say. It's it's 40, almost 45% of our revenue. The other part of it, though, is I forgot to mention the sales tax income. Sales tax is a huge amount. It's the second largest revenue stream, and that's because of the sale of fuel to the plants, the harvesters, the residents in the community, all the vessels. So an impact to the pollock fishery, a closure, our sales tax revenue is going to dry up as well. That hits the grocery stores, hits everybody in the community.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks again for your testimony. I think.
Thank you.
Next up is Corey Lesher, and I see you online, so go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Quick sound check.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the SSC. For the record, my name is Corey Lesher with the Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers, and I apologize, can't be with you guys today in person. I'd like to start by thanking the authors for a thorough and robust analysis and the presentation that we just heard today. And as you can probably guess, my comments today are going to be crab related. So I'd like to point the SSC members to Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers comment letter that we submitted to the council, and I'll be speaking to that. I'll try to keep my comments brief and hopefully to the point, but ABSC would like to ask the SSC and council to consider requesting a chapter to identify the potential impacts of alternatives to Bering Sea crab and crab habitat. We support and appreciate the council's ongoing efforts to explore actions that further minimize bycatch across all fisheries in the North Pacific, and in this case, Western Alaska chum salmon, and the interactions with pollock fleet. And we share similar concerns as many others that recent run declines of chum salmon are continuing to impact Western Alaska communities' well-being, food security, culture, and cultural identity. The analysis does a good job identifying some of the connectedness between the pollock fishery and community dependence, as well as the dependency that the crab processing has on a strong pollock fishery. We also just heard more of that from Mr. Kelty in the previous testimony. There does, however, still remain a necessity to find the balance between all that's in play here, which includes providing ample protections to crab and crab habitat. And we saw some of this in recent council analyses in regards to displaced fishing effort in consideration of crab savings area. In this analysis, Table 3-1 provides information on potential effects of the proposed action and alternatives could have on other resources, and states that there would not be an impact on crab PSC, but the key word there being the PSC. So I'd remind the SSC that the council has previously acknowledged that the performance standard or observed crab PSC in the pollock fishery is not an accurate measure of impact to crab or benthic habitat. The analysis states in several sections that annual activity in the Bering Sea pollock fishery with pelagic trawl gear is expected to continue to result in bottom contact and benthic disturbance in the Bering Sea. So while much of the recent data on crab movement and seasonal distribution is part of recent and ongoing research, this is the best available science, and it should be considered and reflected in an impact analysis. So just to conclude here, ABSC requests further analysis and a chapter on the impacts of the alternatives on Bering Sea crab stocks and crab habitat, not just prohibited species catch in the trawl fishery. That wraps up my testimony, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much for your testimony. We got a question from Bob here.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your testimony, Corey. Quick question. Has ABSC considered what specific concerns that they would have regarding alternative 5, for instance, in the different cluster areas with respect to your concerns about crab habitat?
Through the chair, thank you, Bob. That's really an excellent question, and I think that's where we would like a further analysis. Our comment letter speaks specifically to alternative 5, and that's what we would like to see teased out in an analysis using the recent crab spatial distribution, seasonal movement patterns that we understand from tagging studies. And if we were to displace a fleet's fishing effort, what impact might that have on crab? I can look at those maps and make guesses from the knowledge that I have, but I think being teased out in a detailed review or chapter of an analysis would be really important to look at. We see from in-season management reports that B-season pollock fishing really has a large spatial footprint that I believe overlaps with the 3 big crab stocks, so snow crab, beardeye, and red king crab, but specifically to alternative 5 and the corridors that are suggested primarily lies on top of red king crab and beardeye habitat. But the seasonal distribution is what's important there, and I would hope that could be identified a little bit better or more clearly in in a crab specific chapter.
We got a follow up here from Chris.
Yeah, Corey, thanks for that. Just to follow up here, I'm not looking at it, but I feel like the Unimac area is not really red crab habitat, maybe cluster 1, but probably not cluster 2. I'm just trying to do you have a good feel for what area might impact red crab explicitly? And then if you could do you have an idea of where Tanner and or Snow is it? I mean, I think that Unimac Pass is probably relatively low on that impact, but if you could help with your expertise, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, Chris, thank you. When I look at cluster 1, I think red king crab. We would need to look at the seasonal movement and distribution. I do believe that we have an understanding of seasonal patterns for both male and female red king crab. So cluster 1, I immediately think of red king crab, but I would have to overlap that with the B season distribution. And then cluster 2, looking at this, I would have concerns for beardeye or Tanner crab. And so again, want to look at the seasonal distribution and try to understand if that would be a concern of increased effort during the B season, or if we have an idea of where Tanner crab move to that time of year. So again, looking at cluster 1, Unimac, and cluster 2 in regards to increased effort from displaced fishing versus status quo. And I think council staff previously has done a really good job of being able to identify that or patterns, looking at displaced effort for salmon and halibut PSC, because there's measurable PSC. Crab, I think we have to look at habitat, because in the pelagic trawl fishery, crab are rarely retained. And so I know that's somewhat comparing apples and oranges, but I think we feel it's important to provide some sort of habitat analysis to look at crab protections.
Okay, thanks very much, Corey. I don't see any more questions. Thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Jimmy Hurley. You in the room? Yep.
Hello, Chairman. My name is Jimmy Hurley, respective scientific committee. I've lived I'm from the Bristol Bay area, and all my life I've lived on the Nushagak River. I've seen every different fish, like salmon and everything we live off. And I participated in probably every fisheries except for crab in the state of Alaska. I worked on the trawlers, late 80s. I've helped do policy with our Bristol Bay region, with Nushagak Advisory. All my life I've been, fish has been my life, and chums, I could see where there's been some effects even on the Nushagak River lately. I work here in the winter pushing snow out to the airport, and so I could be in here to testify. I've tried to make every meeting on the North Pacific and Board of Fish to make my opinion on. I'm talking on behalf of myself. I'm not affiliated with anybody. I have nobody funds me in what I say and do. So, but I've done a lot for Bristol Bay, and to me, with the Cluster 1, I testified before about the high concentrations of bycatch in Cluster 1. I recommended that be shut down, and 5 outside there, or 3, I think it was king salmon. It was a while back, but it's been so much meetings. I don't, I'm kind of stumped. I don't have no notes with me, but just coming out of my head here that I see there'd be some real impacts on the fish, the chums on Cluster 1, because they're getting close to home. They're going to be going right up to where they're going to spawn. People are going to be able to eat salmon along the Yukon-Kuskokwim River. Nushagak River I used to fish in the Nushagak district, and you could go on the west side and you could load up with chums if you want to load up with fish. Right now, I doubt if you can do that. That's how much of an impact the number of chums that just last 4 or 5 years. We have a creek right below. I go back for 2 weeks, and I operate some of the biggest barges on the Nushagak River. I pilot them up and down, but I take 2 weeks to put up my kings and chums. And I've seen that it's been a struggle to even get kings, and struggle even worse with chums. Chum salmon, I probably put away about 10, 12 chums compared to, I used to run dogs, and I used to put up as much chums as I was able to. So I would recommend that, Cluster 1, and I was talking to these young ladies back here, I said, even if we did maybe 1 month of that, cut into closing down something here, I think we'll be stepping in the right direction in what you or the council is trying to do. That's not asking for very much, but the people on my native people, I could say that I'm I'm more native than anything else. They're suffering. And I know I've seen so much people that just, they don't even bother going and get a permit. And a lot of them cut it out with less kings and chums on the Nushagak River. They don't even, the number of permits to go and do subsistence have dropped drastically in my community. So why go out there and try something when you're not going to get anything, so that's same with chum. So I hope that we could see some results here. I don't think it'll be any miracles, but the thing is that anything with caps and whatever would help. Running out of time, and thank you very much.
Thanks very much for your testimony. Do we have any questions? Actually, I have a question, if I may. Just so the high, so you're particularly concerned about cluster 1 because of the Western Alaska, so sort of a migration route. Is that based on personal observations from the participating in all these fisheries, or why specifically cluster 1 based on your experience?
Well, in some of the meetings that was presented at the main council, cluster 1 and was the high concentration inside. So if you look at the map, that's along the coast, okay? If you work with that and get the number down, some of them would make it home. That means a lot to the people up on Western Alaska to have something to eat. We go to a store, what do you get? They don't have a store that it's so high to even buy food. I don't know how some people survive. So I've lived out there, and that's why it really would, and another thing too is that I worked on trawlers where you dump so much fish, hours and hours of the wrong size and whatever, them fish go on the bottom. What do them other fish eat? See, even the pollock or the chums, I'm pretty sure they eat. So, but anyway.
Oh, sorry, mic wasn't on. Thanks again for your testimony. Heather Mann is up next.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, SSC members. My name's Heather Mann. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. MTC has 33 trawl vessels that we represent. 19 of them have AFA pollock. I think we have about 10 to 12% of all the AFA pollock. And while that might sound like a small amount, it's a really big part of our vessel's annual business plan. Most of our MTC vessels are still independently owned, and they're multi-generational fishing families that own those businesses and participate in the fishery. We've delivered more than 150 million pounds of pollock over the last 3 years into remote Alaskan communities, and continue to do that. I want to say that I really appreciate the hard work that went into the analysis, appreciate the analysts, really learned a lot as well from the cooperating agencies that provided additional information for the EIS. I do think, however, that the analysis could be expanded to look a little bit more closely at individual vessel impacts. So, for example, there is some discussion about closing cluster 1 and how that would impact smaller vessels that can't travel as far. A lot of those vessels are MTC members. I like to say we're not big pollock, we're baby pollock. We have a lot of boats that are under 99 feet. And so traveling greater distances is difficult for a variety of reasons, including safety. But one of the things that is not too clear in the analysis is the individual allocations that could happen on a vessel by vessel basis. And so under, for example, the 50,000 cap that's considered in alternative 5. MTC vessels would get an allocation anywhere from 51 fish for the entire season for one boat, up to 713 fish for one boat. And that's for the entire season, where 51 fish actually is something that could be caught in one tow. I think the analysis could expand on what that looks like at the individual vessel level. And then when you're closing out those smaller vessels, potentially, you're going to have consolidation onto larger vessels. You're going to have quota that's moved away from these smaller vessels. And I believe that the analysis shows that there will be a disproportionate impact on smaller vessels. But I do think we could expand on that and understand that a little bit better. I did hear Mr. Downs had a question earlier about what will the impacts on smaller vessels impact specific communities. And I will just note that anywhere in the analysis where Newport is mentioned as a community, most of the MTC vessels are home ported in Newport. And so that's that group of vessels that I'm talking about. We have also got a situation where a lot of our vessels that have pollock, we have about 8 to 10 vessels that fish B season. They'll make deals because they're more maybe invested or dependent on cod or A season pollock. And so they'll switch off and then they'll come down to, they'll fish A season cod and pollock, and then they come back down to Oregon and they're going to fish whiting for the rest of the season and not return to Alaska. Those deals may no longer be something that can occur if there is a premature shutdown or thought that there could be shutdowns in B season. And so how does that affect, does that mean that a vessel will just have to stay in Alaska instead of prosecuting both fisheries? One of the things that hasn't really been talked about is a race for bycatch, which could occur under a low cap. And a race for bycatch inside a rationalized fishery is sort of this perverse result of unintended consequences, because that's the exact reason that's why we put together rationalized fisheries, right? So we don't have those races. We are supportive, of course, of alternative 4. We believe that within our co-ops, we do have the ability to make some additional changes. And we could support alternative 5 if it is a narrower closure, a narrow corridor, which would still have benefits potentially to Western Alaska, but less negative impacts for smaller vessels. And so would like to see more of that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. We got a question from Curry.
Yeah, thanks, Heather. I'm just sort of curious, speaking from the perspective of those under 99-foot vessels, under alternative 5 with a cluster 1 closure, what's the realized ability to actually get out and back within the time frame of delivery and, cost of fuel and ability of boats to actually work within that?
Through the chair, Mr. Cunningham, thanks for the question. So that's one of the things I've been hearing from my vessels, and there are some written public comments from captains, but they talk about the fact that, in particular, safety is the biggest concern. And then following safety, of course, is product quality and whether they can even get out and back in a time frame, sort of as Mr. Kelty described, to have a high quality fish. Once you hit a tipping point where the value of the trip is less than what you're getting paid, it really doesn't work out to go out there. So I think that is a very real concern. And I think that was recognized, and I don't have the exact citation in front of me, but there were some regulations put in place several years ago around I think it was stellar sea lions, where vessels fishing pollock under 99 feet could catch they got an exemption where they could catch pollock closer because they weren't able to travel as far. These are a lot of those same vessels.
Good. Follow up.
Yeah, just a quick follow up. So we talked about how vessels might distribute across space, and that might not be feasible for some of these smaller vessels. What's the feasibility of waiting until after September 1st under Alternative 5? It seems like that's the other option. Do you think, are folks able to do that, or is that a non-starter?
Thanks for the question. Do you mean after September 1st, when they could be back in Cluster 1? What's their ability to avoid? My understanding, based at least on some of the traditional knowledge that I've been listening to and learning, is that as you get later in the year, chum is not so much of an issue, but Chinook absolutely does increase. And so the feasibility of having a tow that has higher amounts of Chinook, I think, is very real. Does that help?
From Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony, Heather. You finished by mentioning potential support for a narrower corridor. Did you have specific thoughts on why that would work, or information that would help define that narrower corridor? Were you thinking about something in particular?
Through the chair, Bob, thanks for the question. We know that there are tows within Cluster 1 that are very important and relatively clean. We have that information because we're 100% monitored. An earlier testifier also mentioned something about crab being rarely retained. We're required as catcher vessels to retain and deliver everything we catch. So we have that information, and we believe that there are ways to create a narrower spot, potentially, a couple of clusters instead of all the cluster stat areas within the cluster, and that you would still be able to focus on Western Alaska chum savings, but leave some of these more important tows open that have been relatively clean, but are still within the cluster. We have some of that information through C-State, and we're working on getting that in a more, I guess, from my perspective, an easier way to display that for folks. And I think the analysis is pretty clear that chum bycatch is not happening simultaneously in all areas of Cluster 1.
Okay, Mike.
Yeah, thanks for your testimony. Could you just expand briefly on the race for bycatch and how that works out with your members? What the dynamics of that are?
Sure. Through the chair, Mr. Downs, thanks for the question. So the lower a cap is, the less flexibility fleets have to minimize incidental catch and work all their, behavioral strategies. And so if you have, for example, I have vessels that maybe have 10 million pounds of pollock, and they have 50 Chinook with which to catch that pollock. They're making decisions based on the information they're getting from the grounds and how to prosecute that fishery without hitting that Chinook cap. As you ratchet that down, though, and you're facing not being able to go fishing or losing the ability to catch all your fish, you may end up racing against other folks. And I guess what I was trying to say is that the lower the cap, the more the race for fish for pollock is going to potentially increase bycatch, because maybe you're more focused on getting your catch and then getting off the water versus not. And so I think from some of my vessels, one describes in their written public comment, when they leave the dock, the most of what they're thinking about now is, how do I avoid salmon versus where do I catch pollock? And so I feel like just layering on these additional caps will just potentially cause people to race against each other. And that also erodes the cooperative nature of being in a co-op, of sharing information. So that's how I think about it. And like I said earlier, racing for bycatch and a rationalized fishery is sort of the antithesis of what we want to see in a rationalized fishery.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more questions. Oh, Curry.
Real quick, so I'm just sort of curious, following up on that question, do you only envision that sort of race for bycatch avoidance to occur under alternative 5 or also under alternatives 2 and 3?
Thank you, through the chair, Mr. Cunningham. Absolutely under 2 and 3, and then 5 potentially, depending on the cap as well. I think what I've learned from C-State just in the last couple of days, that even under a 350,000 fish cap, you're going to have almost 50% of the fleet, if you do hindsight, that would have been closed out. And that's a lot of foregone pollock. It's a lot of foregone revenue. That's a lot of foregone meals for folks. And that race could easily occur if you're trying to get all your fish before you hit a cap. So anything with a cap, so 2, 3, 5 has that potential, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, not seeing any more questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. And next up are Andrea Kaikala and Susie Zagorski. Hope I didn't butcher that too badly.
For the record, my name is Andrea Kaikala. I'm the Executive Director of the United Catcher Boats, and today joining me is Susie Zagorski, the Inter-Co-op Manager for UCB. Chair and SSC members, thank you for the opportunity to provide public testimony regarding the methodology used in evaluating and addressing chum salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. Our focus today for the SSC is on the methodology applied in assessing bycatch impacts and developing regulatory alternatives. To introduce our testimony, I would like to highlight the key conclusions that drive our position. We support adaptive, science-driven management strategies that utilize real-time data, vessel-level apportionment, and genetic stock composition analyses to ensure the most effective conservation of Western Alaska chum salmon, while minimizing disruptions to the pollock fishery. While the analysis includes fishery and sector-level impacts, a fundamental aspect is to include vessel-level analysis of impacts to ensure an equitable and effective approach to bycatch reduction, particularly for the small independent companies that make up this fishery. To present these points in greater detail, I'm pleased to introduce again Susie Zagorski, who will provide further insight into the methodology and its implications for the industry and conservation efforts.
Good afternoon. So the AFA pollock fishery operates as a rationalized fishery, as we all know, utilizing various tools that foster cooperative management. All catcher vessels are part of cooperatives, including those in the open access sector, which function cooperatively in practice. Each vessel receives individual pollock allocation, and under the cooperative management structure, vessels collaborate to harvest their allocation efficiently while minimizing PSC. Despite this cooperative approach, accountability remains at the vessel level. The IPA tools, such as the Rolling Hotspot program, are designed to enforce vessel-level responsibility. These rolling hotspots rely on continuous fishing data from multiple vessels, making it essential to understand the impact of alternative measures down to the individual vessel level to assess how management and operations are affected. Given that much of our management framework balances cooperative strategies with vessel-level accountability, we request that any analysis of proposed caps or limits include an assessment of their impacts down to the vessel level. While the caps under consideration are managed at the sector level, in practice, inter-co-op and cooperative managers will always allocate them down to the individual vessels. If these caps are apportioned at the vessel level, vessels will need to make operational adjustments based on risk and impact considerations. Therefore, we urge that any cap analysis extend to the vessel level, operational impacts, economic consequences, and broader trickle-down effects. And with my remaining time, I'd also like to speak to the fact that UCB supports and thinks Alternative 4 at this point is the best alternative to balance Western Alaska chum conservation as well as pollock fishing operations. However, since Alternative 5 has been brought up, regarding Alternative 5, we would like to see for an analysis a modified Alternative 5. Our comment letter and other catcher vessel captains and managers have outlined proposed chum corridor closure modifications, as well as areas to remain open as a last resort viable fishing grounds if the corridor closure gets triggered. These modified corridors would keep small portions of fishing grounds open. The fishing grounds are ones that are likely to be viable pollock fishing grounds with less or minimal historic chum bycatch at varying times throughout the year. We are also supportive of an analysis that evaluates a combined cluster cap, dynamic spatial management of the corridor closure areas, and potential high abundance thresholds. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Skaikala or Sikorsky? Pat?
Yeah, I was just looking over to see if Bob was going to ask. I mean, I would have the same question here as was asked earlier. If under what process are you using to define what the alternative corridor should be, and how would you share that with us, and when, for example?
Through the chair, thanks. So it's been a very iterative process for those that are involved in our UCB chum work group, and we've had MTC members included in that work group as well. It started out looking at where rolling hotspots have overlaid all the different polygons, and then we additionally looked at depth contours of the Bering Sea, like based off of stat areas and where pollock CPUE and total chum and Western Alaska chum are occurring. So we started out with some smaller kind of narrow or modified corridors to look at, but then we pulled data from C-State to look at, where out of all of the ADF&G stat areas in both the clusters, are we seeing Western Alaska chum higher, as well as, where are we seeing pollock higher versus lower. We then kind of went back to the drawing board to look at what these modified corridors would be. And we heard from fishermen with 30 plus years of experience, when chum do show up, when that pulse happens, where they tend to mainly avoid versus where they think they can find viable fishing in the bee season at varying times of the bee season. And we got depth contours from them. And so there's an area within the cluster 1 that we were able to identify. It's about 10% of cluster 1 that is a good area based off of a fisherman perspective and data that shows that it could be viable fishing grounds for the pollock fleet. And it's about 10%, like I said, about 10% of the cluster 1, whereas 90% could still be a potential corridor. And a similar, I believe it was about like a 30% of cluster 2 area that could potentially be viable with less chum kind of historically been in that area. We also use VMS tracks and landing tickets and genetic data, and we were able to combine all of that to also get down to what areas are we really looking at in terms of what could be a modified corridor versus what could be, what would at least keep some of the fleet fishing enough to keep the plants operating, to keep the smaller vessels an area that they can go out and not have to travel 24 hours to go fishing, where they could also retain safety. And then an area in the cluster 2 where we could have, where some of our larger catcher vessels can make it out to, and where like motherships and everybody could operate. So we looked at everything that we possibly, I think, had access to really come up with the refined areas. And I do have some visuals and ideas of, what those grounds would be. They will be presented at, definitely at the council. And I kind of planning for the SSC, we were going to focus on the vessel specific data analysis, impact analysis, but then figured it was also important to include the modified areas. So I guess for conceptualizing it, basically cutting cluster 1, everything south of the 54-45 latitude, that's about 115 fathom depth contour. That's been kind of identified as like
kind of a fence of when chum show up, we can generally stay away from the chum if we stay lower. And then north of 60 fathoms in cluster 2 is kind of like a strip of area that would provide some viable fishing grounds and has less historic chum.
Thank you. Very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, I think we had a couple three follow-ups. Chris, Bob, then Rob.
Yeah, thanks. As you were talking through this, I assume all this higher resolution information that you have access to is what you're using currently for the IPAs and the rolling hotspots as we go forward. Is that true? Thanks.
Through the chair, thanks. Yeah, so this high resolution VMS trip-based data that's all collected by the observers, and you have stat areas included with all of that. All of that is what does influence our IPA program and feeds into the rolling hotspot program. So none of this data is outside of what we've been able to use to manage within our fishery currently.
Okay, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. This is the second testimony we've heard about needing to focus on at the individual vessel level. Are those data readily available? Is that something an analyst could put together without too much difficulty, or are we talking about needing to understand each individual's, business plan, risk thresholds, et cetera, and an unwieldy kind of expectation?
Through the chair again. If you wanted to look at all the business plans, you're welcome to it to really dive into that level of detail. But the way that, we've kind of taken a quick look at it is AFA has vessel-specific apportionments. And then through the IPAs, the vessels also have vessel-specific Chinook limits. And so just even though any of the measures that are included in these alternatives do not have management to the vessel level, you can kind of take that AFA vessel apportionment percentage to kind of understand, if you want to do it at the AFA level or versus, compare it to how the percentage each vessel gets of Chinook under the IPA program. But there are a couple of ways that we've been able to kind of look at it, and I think using those structures already where we do have vessel-specific apportionments is probably the best template for it to really tease out what those impacts at a vessel level would be. And then all the vessels have individual catch and what time of year they finish versus, how long they have to be fishing, how big their tows are, average or historic chum catch. So I think there is enough data available to look at that vessel level, at least enough to pull data that can support or can provide additional clarity to some of the assumptions that are currently in the analysis.
And Rob, please have a question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mine was very much related to Bob's. And I just wanted to make sure I didn't misunderstand you, but were you also implying or suggesting that the cap would be apportioned to the sub-fleet level too, like to individual vessels or groups of vessels?
Through the chair, no, I wasn't. Okay. I wasn't supporting. I wasn't trying to get the alternatives to go to vessel level apportionment. I think the alternatives currently are fishery, and then obviously a sub-apportion down to the sector level. When we manage our co-ops within the catcher vessel sector, the inshore sector, for example, all of our co-ops, we take the vessels that are fishing in it and we apportion everything out to the vessel level for management purposes. They then fish cooperatively, but it helps in terms of making sure that all the vessels have a fishery operation plan going forward. And it puts the responsibility on that vessel to stay within their apportionment and their limits. So I'm not suggesting that, these management measures include a vessel apportionment, but for information to understand the impacts of these measures overall, it would be helpful to see a vessel level assessment in terms of if that were to be apportioned to the vessel. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, not seeing any more questions. Thanks again for your testimony. I think next up is Caitlin Yeager. And Austin, I guess.
Good afternoon. Through the chair, my name is Caitlin Yeager. I'm the Vice President of Policy and Engagement with the At-Sea Processors Association. With me, I have Austin Estabrooks, a natural resource analyst. I'd like to speak to you on behalf of APA. We represent 15 AFA catcher processors operating in the Bering Sea. We submitted a comment letter to the council. I attempted to attach that for you today. In this, we've listed a series of themes that we've provided comment on, and I'd like to focus on a few of those with you. First off, modeling fleet behavior at the sector level and vessel level is complex and essential in when informing management decisions. Second, trade-offs with other PSC species and economic impacts are critical for understanding. And third, the relative ability of IPAs to provide both flexibility and rapid response and adaptation to a changing environment. So, honing in on the modeling of fleet movement, staff presented a retrospective analysis looking at a slew of scenarios, such as when closures would occur, when corridors would be triggered, and when associated foregone pollock harvest would occur. While this action would be at the sector level, as we've heard, it would have effectively, due to our co-op structure, play out at a vessel level. I can't speak for all sectors, but the CP fleet acknowledges that failing to address fishing behavior at a vessel level creates a race for fish which benefits no one. So, for example, under a 50,000 cap, at a 3-year average apportionment, approximately 17 vessels out of the roughly 100 AFA-wide would be capped with 100 chum salmon or less for the entire season. Those vessels would have a high likelihood of being shut down within a single trip, and given that uncertainty, it's unlikely that they would go fishing at all, which brings us to the fact of sampling size and how that impacts sea state and our IPA's ability to function effectively. So our IPAs, our rolling hotspot agreements, will continue to operate in the background of all of the alternatives being considered. And it relies on both the number and diversity of platforms within the fleet for its success. The value of the information about bycatch rates on the fishing grounds degrades really quickly when the constraining caps restrict vessels' abilities to operate. The CP fleet is relatively small, and its IPA programs benefit from data shared from the catcher vessel and mothership fleets as well. Another key concept regarding retrospective analysis is that under any scenario with a cap, vessel behavior will change immediately. This isn't just on the cusp of or after reaching a cap, and it has a high likelihood of moving vessels away from areas of high CPUE to areas of lower CPUE, which leads me to my next point, which is trade-offs with other PSC species. I've heard some questions earlier today on why Chinook rates increased later on in the season. Broadly, there's two things going on here. Chinook are returning to the grounds and pollock CPUE is declining. To reflect this concern, our IPAs have provisions, as dictated through regulation, that serve to prioritize Chinook avoidance later in the season. So once again, having well-informed IPAs are critical for our operation. They're a significant driver in our decision-making process for the CP fleet and help avoid a prolonged fishing season. With that, what we have highlighted above, we believe the analysis would benefit from looking at the impacts of caps as they would occur at the vessel level and the behaviors that would drive those dynamics that should be described more explicitly. And with that, I'll leave anything that Austin would like to add.
Sure. So Austin Estabrooks through the chair. The only two things that came to mind for me in terms of what the SSC might consider for improving the analysis have already been covered in some discussion by the SSC, but some of those points are basically just characterizing the uncertainty in in the impact rates. And then secondary to that is perhaps having the analysis better characterize some of the conservation benefits that might accrue, or at least putting those in some kind of perspective for the council and public to understand a little bit better. And just, I mean, we really only have one case study, and that's the fall Yukon run, for which we have genetics and a full run reconstruction. And so just looking at what some of the alternatives are going to provide in terms of Western Alaska AEQ savings to that particular river or run, and then what those mean in terms of the point estimates and the CVs that we have around those run reconstruction estimates, I think would be helpful.
Very good timing. Do we have any questions for Pat? Go ahead.
Great, thanks for the presentation. So I have two questions. So one is, you were talking about the sort of lower level 100 Chinook, I think it was, that the boats would probably not go out, but if they did, they would probably be racing, right? So it's a co-op, a cross co-op thing that makes the decision as to who goes out and who does not?
I think what we're trying to exemplify here is that rather than looking at a hard cap or any sort of cap in terms of 3 buckets, one for each sector, you really need to look at it from, it's not 3, it's 100 different buckets. We operate in a co-op, and much like you heard from UCB, part of your membership of the co-op is the attribution of this down to the vessel level. We want fishermen to work proactively rather than reactively. So we need to afford them the ability to make better fishing decisions and not worry about how someone else's decision is going to impact them. If that kind of gets to the gist of your question.
So I have a second question for Austin, and that is, I haven't heard anything about this, and I'm just curious if you guys have explored the feasibility of like individual base models, which could be used to apply to see the behavior of a co-op unit in terms of a decision-making process in this. I'm sure you must have. I just kind of curious.
Through the chair, yeah, Dr. Sullivan. Yes, it might be a better question for C-State, but yes, we have done some both catch and effort redistribution of using, areas where, I mean, obviously we only know where the fleet's fished historically, but yes, we've moved the fleet around doing simulation work. Yep.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any more question. Thanks very much for your testimony. And next up is Glenn Merrill. And then, oops, who's after that? Trent Hartel after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the SSC, my name is Glenn Merrill. I'm representing Glacier Fish Company. We have one catcher processor that's active in the pollock fishery. And my comments today here are to help the SSC guide the council and guide all of us in trying to come up with an analysis that allows us to meet our objective, minimizing Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch, and to do so as rapidly and as expeditiously as possible. I guess the 2 points that I really wanted to highlight are a few things that are already covered somewhat in the analysis, but I think could use some additional elaboration or consideration by the SSC. On the first point, on page 19 of the analysis, it's talking about alternative 2, and it states that there is uncertainty as to whether or not alternative 2 may reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. Again, that's our purpose and need here, is to address Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch, which is a small component overall of the bycatch that's encountered in the fishery. It also goes on page 21 to note that there could be high, moderate, or low potential benefits for alternative 5, which is the corridor concept. And I think really what this gets to is a core issue that we have as we look at this, which is how do we measure the conservation impact of the alternatives relative to the status quo? And how can we describe that so that it's clear to everyone? I want to use an example for the CP fleet from this year using your 2024 genetics information. So if you combine coastal Western Alaska and the Yukon, chum salmon bycatch for the CP fleet, which includes roughly 50% when you combine catch CDQ harvests of all of the pollock harvested, 311 combined Western Alaska chum salmon were taken as bycatch by that portion of the fleet. How does that performance under the status quo, which relies on a revised IPA that we adopted in 2022 in response to the challenging performance that we had in 2021, differ from the other action alternatives that are before you? And I think describing in some detail how you expect these differing alternatives to have differing results, differing impacts on Western Alaska chum salmon can be helpful for us as we look to try and decide how to weigh and balance the differing impacts of each of these alternatives. The second issue that I wanted to talk about is related to herring. And I think this was touched on a bit during the presentation by Dr. Hoppala. But there's a really important point for the catcher processor fleet, which is operating typically in clusters 3 and 4. And because we operate in those areas, we're able to operate in areas that typically have lower Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch. As Dr. Happel had noted, we have the winter savings area for herring, and that overlaps roughly 30% of the area in cluster 4. So one of the dynamics I think that we're concerned about is whether you take this action or not, there is always the risk that the fleet could run into herring. I think that risk is even more challenging because currently we do not have an active commercial fishery for herring in the Togiak region. That to some extent, I think, drives the decision about whether or not to conduct a survey for herring, and that therefore limits the amount of information that we have on herring. You can see a scenario developing where the fleet ends up running into herring that ends up resulting in the triggered closures that are established in regulations that were put in place roughly 30 years ago. That closes a large portion of cluster area 4, and the fleet is excluded from an area where we know that we traditionally have very low Western Alaska bycatch numbers. And you can look at, and I will cite to, I believe it is table 314 in your analysis, page 94. And what that does is it shows you the proportion of Western Alaska chum salmon in the late period, which corresponds to September 1st. And if you combine those two, what you can see is that in 2023, for example, the rate in cluster area 4 is about 10 times less than the adjacent rate of coastal Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch that you see in cluster area 3. So I think there's an important issue here that could probably use some additional discussion within the analysis. Frankly, there's probably an appropriate response to this, which would be to look at some slight modification to the herring savings area closure date to allow the fleet to continue to be able to operate in these low bycatch areas. We did ask C-State to do a quick run of how much herring bycatch occurs in the winter savings area during the month of September. It's very low. In 9 of 11 years, it was less than 1 metric ton of the years that we looked at, and we looked at the same 2013 through 2023 years. Thank you, and I'll happily take any questions if you have some.
Again, impeccable timing. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Merrill? Brad, go ahead.
Thanks, Franz. Glenn, we've heard from a number of other industry folks that the way the process is moving forward now with an emphasis at the sector level isn't really telling the story. And the recommendation was to look at individual vessels. So for the vessels, I know you're speaking on behalf of one vessel, but do you have any comments along those lines, or does that not apply to the CP fleet?
Yeah. Through the chair, Dr. Harris, we absolutely, if we have a limit that's established for our sector, we then sub-apportion that limit to each of the individual vessels. And I'm familiar with that in a wide variety of different catch share programs that we operate in. I think that's been a pretty standard way that fleets operate. And they do that in order to ensure that you have vessel level accountability. If you don't do that, then you run the risk that some other vessel will encounter some amount of whatever that limit is, And that precludes you or other participants in that cooperative from being able to access, your Pollock resource in this particular case. So it is absolutely how we would operate if we receive a limit. And I think that that also means that one of the challenges that we face is under any cap scenario, you can imagine a situation where an individual vessel operator will be constrained, right? So for example, we go out with our vessel, we accidentally encounter some Western or chum salmon, right? Because we can't distinguish during the season what the origin is. We encounter chum salmon. That puts us in a situation where we're extremely limited. We might ask other vessel operators if they would transfer some chum salmon to us. They're going to look at our performance and likely say no, because they don't want to take the same risk. They've seen our performance. They're concerned about their own performance. They're concerned about having enough of their limit to be able to accommodate their operations later in the season. So it's a really sticky, I think it was described on page 119 as lumpy in terms of a transfer, and that's absolutely how it would work. So there's a lot of constraints that apply at that level. And I think what that does mean as well is that the implications of any cap may be more restrictive than if you're thinking about this as a sector cap, rather than, in our case, we have 12 active vessels in our cooperative, 12 separate distinct caps.
Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your testimony. Could you clarify your last statement? So I had heard you talk previously, last statement you made before the question. You were talking about herring and the potential impacts on sector, on cluster 4, region 4, area 4. And then at the end, you said that your herring bycatch has been extremely low. Were you talking about the same area? Are you referring to a potential lightning strike that then changes the behavior of the fishery? Can you clarify the juxtaposition of the two statements?
Through the chair, Dr. Foy, I was referring to an analysis that we had asked C-State to conduct, which is how much herring bycatch occurs within the winter savings area, HSA 3, from September 1st through September 30th. And we asked them to look at 2013 through 2023. During that time period, in most years, 9 of the 11 years that we analyzed, the total herring bycatch that occurred during that time period was less than 1 metric ton. This is all observer data, and so should be able to be replicable by staff. But our assessment of this was, we were, one, concerned about the implications of not being able to avoid Western Alaska chum salmon by fishing in that lower bycatch cluster area 4, and 2, also concerned about if that area were available to us in September, would that have an implication on herring? And based on this initial analysis that we did, we didn't see that that was the case.
Curry.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you can speak to alternative 5, recognizing we've had a lot of discussion about the impacts of closure in cluster 1 and Unimac from a shoreside perspective. Obviously, within the report, they highlight that potential for a cluster 2 closure has the least risk of adverse outcomes. I'm wondering if you could speak to what extent that would impact CP operations.
Through the chair, Dr. Cunningham, I can only speak for our vessel, and I think it's going to be, perhaps other testifiers can speak for their specific operations. What we are, as a CP fleet, limited largely from being excluded from cluster area 1, unless you are operating under the CDQ program. So if you are harvesting CDQ fish, then that is that case. We do not do that currently, so that has not been an issue for our fleet. We do participate in cluster area 2, though, depending upon the year and where pollock are found. So any cluster concept that you're going to be looking at, a corridor cap that you're going to be looking at, we want to be able to ensure that there is an adequate opportunity for the sector to receive an apportionment, and then when it rolls down to us, for us to have enough to be able to accommodate what have been typical operations in that area. So I think that that's part of the challenge that we have with these corridor caps, is how to construct them in a way that elicit the improved attention and responsiveness, but at the same time providing enough flexibility and capability for the fleets to operate.
Okay, not seeing any more questions. Thanks very much for your testimony. And next up is Trent Hartel, followed by Craig Chislok.
Good afternoon, SSC. My name is Trent Hartill. I'm representing American Seafoods. American Seafoods operates 5 catcher processor vessels in the pollock fishery and also harvests a significant amount of the CDQ allocation. I'm going to focus my comments today on the impacts of the alternatives on the IPA rather than the impact of the IPA on the alternatives. It's a little bit of a different way to think about it. You've heard quite a bit of testimony thus far today talking about the IPAs and the need to include a little bit more robust analysis surrounding those, particularly as it relates to a cap being apportioned to the vessel level. First, I think it's critical to understand that the IPAs are the primary bycatch avoidance tool in the pollock fishery in the Bering Sea. To some degree, the IPAs influence the interactions of incidental species take in the pollock fishery for all vessels. That effectiveness of the program is dependent upon a consistent and reliable flow of data from the fishery to Sea State, the independent fishery monitor. That quality and quantity of information is a function of the number of vessels that operate in the fishery. So in the context of a vessel level apportionment at varying cap levels, it will have an impact on how many of those vessels, or in another way, sampling platforms, are in the fishery. And that's going to have a direct impact on the quality and the precision with which Sea State is able to make independent modifications. So avoidance areas, closure areas. So I think it's critical that the next iteration of the analysis recognizes this and includes some consideration of how, as vessels exit the fishery, either because of a very low initial apportionment of chum salmon or at a constraining cap level, they're leaving the fishery because they hit their level of chum salmon. What impact does that have on Sea State's ability to effectively and with a lot of quality information know where to move vessels from high bycatch areas to cleaner low bycatch areas? So I think the takeaway here is twofold. The next iteration of the analysis, it would be great to have greater analysis of that vessel level allocation and what the distributional impacts are across vessels. We've heard that there are small vessels, there are large vessels. There will be small apportionments of chum salmon and large apportionments of chum salmon. Some better understanding of what that looks like across the fleet would be helpful. I think the second element there is what is the impact of those allocations, of those vessel level apportionments on the rolling hotspot program? Will the alternatives, as they're currently constructed, how will the alternatives affect the signature tool of bycatch avoidance in the Bering Sea? And since Dr. Cunningham asked a question of the previous testifier, I'll take the opportunity to give just a peek in terms of how that might look in terms of the clusters. So as I stated, American has 5 catcher processor vessels. They're not cookie cutter vessels that look and operate and function in the same way. There are small catcher processors and large catcher processors. The throughput of those vessels has a large impact in terms of where they operate. 2 of our vessels have relatively small factories. They have relatively low throughput. And because of that, they're able to successfully operate under different conditions, meaning that they can operate in places of lower catch per unit effort of pollock. Typically, what the analysis has identified that there is typically a lower CPUE in cluster 2. So 2 of our vessels would spend more of their time fishing in cluster 2, where some of our larger catcher processors simply, it doesn't support the volume of throughput in the factory to continue to fish there for a longer period of time. So understanding how a vessel level apportionment for those smaller vessels would affect their ability to continue operate in one of those clusters would be very helpful to better understand those distributional impacts across the fleet. So with that, I'll stop there and happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you for testimony. Question from Chris.
So one of the things you asked about was looking at sort of the allocation and impacts across vessel sizes. And we've tried to do, or the analysts have tried to do some of that. And you talked specifically about differential allocations of bycatch quota, essentially. Doesn't a lot of that occur in the inside the cooperative at cooperative discretion, and it's not a policy element? So how do we, if an analyst were to tackle that, how would they even specify what was happening there, and what transparency is there that we could afterwards evaluate whether or not their models were correct?
Sure. Through the chair, Dr. Anderson, I think a simple approach to that would be to reflect the variation or the range that we see in the apportionment methods. So right now we have a 3-year average, a 5-year average, a pro rata, and an AFA apportionment. Those produce a wide range of PSC apportionments to the sectors. I think that reflecting that type of apportionment scheme at the vessel level would also give you a range of vessel level apportionments that would capture kind of a high end and a low end of impact.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Quick question. We've heard a couple of times now, and thank you for your testimony, about the potential impacts that closure areas would have on IPAs. And so the presumption then is that the changes that you've made in the IPA's responses to bycatch since the 2021 high mark, if you will, are responsible for the decline that we've seen over time. So my question is, do you think that the changes that have been made in recent years, and the argument then that we can't lose any of these data through these, by the potential loss of information with closure areas, that they are going to, in high chum years, when you've got a lot of fish moving through the system, are going to be as effective as we've seen in the last few years?
Through the chair, Dr. Foy, I think that under any circumstance, when the independent data monitor, being C-State, has more information from a more variety range of vessels, large, small, and distributed geographically, the more precise they're going to be able to advise the fleet as to where there is cleaner and dirtier fishing. So whether it's a low abundance of chum salmon on the grounds or high abundance of chum salmon on the grounds, if we have 100 sampling vessels that are providing them a range of information geographically across the fishing grounds, the better they are equipped to be able to make those decisions. So I hope that gets at your question.
If I may follow up, thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate it. So based on your response, and we've heard in other testimony that should closure areas happen akin to Alternative 5, that narrower corridors might be more appropriate because of the information coming out of C-State that suggests that there's areas that are clean and should be available. Is that your perspective as well from a CP point of view?
Yeah, through the chair, Dr. Foy. I can't speak for the catcher vessel side of that equation, but I have looked at our catcher processor data, and there are clear patterns of where there are historically low chum salmon bycatch areas. The caveat is there enough pollock there to sustain a vessel? So that's an annual, if not a weekly consideration, where if there's enough pollock there, then yeah, there are areas where it makes sense to provide that flexibility. Some years there may not be enough pollock there, despite having historically or very little chum salmon.
Just to follow up on that then, I mean, are you saying that the chum salmon distribution where the high catch rates occur are more predictable than pollock distribution?
Thanks, Dr. Muter. I think that's a pretty complex question because at one level, and again, just from a catcher processor perspective, our participation varies in cluster 2, and I'm just sticking to cluster 2 because typically there's even less participation in cluster 1. So on an annual basis, there may be a high degree of CP participation in cluster 2. In other years, there can be very little. And so I think that that's a function of fish distribution, fish size, fish quality, bycatch distribution. It can be closure areas. I mean, there's a multitude of factors that can influence that. So it would be quite challenging to pinpoint a particular element that drives that question.
Thank you. Not seeing any more questions. Thanks again for your testimony. And next we have Craig Chythlock and then Brendan Raymond Jacobian.
Oh, it's on when it's red. Red means go. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, SSC members, for listening to my public testimony. My name is Craig Chythlock, and I am testifying on behalf of myself. The only really comment I have for you all today is that the SSC needs to prioritize Western Alaska chum stock. The analysis of a combination of alternatives that incentivizes the fleet away from Western Alaska chum stock. In my opinion, that's the priority, is ensuring that our natal streams and the tribes up and down have that ANS, the subsistence and the ability to live our traditional ways of life. So whatever combination of alternatives and analysis that leads to that is most important. I'm struggling in this space listening to an analysis that seems to have many gaps, seems to prioritize risks and uncertainties that have a little extra footing in Western understanding while giving less weight to parts of the analysis that impacts tribes and the benefits of chum salmon have to tribes, to our traditional ways of life, and maybe equally or more important, a holistic list of impacts, a snowball effect of our tribes, the many ecosystems that rely on chum salmon, and most apparent, listening to tribes along the waterways impacted by chum scarcity, how not harvesting chum salmon is impacting our abilities to live our traditional ways of life. A short list of these impacts when our tribes are not fishing includes spiritual costs, the cost of not buying gas, oil, outboard motors, the cost of lost limited entry commercial fisheries, a long list of other socioeconomic impacts, and most importantly, the cost of not being able to teach our kids to be on the land and live in relation with the salmon in a manner we've always done. What I also want to mention is I am disappointed to hear that having continued input from tribes and tribally servicing organizations like CRITFIC and Tanana Chief conferences at cooperating agencies and public process is not likely to be recommended based off the comments I heard today. It is arguably that in this body, specifically the SSC, it is where representation and explanation and better understanding are needed the most. Everything being discussed in this meeting or should be based on a government-to-government relationship, the utilization of best available science, and building the trust responsibilities that federal agencies have to tribes. Indigenous knowledge needs to lead the way in all conservation efforts, what qualifies as inclusive values and principles, and most importantly, when this objective body refers to what is and what are tribal benefits and costs, you need to have the required representation to back up the assumptions you are making. I did not see anyone ask any of the cooperating agency folks any questions that their governments or their thoughts and recommendations and our standards and metrics of success regarding costs and benefits. I wish I had more to discuss on what the agenda item is today, but what I wanted to continue to point out that I think there is one thing that we can continue to agree on, that there is much work needed to be done on understanding the trust responsibilities agencies have with tribes and the use and inclusion of Indigenous knowledge or values and principles. When we get better tribal appointed Indigenous knowledge representation in bodies like the SSC, the AP, and the Council, and within NOAA NIMS, we can continue to grow a collective understanding. And through that representation, what's on the agenda will be more relatable to our tribal participants that are sharing our Indigenous methods, standards, metrics of success. It is my hope once that does happen, our tribal people, our local fishermen and knowledge holders will see more of ourselves in the agenda and what is being discussed and what does a better job reflecting our collective principles, values, methods, standards, and our own metrics of success. So that's all I really had. Just really wanted to take the time to say I appreciate the discussion today. But I am very concerned that when we are evaluating costs and benefits and using analysis to figure that, and we don't have the required representation needed to actually do that. And when we're not taking advantage of the people in the room that you all have asked to participate in that public process, that for me is very concerning as we figure out how to go about in an objective way which one of these alternatives makes the most sense and has the most amount of benefit to society while minimizing those costs. We don't have anybody here to understand or make recommendations based off of the cost that tribes are presenting. And we're not utilizing the opportunities with the people and the expertise in the room who have participated on this agenda item. So that's just where I'm at. And that's all I've got. So thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Pat, go ahead.
Great, thanks. Appreciate, Greg, these comments. One of the challenges, of course, is the communication element, right? So one of the concerns I've had as we've been discussing this is that a comment will be raised as to what the minimum level of, let's say, chum would have to be in order to be satisfactory for the local communities. I feel that's a very bad thing to ask for because obviously as the number of chum goes up, the quality and amount of the kinds of things that you were voicing will increase. And so it's not like the trap would be trying to aim at that minimum number, right? As opposed to kind of trying to find something that's valuable. So this gets to the comment about values. And I'm with you in terms of like, there are a number of things that you've listed that are clearly values, right? I've had this conversation with some of my economic colleagues, and not to speak for them, but the one colleague I talked to would say, well, everything can be translated to money. And I disagreed with that. But anyway, we had that debate. What I'm asking you is there something that you can bring to the table that, like I'm a quantitative guy, right? That could be used in some sense as a measure of what the consequences are, what the benefits are. That's what we've been talking about all day today, in terms of what it is to, let's say, your particular community, and as a consequence, we might be able to expand that to other communities. If there was something like that, that would certainly be a valuable input to this body, I think, in terms of trying to understand what's going on there, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sullivan, through the chair. I think there are plenty of papers out there that already clearly lay out tribal standards and metrics of success and clear frameworks of very inclusive thought process and rationale. The SASAP project did a pretty decent job
collecting a lot of salmon folks together and developing a pretty spot-on framework of answering all of the questions that you're asking. And to be more specific, TCC and other areas have clearly laid out standards and metrics of success based on impact and costs. The information is all out there. Yeah.
See if I can follow up. Is there a way for you to bring that information as it pertains to your community to our table so that we could actually look at it in that context? I mean, I understand what you're saying is that the analysis, the type of analysis that one would need has been identified. Could we get something like that, like what you're saying, or maybe that already exists and we've already seen it?
I think both. I think I'm sure everybody has read a paper or two by Rachel Donkersloot and Courtney Carruthers and Marcus Glow. There's quite a long list. But yeah, we can definitely continue to provide a governing body or a panel of experts, I guess. What is Indigenous knowledge and what are those impacts and how our traditional values can be continued to utilize in this space? Yeah, that's not a problem. I don't think that's the issue here. When we separate the ability to conserve, from there's two types of knowing in this space. There's Indigenous and non-Indigenous. To get on this governing body, it's not a requirement, but it's sort of assumed that you have to have a PhD. That's a Western understanding and standard and metric of success. There's little or no recognition of traditional, like who should be here, in my opinion, are all our elders. You're asking for very specific bits of information and kind of missing the overall goal is what I'm trying to get at. You're breaking this down and looking at this through a tiny little scope. And that's the framework and understanding that got you to where you are today. And it's the foundation of what this governing body is. But yeah.
Thank you. We'll try to keep the doors of communication open. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I have a question for you too, if I may. I mean, as you're aware, we don't have the expertise on this body right now to kind of review traditional knowledge. And so this whole process is a little new to us. This is one of the first documents that we've seen that has been trying to incorporate that to the extent that that they could through using the TKS protocol and then in this case through the cooperating agency framework. A lot of that was in part in the appendices, and then a lot of that was brought into the main document. I mean, from your perspective, does that, I mean, what we're concerned about is are these perspectives represented? Is that captured in the document to help the council make a decision, right, ultimately? So the information that TCC and CRITFER have provided, do you think that was adequately represented in the document?
Oh, sorry. I didn't see the red. I think that question would be more appropriate to ask Therese and Crystal directly. I'm not from the TCC or Kuskokwim region. I think if we were to look at a long list of traditional values and principles, we have a lot of overlap. But you're asking me, a Yupik guy from Bristol Bay, if I agree with the governance structure and information from the interior and up and down the Kuskokwim. I mean, to give you a reference is like you have a body of peers here. You would be asking a geologist if their methods make sense. That's exactly what you're asking me. You're
we have a lot of similar overlap. And I don't feel comfortable speaking on behalf of them. But as far as Craig the Fisher guy, I think there are pretty universal, standards and metrics of success of sharing, not taking too much. Those fundamentals, it's really difficult to quantify and make a recommendation because, as Mr. Sullivan is mentioning, they are more values and principles. But that's what got us here today.
Thanks. Do we have any other questions, Curry?
Yeah, Greg, thanks for your testimony. I had a question. When we think about kind of the marginal benefit or the additional benefit of each conserved chum, that changes depending on how many fish are returning in a year. When it's the difference between none and a little bit and a little bit and a lot. And it strikes me that that's hard to quantify or describe. And I'm wondering if you have any recommendations on how that could be better discussed or incorporated.
I can try to share through the chair. Thank you for the question, Curry. I can try to share from my understanding and the struggle that I have as a fisherman from Bristol Bay participating in this space. The marginal benefit to me is nowhere near the same as the marginal benefit to the folks who haven't been able to fish for a very long time. I commercially fish, I subsistence fish. The urgency in my perception and understanding of what's the benefit of one more unit, right? The traditional economic thought. As you all know and understand, it's very different for me. I still have that opportunity to go out and participate and live not only my traditional ways of life, but also a commercial way of life. And I can't answer that, but I can share with what I've heard is, folks up and down the Yukon are having to apply for a permit to have ceremony to bury their families. So what's that marginal benefit? When you don't have that opportunity and you have to ask permission from a state that should have your back in a federal process that needs to understand those costs that don't have that representation, I can't give you a good direct answer because it is very important to other folks, more important to other folks than it might be to me right now, just based on the situation. Yeah. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Not seeing any more questions. Thanks again for your testimony, Craig. And next up is Brendan Raymond Jacobian and then Francis Thompson.
Greetings, SSC members. For the record, my name is Brendan Raymond Jacobian, testifying on behalf of COERIC, the Alaska Native Nonprofit Tribal Consortium, formed by and for the 20 federally recognized tribes of the Bering Strait region. We'd like to just focus on a few points in our testimony today. We'd like to start with discussing the consideration of AEQ and associated analyses. In short, we hope to see coming out of this body an appropriately nuanced understanding of the relevant analytical complexities and limitations involved. First, there are the substantial caveats and limitations outlined for the AEQ analysis that was outlined in the DEIS and the presentation and discussion earlier today, so we won't largely focus on those points that were raised earlier. But we want to highlight a number of other important considerations which should be accounted for with the note, of course, that some of those are obviously potentially integrated into some of the discussion that came up earlier today. We have about 5 points related to the AEQ issues. And the first is that to just note that it's a consistently conveyed maxim in traditional knowledge developed over millennia of in situ observations of multiple cultural groups across Western and interior Alaska that wasting and not sharing can result in direct negative impacts to stock abundance. TK clearly indicates that bycatch has a meaningful negative impact on salmon stocks, among other stressors on the species. Understanding that there's a substantial impact from the waste of a sentient species that tribes exist in reciprocal relationships with is not only important in its own right, but it's also illustrative of different assumptions between knowledge systems involved in fisheries management. The second point we'd like to emphasize about this is that estimates of impacts from AEQ analyses must be understood as models which cannot speak to definite impacts on salmon populations. For example, the impacts to discrete spawning populations, such as those in low abundance, cannot be precisely known. And this was a topic that was raised earlier today, actually. The third point that we'd like to bring up regarding this is that we feel we need better understandings of the cumulative impacts of bycatch on the marine ecosystem and salmon populations, as well as those impacts in the context of climate change. Cumulative impacts on salmon must be better understood both contemporaneously, such as how each stressor of direct intercept, bycatch, warming conditions, disease, and habitat damage may be interacting, and longitudinally as well, such as the cumulative impacts on the stock, genetically and otherwise, of the waste of millions of salmon across decades in the context of a concomitantly and dramatically changing climate. Fourth, we also feel that we need a properly nuanced understanding of the concept of significance. Even if AEQ and related analyses were to suggest a modeled low impact rate on stocks from bycatch, that does not translate into a universal measure of significance at either the scientific, management, or experiential levels. For example, the significance of deleterious impacts to stocks and its effects on communities can be understood through social science research and at the experiential and management levels. Hopefully, it's become obvious, and even just from recent conversation, that even low removals of salmon can have highly socially, psychologically, economically, and nutritionally significant impacts on communities and individuals. And finally, this is just sort of a general caveat, which is that pertaining not only to the AEQ issue, but others as well, but just a sort of putting out there the reminder of that quantitative information is not inherently more truthy than qualitative information. And finally, to the second point, last point that we wanted to raise today, we just want to ensure that it's not lost in the scientific review that the impacts of the chum crisis have been felt severely in the Norton Sound region, not only recently, but also extending back decades, as TK holders in our region have documented. We also just have a constructive suggestion for future analyses, and we hope this is taken in the spirit it's made in, and made with the recognition of the limitations that analysts are under, and appreciation for work that's been done, and the special access to providing more information which cooperating agency status provides. And it's that we hope that the council and agency can think about ways in the future to improve the breadth of information from across regions informing analyses such as these, as we're concerned that a unevenness in information across regions may be misunderstood by decision makers as a sense of differential impacts or differential importance of an issue. And with that, I'll just conclude our testimony. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks for your testimony. Any questions for Brendan? Pat, go ahead.
Hey, Brendan, thanks for the presentation. I'm going to sort of ask you kind of the same question I asked Craig, and that is one of the things that I worry about, and you brought it up, is this. I think there's this image of that there's like this lower level, let's say, of chum abundance in the streams that below that level, it greatly impacts the local community through the various values that were articulated earlier, and I recognize that, but focusing on that results in a sort of like hovering around the lower bound, right? It's kind of like our Endangered Species Act. Everybody focuses on not letting them go extinct, and nobody focuses on bringing them back, right? So I also know, and you know me well enough to know that I even though I'm a quantitative guy, I work in a lot of qualitative arenas. And a lot of the work that I do ends up being trying to figure out how to take the qualitative stuff and make it quantitative in the sense of the decision-making process. I definitely hear what Craig was saying in terms of like, I truly believe that there are different ways of knowing. I know that thinking mathematically makes me think differently than most people. So I recognize that. What I'm wondering is, part of what we need is a bridge that results in to sort of try to eliminate or at least mitigate this communication gap. So is there a way for us to kind of get a sense of how the values might be changing? You know, the value of the values might be changing as the different degrees of abundance of or presence of the, let's say, chum, could be any species, exists in these streams. How can we establish that bridge? If you can comment.
I think I'm probably going to disappoint you. That I think I would have to give more thought to that before I give you a cogent answer. I think a few things that are probably worth reiterating some of what Craig had mentioned earlier as well, which is that I think increased capacity in these spaces just more generally will probably open up those sorts of discussions. This is not very helpful for the present moment, obviously, in your deliberations today, but increased capacity understood broadly, broadly speaking, in different fora, scientific fora, management fora will probably, open up those possibilities for finding ways to actually integrate those two different perspectives. And I think also it will enable the use of what I might say are more useful management metaphors, perhaps. So for example, a concept of ecosystem well-being as opposed to something which is looking at sort of the lower bounds of what's acceptable is another potential avenue there. But beyond that, I feel like I would be just ranting and talking.
No, that's okay. I appreciate that, Brendan. Thanks.
Sure. Okay, thanks very much. Martin has a question.
Okay, from your perspective, the SSC was the one that asked for the AEQ analysis. So from your perspective, would it have been better to not go there? Or do you think it added something to the overall package?
Yeah, thanks very much for the question. That was definitely a concern that we had at the time that it was asked as well. Just given the I don't know what you'd say, the caveats that analysts were already providing before the request during the last round of analysis. And we were concerned at that juncture about the value of what would be able to be produced, not only in terms of the analysis on its sort of own epistemic grounds, which I think the discussion earlier today really sort of highlighted all of the limitations and caveats that were built in, but also the other longstanding concerns that we have from a tribal perspective, a traditional knowledge perspective. So to bring that back to answer your question, well, I'm not sure if this answers your question, but I think we would say at this point that we don't think that it productively adds to the analysis at this point. And that, yeah, that's our perspective on it. And that at a bare minimum, I think that the discussion of it needs to reflect the sort of diversity of heavily caveated understandings and nuanced understandings that came out earlier. I hope that answers your question.
So, I want to be very careful here. Your sense would be that the traditional knowledge that the communities have would think that the impacts are far larger than indicated by the AEQ analysis, or would you be willing to go that far? Or is that the wrong way to think about it?
I wouldn't want to answer that so much in the sense that it would almost, with apologies in advance for not having the best wording off the bat, but maybe give credence to the analysis as it's presented now and in terms of its utility. So we don't feel that the analysis just on its own even really sort of moves the needle enough to even comment about sort of comparative with regard to that. All the limitations that were brought up earlier about how this was a much more limited analysis. I think, if that makes sense.
Okay, thanks very much again for your testimony. We'll move on to our next presenter, Francis Thompson, and then Therese Vicente and Justin Leon after that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the SSC. My name is Francis Thompson from St. Mary's. I am the tribal president for the Algonquin tribal government, and I'm here of one of 5 stops. My first stop was at the U.S.-Canada panel. This is my second stop here. My third one will be the AP and the Federal Subsistence Board and to the North Pacific Council. Grandma's law. Grandma got his grandson and the grandson's friend ready to go out bird hunting. This was in the late 60s. They went out, and a couple of days later, they came back. The grandma and the dad were surprised that they came back early. When they came into the house, they asked them, why you guys come back so early, and where's your game? They told the grandma and the dad that when they were out there, an enforcement plane came, landed on them, took away their birds, took away their shotgun and their cells, and they came home with nothing. The grandma cried when she heard the grandson's story, and she said she lived through hunger and hard times in her days. She told grandchildren they do not have to listen to the white man's law if it means food and survival for our people. If it's something our people have done forever, then we can continue to do it as long as we follow 2 of our Yupik values. First is to share. Second is not to take too many. Right now, internationally, with international events and things going on, our people are at risk of hunger, and our culture and our traditions are at risk. I share this with you from our people, most important from our ancestors that survived thousands of years here on the Yukon Delta. Traditional knowledge throughout our salmon fishing history on the Yukon had been about 450,000 Chinook, about 4 million summer chum, about 3 million fall chum and coho. With the things that are going on now and the amount of salmon that are entering the Yukon River now, we're far short of where we want to be in terms of historic levels to get our fishery back. We used to one time make $25 million gross in our river, commercial fishing. That was big money for us. But then, like I said, the $25 million over the 40 years of this industry's life is $1.6 billion. $1.6 billion. That's 2/3 of the industry's annual money that they make. Communities in the Alaska Peninsula are becoming dependent on the pollock industry. crab, other species are getting boycotted, and those fisheries are going down that once these communities depended on. When the pollock collapse, the communities will follow. No biodiversity planning. Right now, the quota is 1.7 million metric tons for this 2025 season. And you're going to catch it no matter how much bycatch follows with it. We would like to rebuild our stocks so that folks, young men and women in our communities will be healthy. Right now, our economy is survival. We haven't fished Chinook and chum for the last 5 years. This last year that we fished, I would like to say that they only they allowed us to fish to appease us and to shut us up. But it did no good to the salmon coming to the Yukon. So in light of things here, I'd like to support Alternative 5, a 200,000 cap corridors. In any way the industry can save salmon. If you save salmon, you'll save the pollock industry. Going back to grandmother's law, we have not fished for 5 years. We have reduced fishing time over the last 40 years. It is our turn to fish.
If you could wrap it up, that would be great.
It is our turn to fish. And if, we're getting tired of trying to see our salmon rebound with no results, only getting less. We need your help. And the industry needs your help to continue fishing. If we impose grandma's law and go out and fish no matter what it says for us not to go out, the salmon will decline drastically to where it will be a conservation concern. We don't want to see that. Nobody wants to see that. So we need your help to get our salmon back. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Thompson? Not seeing any. Thanks very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to see if I know some of us have to leave, but do we have the stamina to do 4 more? I think we have 4 more people signed up. Then we can wrap up public testimony today. Still make our dinner. Okay, so next up is Therese Vicente and Justin Leon.
Before I get started, double check. Therese is on the line.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. Good afternoon.
All right, thank you. Therese, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, I can. Well, hi, members of the SSC. Thanks so much for powering through today and letting us speak with you all. My name is Therese Vicente. I work as the Policy and Programs Director for the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. And Justin?
Yes, thank you, Therese. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Appreciate the opportunity to testify. Mr. Chairman, members of the SSC, my name is Justin Leon. I'm the Research Director for the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. And today, as part of public testimony, I'd like to emphasize some analytical comments about the alternatives as well as the AEQ and impact rate models that we provided in our written comments. First, to discuss alternative 3, CritVic appreciates linking bycatch measures to in-river abundance, but there are corrections that would need to be made to alternative 3 to do this in the right way. Within the SSC's purview, one correction is the metric used to evaluate Kuskokwim chum salmon abundance in option 1. Bethel test fishery is likely to be discontinued starting this year, as you've already been made aware, and as council staff mentioned in their presentation. There were alternate metrics identified by ADF&G with input from our team in Appendix 2. We recently did an analysis of the alternate metrics identified in Appendix 2, and please see the attachment to our written comment. This analysis and our experience working with data and operations from a variety of these projects point us to recommend the sonar, that's the Kuskokwim River sonar, as the best fit to replace Bethel test fishery cumulative CPUE. In brief, we don't recommend the other alternates identified in Appendix 2 for the reasons listed here. So subsistence harvest data available by the early postseason, when the council would need to assess them, the threshold, are only preliminary and not region-wide. Escapement data based on Kogurglik River weir and others has been variable over time, and especially more recently with high water events and funding constraints. Also, many tribal citizens share traditional knowledge that weirs are not accurately measuring spawner abundance. So that leaves us with the sonar. We want to highlight a couple figures about Kuskokwim sonar from our analysis in Appendix 7. So the first slide there, or I think is that the first? Okay, thank you. So in Section 6 of Appendix 7, which we provided as a cooperative agency to this action, we additionally identify a series of rationale why sonar would be better suited than Bethel test fishery to assess chum salmon abundance on the Kuskokwim. These are listed on the slide. Just know that there's a handful of them there, this has already kind of been touched on and hit on a bit earlier, so I'm not going to go through the whole list, but just so that you're aware. Analysis of number 7 is shown on the slide. So there's a strong regression relationship that we see between Bethel test fish, cumulative CPUE, and the Chinook salmon run reconstruction. This is figure 24 in Appendix 7, and it leads us to assume that if there were a chum reconstruction, the results would be similar. Now moving to slide 2, the second slide, you can see the analysis of Appendix 2 alternates what we subsequently did. So like with Chinook, we see a strong regression relationship between BTF and sonar, including when hindcasting sonar to pre-2018, before the sonar was successfully in operation. Next slide, please. And then second, looking at different percentiles, the year in which a low abundance threshold would have been triggered by Bethel test fishery, similar to those for sonar at the 25th, 50th, and 75th percentiles. And so just before I go into this and looking at that figure really briefly, what's really important is when you're looking at the table on the right, you can see the sonar and BTF columns. What you're looking for is that most of the columns on the sonar and BTF side are the same color. So it wouldn't effectively change things in terms of overall results. Regarding these percentile levels, the SSC noted in April 2024 that to meet the purpose of this action, higher thresholds would need to be explored. For this abundance-based approach, that led the council to include the 50th percentile threshold for the identified projects in addition to the 25th percentile in the current alternative 3. However, we also looked at the 75th percentile in the interest of putting a more precautionary threshold in, which we suggest is warranted given the dire chum situation on our rivers. If alternative 3 is continued forward, CritVic stresses that an abundance threshold must capture years when amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence were not met and when there was observed low abundance. The 25th percentile for both sonar and Bethel test fishery would not do this. The 50th and 75th would, in our estimation. And with that, I'll go ahead and kick it over to Therese.
Thanks, Justin. And I just wanted to echo some of the points made about the AEQ and impact rate analyses by some other testifiers. And really, I think the key is that every fish that returns to our rivers increases the likelihood of bringing back stocks. And bringing back stocks increases the likelihood of bringing back fisheries and supporting and continuing the way of life on our rivers. and that's not adequately captured in the AEQ models and the impact rate models to really downplay the sometimes very large number of salmon that could have returned to our rivers had they not been caught as bycatch. And we do have one more figure. It's on the last slide. I don't have time to go into depth, but it just talks about how AEQ models do not capture impacts to discrete spawning populations. I'll just point the SSC to Section 5A of Appendix 7 for more information there, though I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your testimony. Do we have any questions for Therese or Leon? Briefly, Pat.
So I'd like to know what your mechanism, I mean, I'm appreciating the information you have here. I'm unsure as to how it gets communicated to us. Is this the communication to us, or is there some other way to get incorporated? Are you asking that this be used instead of the Bethel test fishery?
Through the chair, Mr. Sullivan, yeah, I appreciate the question. I think for the purposes of our presentation today, the idea was to get it out in the ways that we have, and so that it is there and available as discussion, because regardless, based on what us and others have brought to the table, we wanted to make sure that analytically people knew and are already aware, but that Bethel test fish most likely will not be an option as early as this year, and we need to prepare so that we're not caught unaware. That would be why I'm doing this right now.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks again for your testimony. Let's see who's next. Yeah, we will go to Megan Williams and Nick Yatsuk. And I believe Megan is remote. Are you online? Or are you going to cover it, Nick?
Good morning, members, or afternoon, members of the SSC. Megan Williams will not be able to testify with me today. She is currently catching a flight and has been juggling with flight cancellations and everything today. And so with that, I will ask for no questions after the testimony. But to introduce myself, my name is Nicholas Jasek. I am the Indigenous Stewardship Fellow at Ocean Conservancy. And I would like to thank you for taking your time for today. We appreciate the details and the contributions from the staff, from the council staff and the cooperating agencies as a part of the December 2024 DEIS. Today, we would like to weigh in on a few conversations we've heard today in the SSC and address the AEQ, some of the evaluations of costs and benefits, and close with a discussion of the Indigenous knowledge in the analysis. Regarding the AEQ and impact rate estimations, we want to reiterate that there are limitations to what the AEQ approach can address. The AEQ is more of a snapshot of a certain proportion of the salmon life cycle and does not extend gravel to gravel through the salmon life cycle and does not consider the population impacts of bycatch long term. As noted, the AEQ does not consider the fecundity of returning fish and how it may vary based on overall fitness or age. Based on overall fitness or age. Older, fitter fish are more likely to produce more eggs, which could drive population growth and fitness long term. Additionally, the bycatch impacts to discrete spawning populations and chum genetic diversity are not understood, but logically we know we may be amplified at times of low abundance. With regards to estimating economic costs and potential conservation benefits, the December 2024 DEIS takes a deep dive into valuing pollock and revenue foregone that would be associated with the sector or fleet stand-downs, essentially evaluating maximum potential losses due to chum PSC limit as if the fleet would not change their behavior. Conversely, the same analysis often assumes the fleet will move to or change their behavior when considering potential impacts to habitat, other prohibited species bycatch, or marine mammals. Regarding potential benefits of the action, we fully appreciate it's more difficult to estimate and depict potential benefits of this action for Western Alaska chum salmon and salmon-dependent communities. This is because the diversity of communities, value systems, and complex resource stewardship practices. And while we appreciate the analysis and cooperating agencies are striving to include this information, we hope to see more balanced analysis of potential losses as well as an ecosystem and community benefits associated with this action. And I will flag that in the face of uncertainty or limited data has been described in somewhat instances in this analysis, precautionary and sustainability-based approaches will be more effective. And as well, it is important to understand how the analysis does not consider indigenous and traditional knowledge in a respectful way. We have seen thousands of hours of public testimony from tribal representatives, elders, and many knowledge holders speaking about the effects of salmon bycatch, specifically speaking to a system of understanding that explains the reciprocity between salmon and those who have always stewarded these fish. The bridging of indigenous knowledge does not stop at the representation in the decision-making spaces, but should rather continue to implement these values and knowledge in the DEIS. For example, we are told through many ways that the waste of the resource is disrespectful and will result to salmon refusing to give themselves to the people in the communities. Although this is referenced in the DEIS, it is not given sufficient nor equal treatment compared to the impact analyses in Western science included throughout. Traditional and indigenous knowledge should be bridged and blended with Western ways of knowing and considered meaningfully by the Council and NIMS. And to close, we feel that the analysis will benefit from a more balanced approach that better considers the entire salmon life cycle in the AEQ, that more equitably evaluates maximum and minimum impacts of both the pollock fleet and salmon-dependent communities, an analysis that does not limit the application of indigenous knowledge and associated value and knowledge systems in management decisions. And that is all I have. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for your testimony, and sorry for butchering your last name earlier. That brings us to two remote testifiers, Steve Martell and then Brooke Woods, if she's online. I see Steve.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you, members of the SSC. My name's Steve Martell. I work for C-State. We are the company that implements the AFA pollock fisheries incentive plan agreements, and we monitor the daily activity of the pollock fishery and put in place the bycatch avoidance areas based on criteria listed in our rolling hotspot agreements. Today, I wanted to just provide you some testimony on three problems. One, some of the increasing problems I'm seeing with hatchery fish in our data. Two, the concern I have regarding how caps are going to affect the behavior. And then finally, a little bit about the differences between Chinook bycatch rates and chum salmon bycatch rates and why that's important in this action. To begin with, the hatchery fish for Russia since 1990 has increased 550%, while all other nations have maintained the same levels of chum salmon hatchery production or even decreased their chum salmon hatchery production over the same time period. Russia is now the largest single producer of chum salmon hatchery fish in the North Pacific, accounting for more than 1 billion hatchery releases each year. And their plans over the next 10 years are to double their processing and hatchery production to close to 2 billion chum salmon. If you look at our genetics data, every single ADF&G stat area for which we sample chum salmon genetics is now dominated by the Northeast Asian genetic stock. So given this forecast for increasing salmon hatchery production, I'm very concerned about how this is going to impact the behavior of our vessels. One of the things that makes these rolling hotspot programs work so well is we have a large number of vessels, over 130 vessels that participate in this program, such that when the fishery opens, especially in the shoreside sector, fisheries closer to the ports, when the fishery finds a school of fish, they'll actually stay on the school and be able to track the school's movement. This allows for very efficient operations. Moreover, when we detect chum salmon, we can usually determine whether the chum salmon are in shallow waters or deep waters because we have high resolution data. As the fishery gets towards the tail end of the year and people clean up their quotas, this information becomes fairly sparse, and it's harder and harder for me to find out exactly where the chum salmon or Chinook salmon are. So the key is to keep this program going. Now, under a cap of, say, 50,000 chum salmon for this sector, there's almost 30 some odd vessels here that would be allocated if the allocations went down to the vessel level, or at least the behavior of the individual fishermen should be perceived at the individual vessel level. There are almost 30 vessels that would receive less than 100 chum salmon for their allocation of the entire season. This is a substantial portion of the data. Moreover, they're all small boats, and these boats are very flexible. And generally what a lot of these co-ops do is they send these smaller boats out to find newer grounds that are clean for fishing. And this provides a way for the much larger catcher vessels that need high volumes of fish to maintain profitability. It gives them the information to provide fish cleanly. All of this structure breaks down as the fleet gets towards the end of the season and the data become more and more sparse. So again, my concern here is the cap is going to dramatically affect the individual behavior and probably result in consolidation because individual vessels will not be able to fish for the third reason. The reason is that the difference between Chinook salmon bycatch rates and chum salmon bycatch rates is that Chinook salmon are kind of a low chronic problem. You get one fish here, two fish here, maybe 13 or 14 there. Whereas chum salmon, the way bycatch rates work in this fishery is you get lots and lots of zeros. Lots and lots of zeros, and then you'll get a few boats that get 200, 300, 400, 600, maybe even a few boats that'll get 3,000, 4,000. Again, some of these vessels that are only going to get allocations of 100 to 200 fish are going to be thinking very carefully about whether or not they even want to untie their boat if they're going to be shutting down the fishery till September 1st or whatever the consequences are. So I just wanted to leave you with that information as you pass on your deliberations to the council, and I'm happy to entertain any questions we have or C-State uses to make information about how we close chum salmon bycatch avoidance area during the breeding season. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Steve. Any questions for Steve at this point? Not seeing any questions. Thanks again for your testimony. And we are going to our last person signed up. Brooke Woods, are you online? We'll just stand by.
I do note we have a letter from her, right?
I'll take the opportunity to remind you all 6:30 dinner at Tequila 61. And then we'll start with our discussions tomorrow morning. If she's not available right now, we might be able to circle back to her at 8 a.m. if you can let her know. Okay, I guess that concludes the meeting for today. I will see you at dinner and then tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Thanks, everyone.